There are some people who see the dead. And then there's Odd Thomas, a young man who spent his entire life carrying that burden in silence. In a dusty desert town where shadows seem to linger a little too long, every ghost has a story, and some of them are warnings. Dean Koontz first imagined Odd as an ordinary soul trapped between life and death, inspired by questions about destiny, loss, and the unseen forces that shape our lives. When Odd Thomas arrived in 2003, readers around the world were drawn into its haunting mystery, helping launch a series that would sell more than 20 million copies across its journey. By then, Koontz had already become one of the most celebrated voices in suspense, known for unforgettable works like Watchers, Intensity, and Phantoms. But there was something deeply personal about Odd, something that stayed with readers long after the final page. That connection eventually found its way to the screen in 2013, when Odd Thomas was adapted into a film starring Anton Yelchin. And as you step into this story tonight, remember, this is a cinematic third-person retelling, not a word-for-word reading of the original novel. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Along the way, you'll uncover fascinating facts, adaptation secrets, and behind-the-scenes details that shaped this unforgettable tale. The story begins. The young man introduces himself, though he doubts anyone should care. His name is Odd Thomas, 20 years old, no celebrity ties, no desire for fame. By modern standards, he's a non-entity, so invisible that even a magazine might reject his subscription for fear of being sucked into oblivion. Too old for the magical community of children, too young for worldwide adults. He leads an unusual life, not better than anyone else's, just peculiar. Things happen to him that don't happen to others. He would never have written this memoir if not commanded by a 400-pound man with 6 fingers on his left hand, P. Oswald Boone, called Little Ozzy. The cat, Terrible Chester, has peed on his shoes multiple times. Ozzy offers an explanation, but the narrator suspects the cat's truthfulness, not Ozzy's. He cannot trust a cat claiming to be 58 years old, even with photographic evidence. This manuscript cannot be published during his lifetime. Little Ozzy suggests leaving literary royalties to the cat's maintenance. He'll choose another charity, one that hasn't peed on him. He's writing to save his sanity, to find purpose. Ozzy demanded a light tone, threatening to sit on him if he fails. Ozzy's boast about his backside is exaggerated. When the narrator struggled with tone, Ozzy suggested being an unreliable narrator, not a murderer, just unreliable with verb tenses. The story begins after the cow explodes. It started on a Tuesday. He woke at 5 without an alarm, from a dream about dead bowling alley employees, a recurring dream for 3 years, details still too vague to act upon. He sat up and recited his morning prayer, taught by his grandmother, Pearl Sugars. Granny believed in bargaining with God, calling him that old rug merchant. She promised to spread his word in exchange for poker wins, though she didn't always deliver. She claimed God expected to be conned with charm and wit, and would play along as long as you didn't seriously harm others. She died peacefully at 72, brandy on the nightstand, a smile on her face. Granny and God understood each other. He switched on the lamp and surveyed his small apartment above a 2-car garage. Cozy, but nothing for a design magazine. The cardboard Elvis from Blue Hawaii stood where he'd left it. Occasionally it moves during the night. He showered with peach-scented products given by Stormy Llewellyn. Her real name is Bronwyn, which she thinks sounds like an elf. His real name is Odd, a birth certificate error according to his mother, intentional according to his father. They argue about a Czechoslovakian uncle and a sister named Cymru. He finds it easier to live with the name than to contest it. Stormy is his soulmate. They have a carnival fortune-telling card saying they're destined to be together, plus matching birthmarks. He loves her intensely enough to jump off a cliff if she asked, though he'd need to understand why. She has a moral anchor the size of a ship, once brooding a full day over keeping 50 cents from a payphone before mailing it to the phone company. He's not afraid of death, just not ready to date him. Smelling like a peach, having eaten a blueberry muffin, Saying a bad Elvis impression goodbye, he set off for work at the Pico Mundo grill. Dawn had flash fried into a hard yellow yolk on the eastern horizon. Pico Mundo sits in Southern California desert, baking in March, broiling in August. The ocean is so far west it feels unreal, like the Sea of Tranquility on the moon. Developers sometimes find seashells in deeper diggings, but holding one to your ear yields only a dry, mournful wind, not surf. At the foot of his exterior steps, in the early sun, 12-year-old Penny Callisto waited. Red sneakers, white shorts, sleeveless blouse. Usually ebullient, this morning she looked solemn. Her blue eyes darkened like sea under a cloud. He glanced toward the house where his landlady, Rosalia Sanchez, would be expecting confirmation she hadn't disappeared overnight. Without a word, Penny turned and walked toward the front of the property. Two enormous California live oaks wove veils of gold and purple across the driveway. Penny shimmered and darkened as she passed through the lace of light and shade, a black mantilla of shadow dimming her blonde hair. Afraid of losing her, he hurried down the remaining steps and followed, leaving Mrs. Sanchez to wait and worry. The girl led him past the house to a birdbath on the front lawn, surrounded by dozens of seashells collected from the local hills. Penny selected one the size of an orange and held it out to him. She cupped her hand to her ear to show what she wanted. When he put the shell to his ear, he didn't hear the ocean or a dry wind. Instead, the rough breathing of a beast, urgent and cruel, a grunt of mad desire. Winter found his blood in the summer desert. Seeing his expression, Penny crossed to the sidewalk and stood at the curb, gazing west. He dropped the shell and joined her. Evil was coming. He wondered whose face it would wear. Old Indian laurels lined the street, their roots cracking the concrete. No air moved. The morning lay still as Judgment Day won breath before the sky cracked. Most houses were Victorian, brought from a colder shore by immigrants who perhaps thought they could leave ugliness behind, but people always carry darkness with them. For half a minute, only a hawk moved above the branches. The hawk and he were hunters this morning. Penny must have sensed his fear. She took his right hand. Her firm grip gave him courage. He didn't hear the car until it turned the corner. Recognizing it brought sadness equal to his fear. A restored 1968 Pontiac Firebird 400 midnight blue convertible, shimmering like a mirage. Harlow Landerson, same high school class, had rebuilt it from the axles up. Shy, self-effacing, Harlow had no social ambitions. His mother died when he was 6. His father was a mean drunk. The car couldn't return love, but maybe the chrome sparkle and the engine's purr could be mistaken for affection. They hadn't been buddies, just friendly. He liked the quiet guy. He raised his left hand and waved. Since high school, Harlow worked at Superfood and delivered newspapers before dawn. This morning he was tossing the Tuesday edition, each bagged paper landing precisely where subscribers preferred. Harlow worked the far side of the street, then braked to a stop opposite him. Penny and he crossed over. Harlow greeted him. He replied bleak, sad, confused. Harlow asked what was wrong. Something Harlow had already done, he said. He leaned in, switched off the engine, plucked the key from the ignition. Harlow grabbed for it but missed and protested about his tight schedule. He never heard Penny's voice, but in the silent language of the soul, she must have spoken. What he said to Harlow was the essence of what the girl revealed. You have her blood in your pocket. An innocent man would have been baffled. Harlow stared, eyes owlish with fear. On that night, he continued, you took 3 small squares of white felt. After using the girl, you collected some of her virgin blood. They dried stiff and dark, brittle like crackers. You carry one with you at all times. You like to smell it. Sometimes you put it between your teeth and bite on it. Harlow threw open the door and fled. He's not the law, not vigilante justice, not vengeance. Doesn't really know what he is. But in moments like these, a kind of madness comes over him. He looked down at Penny and saw the ligature marks on her throat, which hadn't been visible when she first appeared. The depth the garroting cloth had scored revealed the singular fury of her strangulation. Pity tore at him, and he went after Harlow Landerson, for whom he had no pity. Harlow ran, blacktop to concrete to grass, alongside a house, through a rear yard, over a wrought iron fence, across an alley, up a slump stone wall. He couldn't outrun himself. Beyond the wall lay a backyard with a swimming pool, water glimmering sapphire to turquoise. On the far side, behind a sliding glass door, a young woman in pajamas stood with a mug. Spotting her, Harlow changed direction toward her, maybe wanting a shield or hostage. He closed, snared Harlow's shirt, hooked him off his feet. They plunged into the deep end. The water wasn't cold, having banked summer heat. Thousands of bubbles flipped across his eyes. Thrashing, they touched bottom. On the way up, Harlow kicked and flailed. Elbow, knee, or foot struck his throat. The water robbed the blow of most force, but he still gasped and choked on chlorine and tanning oil. He lost his grip and tumbled through green light and blue shadow, breaking the surface into spangles of sunshine. He was in the middle. Harlow reached the edge and jacked himself onto the concrete deck. Coughing, venting water from his nostrils, he splashed after him. He's a poor swimmer. Ever since age 16, when he was chained to 2 dead men and dumped off a boat in Malo Suerte Lake. Bad luck. He reached the edge in a few swift strokes and levered himself out. Harlow found the sliding door locked. The woman had disappeared. Harlow backed up, then ran at it with his left shoulder tucked. He winced, expecting gouting blood, but the safety pane shattered into tiny gummy pieces. Harlow crashed through intact. Glass crunched under his shoes as he followed. Something was burning. They were in a family room oriented toward a TV as large as a pair of refrigerators. The female host's magnified face was terrifying. Perky smile like a barracuda's grin, lemony eyes glittering maniacally. The open floor plan flowed into the kitchen with only a breakfast bar intervening. The woman had made a stand in the kitchen, one hand gripping a telephone, the other a butcher knife. Harlow paused at the threshold, calculating whether this housewife in sailor suit pajamas would actually gut him. She shouted into the phone that he was inside. Smoke poured from a toaster on the far counter, some pastry burning inside, smelling of strawberries and smoldering rubber. Harlow threw a bar stool at him and ran toward the front of the house. He ducked the stool, apologized to the woman for the mess, and went after Penny's killer. In the foyer, he saw why Harlow had gone upward instead of fleeing. At the second-floor landing stood a wide-eyed boy about 5 years old, wearing only undershorts, holding a blue teddy bear, prime hostage material. The woman screamed for Stevie to lock his door. The boy dropped the bear and bolted. Harlow charged up the stairs. He followed, dripping chlorine and sneezing, less heroic than John Wayne. He was more scared than his quarry because he had something to lose, Stormy and their promised future. A door slammed overhead. Stevie had followed instructions. Instead of boiling lead, Harlow pushed a sideboard down the stairs. Surprised by his own monkey-like agility, he scrambled off the stairs onto the railing as the deadfall rocked past, drawers gaping and snapping like a possessed crocodile. Off the railing, up the stairs, he reached the second floor as Harlow began breaking down Stevie's door. Wood splintered. The door flew inward. Harlow carried with it as if sucked through. Crossing the threshold, he saw the boy trying to wriggle under the bed. Harlow had seized his left foot. He smashed a ceramic panda bear lamp over Harlow's head. Black ears, white face, paws, and belly chunks exploded across the room. But depravity gave Harlow the will to endure without effect. He let go of Stevie and rounded on him. Harlow's eyes reminded him of a snake's, keen with venom, and his bared teeth gleamed in a rabid snarl. This wasn't the shy kid from high school. Something diseased had broken out of Harlow's mental labyrinth and deposed the man who had been Harlow. Released, Stevie squirmed all the way under the bed. He couldn't pretend to remember the next minute clearly. They struck when they saw openings, grabbed anything for a weapon, swung and flung. A flurry of blows staggered them into a clinch. He felt Harlow's hot breath, spittle, heard teeth snapping at his right ear as panic pressed beast tactics upon him. He broke the clinch with an elbow under the chin and a knee that missed its intended crotch. Sirens arose in the distance as Stevie's mom appeared at the door, butcher knife glinting. 2 cavalries, one in pajamas, one in blue uniforms. Harlow couldn't get past both of them. He couldn't reach Stevie under the bed. A window would drop him onto the front porch roof and directly into the arriving cops. As sirens swelled louder, Harlow backed into a corner, gasping, shuddering, wringing his hands. His face gray with anguish, he looked at the floor, walls, ceiling, not assessing his cage but bewildered, as if he couldn't recall how he got here. Unlike wild beasts, cornered human monsters reveal cowardice. Harlow covered his face with his hands. Through the chinks, his eyes twitched with bright terror. He slid down the walls and sat on the floor, hiding behind his hands as if they were a mask of invisibility. The sirens peaked, then subsided to a waning groan in front of the house. The day had dawned less than an hour ago, and he had spent every minute living up to his name. The dead don't talk. He doesn't know why. Harlow had been taken away. In his wallet, police found 2 Polaroids of Penny Callisto, first naked and alive, second dead. Stevie was downstairs in his mother's arms. Chief Wyatt Porter asked him to wait in Stevie's room. He sat on the edge of the unmade bed. Soon, Penny Callisto walked through a wall and sat beside him. The ligature marks were gone from her neck. She looked as though she had never been strangled. As before, she remained mute. He tends to believe in the traditional architecture of the afterlife. This world a journey, the next consisting of 2 destinations, one a palace of wonder, the other cold and dark. Stormy Llewellyn believes instead that this life toughens people for the next, where those who pass muster get conscripted into an army of souls on some great mission. She calls the next life service. One implication is that this world's terrors are inoculation against worse to come. Stormy says the reward comes in a 3rd life. He'd prefer reward 1 life sooner. She's into delayed gratification. He is not. She once warned him that if he lives by his philosophy too long, he'll end up extracted from his home by a crane. He thought about Pinocchio in Wales, but that wry look she gives, "Are you stupid or just pissy?" is to be avoided. Even thinking about Stormy couldn't lift his spirits. Scooby-Doo on the sheets didn't cheer him either. He kept thinking about Harlow losing his mother at 6, how his life might have been a memorial but instead shamed her memory. And he thought about Penny, her early end, the terrible loss to her family. Penny put her left hand in his right and squeezed reassuringly. Her hand felt firm, warm, real, yet she could walk through walls and remain invisible to others. He wept a little, not embarrassed. Tears exercise emotions that would otherwise haunt and embitter him. As his vision blurred, Penny clasped his hand in both of hers. She smiled and winked as if to say it was all right. Get it out. Be rid of it. The dead are sensitive to the living. They have walked this path ahead and know human fears, failings, desperate hopes, and how much people cherish what cannot last. He thinks they pity the living, and no doubt they should. When his tears dried, Penny rose, smiled, and smoothed the hair back from his brow. Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye. She walked across the room, through the wall, into the August morning, or into another realm, even brighter than a Pico Mundo summer. Wyatt Porter appeared in the doorway. The chief of police is a big man with basset eyes and bloodhound jowls, his face affected by gravity more than the rest of him. Over the years, as meanness has crept into even the last havens of civility, the chief has seen too much human treachery. The weight he carries is a load of memories he'd prefer to shed but can't. So here we are again, he said. They agreed. Busted patio door, busted furniture. He admitted he didn't bust most of it himself except the lamp, but he created the situation. The chief asked why he hadn't come to him for a way Harlow could entrap himself. They'd worked together that way before. His feeling was that Harlow needed confronting right away. Maybe he was going to do it again soon. That's what he thought Penny wanted to convey, a quiet urgency. The chief sighed and settled onto a child-sized purple Barney chair, appearing to sit in the dinosaur's lap. He told the chief the dead complicate his life, but they complicate his own much more. The chief admitted that if he were him, he'd have gone crazy years ago. He'd considered it. The chief wanted to keep him out of court. Few people know his strange secrets. Only Stormy knows all. He wants anonymity, a simple life. The chief said Harlow would likely confess. There might be no trial. If there is, they'd say Harlow opened his wallet to pay a bet on a baseball game, and the Polaroids fell out. He could sell that story. The chief would speak with Horton Barks, the newspaper publisher who claims to have dined with Bigfoot. Given his own daily experiences, he's in no position to doubt anyone with a story about aliens or leprechauns. The chief asked if he was all right. Pretty much, but he hated being late for work, the busiest time at the grill. He'd called in. His cell phone still worked after the pool. The chief might stop in later for home fries and eggs. Breakfast all day, a promise since 1946. The chief shifted, making Barney groan, and asked if he planned to be a short-order cook forever. No, sir. He'd been thinking about tires. Sales first, then installation. Tire World always has openings. Why tires? People need them. It's something new to learn. The tire life. The chief asked if that was the only thing on his horizon. Also, swimming pool maintenance looked intriguing, and working in a bowling alley, taking care of rental shoes, checking laces. The chief nodded. The Barney chair squeaked like a mouse. His clothes had nearly dried but were wrinkled. He needed to change before the grill. They both rose. The Barney chair collapsed. Could have happened during the fight, the chief noted. Insurance would cover it. There's always insurance, he agreed. They went downstairs. Stevie sat on a stool eating a lemon cupcake. The chief admitted he broke the bedroom chair. The boy said it was just a stupid old Barney chair he'd outgrown weeks ago. Stevie's mom swept broken glass. The chief told her about the chair. She dismissed it, but he secured a promise she'd look up the original cost. He offered a ride home, but the quickest way was to go back the way he came. He left through the hole where the glass door had been, walked around the pool, climbed the slumpstone wall, crossed the alley, climbed the wrought iron fence, walked the lawn around another house, crossed Marigold Lane, and returned to his apartment above the garage. He sees dead people, and then he does something about it. This proactive strategy is rewarding but dangerous. Some days, it results in an unusual amount of laundry. After changing into clean jeans and a fresh white t-shirt, he went to Mrs. Sanchez's back porch to confirm she was visible, as he did every morning. Through the screen door, she sat at the kitchen table. He knocked. She asked if he could hear her. Yes, ma'am. Who did he hear? Her, Rosalia Sanchez. She told him to come in. Her kitchen smelled like chiles, cornflour, fried eggs, and jack cheese. Everything was old and worn but scrupulously clean, as beautiful as the finest antique, with the patina of a life's work and cooking done with love. He sat across from her. Her hands were clasped around a coffee mug to keep them from shaking. She noted he was late. He apologized. A strange morning. She doesn't know about his special relationship with the deceased. She has enough problems. She asked what she was wearing. Pale yellow slacks, a dark yellow and brown blouse. She turned sly and asked about a butterfly barrette. No barrette, a yellow ribbon holding her hair back. It looked nice. As a young woman, she must have been remarkably beautiful. At 63, she possessed the deeper beauty of the beatified. Sweet humility, tenderness, the glow of care and character that marked saints' faces. When he didn't come at the usual time, she thought he'd been there but couldn't see her, and that when she became invisible to him, he also became invisible to her. He assured her he was just late. It would be terrible to be invisible. Yeah, but he wouldn't have to shave as often. She refused to be amused, her saintly face frowning. When she's worried about becoming invisible, she always thought she'd be able to see other people. They just wouldn't see or hear her. In those old Invisible Man movies, he said, you could see his breath in cold weather. But if other people become invisible to her when she's invisible to them, she continued, then it's like she's the last person in the world, all of it empty, except for her wandering around alone. She shuddered, her coffee mug knocking against the table. When Mrs. Sanchez talks about invisibility, she's talking about death, though he's not sure she realizes this. The year 2001 had been bleak for her, losing her husband Herman in April, waking beside his cold cadaver. Later that year, still mourning, she didn't join her three sisters and their families on a planned trip to New England. On September 11th, she woke to news that their return flight from Boston had been hijacked and used as a guided missile. She lost them all while sleeping. Sometime between September and Christmas, she went quietly crazy with grief. In her gentle madness, she wouldn't acknowledge they were dead. They'd merely become invisible. Nature might reverse the phenomenon at any moment, like a magnetic field. She knew all about the Bermuda Triangle, the vanished Mayans, the division of Chinese soldiers that evaporated near Nanking in 1939. He said at least she was visible this morning. Another whole day of visibility to look forward to. A blessing. Her biggest fear is that on the same day her loved ones become visible again, she herself will vanish. She crossed herself, looked around her homey kitchen, and smiled. saying she could bake something. Anything, he said. She asked what he'd like. Surprise me. He checked his watch and said he better get to work. She hugged him goodbye, calling him a good boy. He said she reminded him of his Granny Sugars, except she doesn't play poker, drink whiskey, or drive fast cars. She thought the world of Pearl Sugars, so feminine, but also kick-ass. At the church's strawberry festival, Pearl put down a rowdy, mean man with just 2 punches after first kicking him in that special tinder place. She sometimes wished she could be more like her. From Mrs. Sanchez's house, he walked 6 blocks to the Pico Mundo grill in downtown. The morning grew hotter with each minute. The gods of the Mojave don't know moderation. Long shadows grew shorter, retreating from warming lawns, broiling blacktop, and sidewalks suitable for frying eggs. The air lacked energy. Trees hung limp. Birds retreated to leafy roosts or flew higher. In the wilted stillness, he saw 3 shadows moving, independent of any source. When younger, he called them shades, but they're not ghosts like Penny Callisto. He doesn't believe they ever passed through this world in human form. Their shape is liquid, their substance no greater than shadows, their movement soundless. Their intentions are mysterious, but not benign. They slink like cats as big as men, or run semi-erect like half-man, half-dog creatures. He doesn't see them often. Their presence always signifies oncoming trouble of unusual intensity and dark dimension. He now calls them bodaks, a word he heard a visiting 6-year-old English boy use, a small, vile, mythical beast that comes down chimneys to carry off naughty children. He doesn't believe they're actually bodaks. The boy didn't either. It was just the only name he had. That boy was the only other person who shared his special sight. Minutes after speaking the word, the boy was crushed between a runaway truck and a concrete wall. By the time he reached the grill, the 3 bodaks had joined a pack, ran far ahead, shimmered around a corner, and disappeared like heat imps. Fat chance. Some days it's hard to focus on being the best short-order cook. This morning would require more than usual discipline. Helen Arches called out an order. Wreck 'em and stretch 'em. 1 porky sitting, hash browns, cardiac shingles, clipped the ticket, and went to offer refills. She's been an excellent waitress for 42 years. Her ankles have stiffened, her feet flattened, so her shoes slap the floor. That soft flap, flap, flap is a fundamental rhythm of the grill, along with sizzle, clink, clatter. The conversation provides melody. They were busy. All booths occupied, 2/3 of the counter stools. He likes being busy. The short order station is center stage. Being a short order cook on a slow shift would be like conducting a symphony without musicians. The egg is art. Anyone can crack a shell, but few can turn out omelets as flavorful, scrambled eggs as fluffy, sunny sides as sunny as his. This is pride of accomplishment, not vanity. He learned under Terry Stambaugh, who owns the grill. She believed in his potential. He strives to repay her faith with exemplary cheeseburgers and pancakes light enough to float. She's his employer, culinary mentor, surrogate mother, and friend. Also his primary authority on Elvis Presley's life. He's more familiar with Elvis's activities since death. Without referencing the ticket, he stretched an order, added a 3rd egg, and wrecked them, scrambled. A porky sitting is fried ham. Cardiac shingles is toast with extra butter. Hash browns are just hash browns. Not every word is diner lingo, just as not every short-order cook sees dead people. He saw only the living that Tuesday shift. You can always spot the dead in a diner because they don't eat. Toward the end of breakfast rush, Chief Wyatt Porter came in and sat alone in a booth. He washed down a Pepsid AC tablet with low-fat milk before ordering his mess of eggs and home fries. His complexion was milky gray. The chief smiled thinly and nodded. He raised his spatula in reply. He might trade hash slinging for tires someday, but he'll never contemplate law enforcement. Stomach-corroding work, thankless, and he's spooked by guns. Half the booths and all but 2 counter stools had been vacated by the time a bodak came into the diner. Their kind can't walk through walls like Penny Callisto. They slip through any crevice, crack, or keyhole. This one seeped through the thread-thin gap between the glass door and the metal jamb, an undulant ribbon of smoke, insubstantial as fumes, but ink-black, standing rather than slinking, fluid in shape, suggestive of something half-man and half-canine. This unwanted customer slouched silently from front to back, unseen by all but him. It turned its head toward each patron as it glided along the aisle, hesitating at some, as though certain people were of greater interest. It eventually returned and stood on the public side of the counter, eyeless but surely watching him work. Pretending unawareness, he focused on the grill more than necessary now that the breakfast rush had passed. When he looked up, he never glanced at the Bodoc, only at customers, at Helen serving with her flap, 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 at the other waitress Bertie Orbick, at the windows and the baked street beyond. Bodoc sometimes takes special interest in him. He doesn't know why. He doesn't think they realize he's aware of them. If they knew, he might be in danger. Considering they seem to have no more substance than shadows, he's not sure how they could harm him. He's in no hurry to find out. The Bodoc lost interest only when a customer of peculiar demeanor entered. In a desert summer that toasted everyone, this newcomer remained pale as bread dough, with short, sour yellow hair furrier than mold. He sat at the counter, turning his stool left and right like a fidgety child, gazing at the griddle and dispensers, appearing bewildered and amused. The Bodoc crowded him and focused intently, head cocking, snout-shaped portions sniffing with wolfish interest. Bertie greeted him. He spoke so softly that he couldn't hear. She looked surprised, but began scribbling. Magnified by round wire-framed lenses, the customer's smoky gray eyes disturbed him. The soft features brought to mind pale mushrooms in a dank basement. Chief Porter seemed unaware of both Fungus Man and the Bodoc. He, however, found the man worrisome, in part because the Bodoc remained fascinated. He doesn't have premonitions awake, only sometimes while dreaming. His wariness came from crude instinct. Anyone smiling this relentlessly was a simpleton or a deceiver. Those eyes appeared bemused, but not stupid. He detected cunning watchfulness, like a snake feigning indifference. Bertie relayed the order: 2 hamburgers with onions, cheese, bacon, 2 orders of extra crispy French fries, 2 English muffins with cream cheese and lox, hash, black beans with sausages. He asked if he should fire it or wait for friends. Fire it, she said. This was for one. A skinny boy like him wouldn't understand. Fungus Man smiled dreamily at a salt shaker, turning it around and around. If his every meal was this elaborate, he must have a metabolism like a Tasmanian devil on meth. He toasted the muffins first. By the time he followed with hash and sausages, a second Bodoc appeared. Both moved with agitation, back and forth, always returning to the smiling gourmand. When the burgers and fries were ready, he rang the bell. 3 Bodocs gathered at the front window, peering in like they were watching an exhibit. Months often pass without seeing their kind. The running pack earlier and now, this convocation suggested Pico Mundo was in for hard times. Bodocs are associated with death the way bees seek nectar. Ordinary death draws none. Violence and terror attract them. They gather like tourists waiting for a predictable geyser eruption. He never saw them shadowing Harlow before Penny's murder. A quiet strangulation apparently isn't exciting enough for them. Their appetite is for operatic terror, multiple untimely deaths spiced with protracted horror. When he was 9, a drug-whacked teenager named Gary Tolliver sedated his family, shackled them, and spent a weekend torturing them before killing them with a drill. During the preceding week, he'd crossed Tolliver's path twice, first followed by 3 eager Bodocs, then 14. 2 years later, a drunk driver sheared off gas pumps at a station, triggering an explosion that killed 7. That morning, he'd seen a dozen Bodocs lingering there. Nature's wrath draws them too. They seethed over the nursing home ruins after the earthquake. If he'd passed by before the quake, surely he'd have seen them gathering. Maybe he could have saved lives. As a child, he thought Bodocs fostered evil. He's since learned that many humans need no mentoring. Some are devils in their own right. He now believes Bodocs take sustenance from terror, psychic vampires. Attended now by 4 Bodocs inside and watched by others at the windows, Fungus Man finished his meal, left a generous tip, paid, and departed with his slithery entourage. Through dazzles of sunlight and curtains of heat rising from the baked blacktop, he watched him cross the street. The Bodocs swarmed over one another, difficult to count, but he would have bet a week's wages they numbered no fewer than 20. Terry Stambaugh has the vision of an angel. She sees through people and knows their truest heart, but loves them anyway, despite their fallen state. 41. Old enough to be his mother, but not eccentric enough by half. She inherited the grill from her folks and runs it to their high standard. Her only offbeat quality is her obsession with Elvis. Because she enjoys having her encyclopedic knowledge tested, he asked about May 29th, 1963. A Wednesday, she said. Priscilla Beaulieu graduated from Immaculate Conception High School in Memphis that day. Elvis waited in a car outside to avoid disruption. They married May 1st, 1967, in a suite at the Aladdin Hotel in Las Vegas. Terry was 15 when Elvis died in 1977, long after he'd become a bloated caricature. Her fascination began 16 years after his death. One reason Elvis mattered, she said, was that in his prime, pop music had been politically innocent and life-affirming. He suspects Terry is obsessed, partly because on an unconscious level, she has sensed that Elvis has moved among them in Pico Mundo since his death, a truth he revealed only a year ago. He has no idea why the king lingers here instead of moving on like Buddy Holly, and why Pico Mundo, which Elvis never visited when alive. They were puzzling over this when Viola Peabody brought their late lunch. Viola asked him to read her. More than a few folks in Pico Mundo think he's some sort of psychic. Only a handful know he sees the restless dead. He told her he's not a palmist. Tea leaves are just garbage to him. So read her face, she said. Did he see what she saw in a dream last night? Viola was usually cheerful even after her husband left her for another waitress, but now she looked solemn and worried. He said the last thing he can read is faces. In her dream, she saw herself with a broken, dead face and a hole in her forehead. Maybe it was a dream about why she married Raphael, he said. Not funny, Terry admonished. Viola thought she'd been shot. Terry asked when she'd last had a dream come true. Never, Viola admitted. But she'd never before seen herself face-on in a dream. Even in his nightmares that sometimes come true, he's never glimpsed his own face. She repeated the hole in her forehead, her face spooky and out of kilter, her right eye bloodshot swelling half out of its socket. In dreams, people usually see from their own point of view. They can't look into their own eyes, except by indirection, perhaps fearing the worst monsters lie there. Viola's sweet milk chocolate face was now distorted by a beseeching expression as she asked if he saw death in her. He didn't say that death lies dormant in everyone. Although no detail of her future had been revealed to him, the aroma of his cheeseburger induced him to lie. She'd live a long, happy life and pass away in her sleep of old age. Really? Smiling and nodding, he felt no shame in this deception. It might be true, and he sees no harm in giving people hope. Cheered, Viola departed. Picking up his cheeseburger, he asked about October 23rd, 1958. Elvis was in the army then, stationed in Germany, Terry said. That evening, he went into Frankfurt to attend a Bill Haley concert. Backstage, he met Haley and a Swedish rock star named Little Gerhard. He asked if Viola was going to be shot in the head. He didn't know. Like she said, dreams are just dreams. She's had things hard, Terry said. She doesn't need this. Shot in the head? Who does need it? Would he look after her? How would he do that? Put out psychic feelers. Maybe he could stop it. He doesn't have psychic feelers. Then ask one of his dead friends. They sometimes know things that are going to happen. They're generally not friends, just passing acquaintances, and they're only helpful when they want to be. If she was dead, she'd help him, Terry assured him. He said she was sweet, and he almost wished she was dead. Then he put down the cheeseburger and licked his fingers. If somebody in Pico Mundo is going to start shooting people, it'll be Fungus Man. Who's he? The man at the counter earlier who ordered enough food for 3 and ate like a ravenous swine. She hadn't seen him. Pale, soft, with rounded edges like something that would grow in Hannibal Lecter's cellar. He put off bad vibes? By the time he left, Fungus Man had an entourage of Bodocs. Terry stiffened and looked warily around. Any here now? Nope. The worst thing on the premises is Bob Sphincter, the pinch penny who always tips a quarter no matter the bill. Terry suggested maybe Fungus Man was just passing through. He had a hunch he's still hanging around. Was he going to check him out? If he could find him. She offered her car. He walks to work, has a bicycle for longer trips, but in special cases uses Stormy's car or Terry's. So many things are beyond his control. The dead with their requests, the Bodocs, prophetic dreams. He'd have gone crazy if he didn't simplify where he can. No car, No life insurance, minimal clothes, no exotic vacations, no grand ambitions. Terry slid her car keys across the table. He thanked her. "Just don't haul any dead people around in it," she said. "Okay." The dead don't need a ride. They appear when and where they want. Walk through air. Fly. He told Terry that all she was saying was that if a dead person sat in her car, she'd waste a whole day scrubbing the upholstery because it creeps her out. What if it's Elvis? That's different. She finished her pickle and asked about Rosalia. "Visible," he said. "Good for her." Green Moon Mall stands along Green Moon Road between Old Town Pico Mundo and its modern western neighborhoods. The sand-colored walls suggest humble adobe, as if built by gigantic Native Americans. Despite this odd architecture, patrons can still get Starbucks, Gap, Donna Karan, and Crate and Barrel as easily as in any major city. In a corner of the vast parking lot, remote from the mall, stands Tire World. The single-story building supports a tower crowned by a giant rotating globe encircled by a tire that both rotates and oscillates. 5 service bays, crisp uniforms, polite technicians who smile easily. Car batteries and oil changes are offered, but tires are the soul of the operation. The showroom saturates with the enchanting scent of rubber waiting for the road. That Tuesday afternoon, he wandered the aisles undisturbed. He visits from time to time. They know he's interested in the tire life. The owner, Joseph Mangione, is father of Anthony Mangione, a friend from high school who attends UCLA for medicine. Mr. Mangione is proud his boy will be a doctor, but disappointed Anthony has no interest in the family business. He would welcome him to the payroll as a surrogate son. He had no intention of resigning his spatula anytime soon, but on days when the tables are full and tickets backed up and his head buzzes with diner lingo while also encountering the dead, his stomach sours and he knows he's courting gastrointestinal reflux. At times like that, the tire life seems a refuge as serene as a monastery. Even here, one ghost stubbornly inhabited the showroom. Tom Jed, a well-regarded stonemason, had died 8 months ago when his car careened off Panorama Road after midnight, broke through rotted guardrails, tumbled 100 feet, and sank in Malo Suerte Lake. His left arm was severed in the crash. The coroner was undecided whether he bled to death or drowned first. Since then, Tom had been moping around Tire World. His accident hadn't been caused by a defective tire. He'd been drinking at a roadhouse called Country Cousin, blood alcohol level .18, well over the legal limit. Each time he visited, Tom realized he saw him and acknowledged him with a look or nod, even winked once, but never tried to communicate. A reticent ghost. He wished more were like him. Tom died in a parrot-patterned Hawaiian shirt, khaki shorts, and white sneakers without socks. Sometimes he was dry, other times soaked as if just walked out of the lake. Usually he had both arms, but occasionally his left was missing. You can tell a lot by the condition. Dry meant resigned, if not at peace. Wet meant angry or distressed. On this occasion, Tom was dry, hair-combed, relaxed. He had both arms, but the left wasn't attached. He carried it in his right hand like a golf club. Fortunately, he'd never seen him bloody. Twice, when he knew he was looking, Tom used his severed arm as a back-scratcher. Once in a while, he encounters a spirit with his sense of humor intact. Tom even conspired to pick his nose with the forefinger of his severed arm. He prefers ghosts somber. A walking dead man trying to get a laugh chills him, suggesting that even post-mortem people have a pathetic need to be liked. If Tom had been less jokey, he might have lingered longer. His shtick disturbed him. As he walked to Terry's Mustang, Tom stood at a showroom window, vigorously waving goodbye with his severed arm. He drove across the sun-scorched parking lot and found a space near the main entrance, where workmen hung a banner announcing the big annual summer sale. Inside the cavernous retail mecca, most stores were moderately busy, but Burke Bailey's ice cream parlor drew a crowd. Stormy Llewellyn has worked there since 16. At 20, she's the manager. Her plan is to own her own shop by 24. If she'd gone into astronaut training, she'd have a lemonade stand on the moon by now. According to her, she's not ambitious, just easily bored and in need of stimulation. He's frequently offered to stimulate her. She says she's talking about mental stimulation. He tells her he does have a brain. She says there's definitely no brain in his one-eyed snake, and what's in his big head is still open to debate. Why does she sometimes call him Pooh? Because Pooh's head is full of stuffing. Their life together isn't always a comedy routine. Sometimes she's Rocky and he's Bullwinkle. He went to the counter and said he needed something hot and sweet. They specialize in cold, she said. Go sit out on the promenade and be good. She'd bring him something. Although the parlor offered empty tables, Stormy prefers not to chat on the premises. She's an object of fascination for some employees, and she doesn't want to give them fuel for gossip. He understands. She's an object of fascination for him, too. He stepped into the public promenade and sat with the fish. At one end of Green Moon Mall, a 40-foot waterfall tumbled down a cliff of man-made rocks. From the falls, a stream coursed the length of the building over a series of diminishing rapids. The koi pond behind him felt wrong. Those flashy, overpriced fish, too gaudy to trust. He kept his back to the water, unimpressed. Then Stormy appeared, walking toward him with 2 ice cream cones. He watched her approach, enjoying every step. Her uniform, pink shoes, white socks, hot pink skirt, matching blouse, perky cap, made her look like a sultry spy disguised as a candy striper. Her dark Mediterranean coloring and jet-black hair only sharpened the contradiction. She sat beside him, already sensing his thoughts, and voiced her frustration about the stupid uniform she'd banned when she owned her own shop. He called her adorable. She shot back that she looked like a goth gidget. They ate in silence for a minute, watching shoppers pass. She commented that beneath the smell of the burger joint's grease, she could still catch his peach shampoo. He joked about being an olfactory delight. She mused about them working together someday at her shop. He admitted ice cream didn't move him. He loved to fry. She concluded that opposites must attract. He asked about the new flavor. She corrected his grammar. Coconut cherry chocolate chunk, not the other way around. He hadn't realized ice cream grammar was so rigid. She warned that messing up the adjective order invited weasel customers to demand refunds. She also told him never to call her adorable again. Puppies were adorable. He offered sultry instead. She suggested he avoid adjectives altogether. The ice cream was good. He asked if she'd tasted it yet. She hadn't wanted to rush, preferring delayed gratification. He noted that waiting too long could turn sweet things sour. She teased him for sounding like Socrates. He changed the subject, admitting the koi at his back creeped him out. She glanced at the pond and dismissed the fish as likely just fornicating. Eating, excreting, and fornicating, all in the same cloudy water. He'd never thought of fish as disgusting before. Now he did. She asked how he'd gotten there. Terry's Mustang? Had he missed her? Always. But he was looking for someone. Fungus Man. His instinct had brought him here. He explained his talent, needing only a face or name, then cruising until he crossed paths with the person he sought. Stormy called it psychic magnetism. And there Fungus Man came, ambling down the promenade toward the pond. Stormy didn't need to ask which one. Among other shoppers, he stood out like a duck in a dog parade. The sight made him shiver. Pale, puffy, watery gray gaze floating over store windows like a confused Alzheimer's patient. The yellow thing on his head. Hair. Not a crocheted yarmulke, despite Stormy's guess. He carried stuffed shopping bags from 2 department stores. Stormy asked if the Boddocks were still with him. Fewer than before, just 3. And they'd gone into Burke Bailey's with him. She worried that slinky, slithering evil spirits couldn't be good for business. He agreed, but noted customers couldn't see them anyway. She told him to wait on the bench. Through the window, he watched Fungus Man study the menu and place an order. Stormy hovered nearby behind the counter. He didn't like her being in there with the man. He sensed danger. But he didn't go inside. She'd asked him to wait. Crossing a woman under 110 pounds meant getting his ass kicked, and he had no intention of that. He wished himself back to Tire World, to the serenity of Rubber Isles. Then he thought of Tom Jed waving goodbye with his severed arm. He finished his ice cream. None of them ever knew when the road ended. This might be his last scoop of coconut cherry chocolate chunk. Stormy returned and reported, Fungus Man ordered takeout, 1 quart of maple walnut, 1 quart of mandarin orange chocolate. He asked if the flavors mattered. That was for him to decide, she said, calling the man a mega-weird sono-fabich. She wished he'd forget about him. He said he couldn't. She accused him of a messiah complex. He disagreed. The gift wouldn't have been given if he wasn't supposed to use it. She suggested it might be a curse. He tapped his head and said he still had the box it came in. Fungus Man stepped out with his 2 department store bundles and the insulated ice cream bag. He looked around vaguely, nodded to himself, then headed upstream toward the waterfall. 2 Bodaks followed. One stayed behind in the shop. He rose from the bench and told her he'd see her for dinner. Goth Gidget. He left her there, all pink and white and sultry, surrounded by palm trees and the imagined scent of fornicating koi. She told him to try showing up alive, since she couldn't see the dead. He followed Fungus Man to the main mall entrance, and then outside into sunshine so brutal it felt like it might peel his corneas. The blacktop was griddle hot, barely cooler than the tar pits that had swallowed dinosaurs. The air flash-dried his lips and carried that desert town smell. Superheated silica, cactus pollen, mesquite resin, ancient sea salts, and exhaust fumes hanging motionless like mineral spirals in rock crystal. Fungus Man's dusty Ford Explorer sat in the row behind his, 4 spaces west. His psychic magnetism had brought them nearly bumper to bumper. The man opened the tailgate, loaded his shopping bags, and snugged both ice cream quarts into a styrofoam cooler. He'd forgotten to put up the Mustang's sun barrier. The steering wheel was too hot to touch. He started the engine, cranked the AC, and watched his mirrors. Fungus Man moved like mildew growing. By the time the Explorer backed out, he could follow without leaving skin on the wheel. Then he noticed no Bodaks. None in the Explorer. None loping after it. Earlier, the man had left the grill with at least 20 of them, shrinking to 3 at Burke Bailey's. Bodaks don't desert a source of violence until the last drop of blood spills. He wondered if he'd been wrong about Fungus Man being death incarnate. He followed anyway. His shift was done. No one is more restless than a short-order cook at loose ends. XIII wasn't a town but a Pico Mundo neighborhood, the living memory of hard times. Dead lawns, gravel yards, small houses needing stucco, paint, and a truce with termites. Shacks from the 1800s had given way to cottages and casitas, but renovation turned to ruin fast. The air wasn't defeat, more like weary patience. Hard luck seeped out of the ground itself, as if the devil's sleeping loft sat just beneath the streets, his fetid breath percolating through the soil. Fungus Man's destination, a pale yellow stucco casita with a faded blue door and a carport that looked ready to collapse under the weight of sunshine. He parked across the street in front of an empty lot full of Jimson weed and brambles that had caught crumpled papers, beer cans, and a tattered pair of boxer shorts. He put down the windows and killed the engine. Watched Fungus Man carry his ice cream and packages inside through a side door in the carport shadows. Summer afternoons in Pico Mundo are long and blistering. His watch and the car clock said 4:48, but hours of searing sunshine remained. The forecast had called for 110, no record, but he suspected they'd exceeded it. Locals called it a refreshing sauna, not a steam bath. Even under a huge Indian laurel with roots deep enough to tap the sticks, he felt like a child popped into a witch's oven on slow bake. No pedestrians, no children, no gardeners. One dog slumped past, head low, tongue lolling, tracking a cat mirage. Soon his body provided the humidity the air lacked. He sat in a puddle of sweat. He could have started the engine in the AC, but he didn't want to waste Terry's gas or overheat the engine. Besides, repeated heating and cooling softened the human mind. After 40 minutes, Fungus Man reappeared. He locked the side door, meaning no one remained inside, and drove away. He slid down below the window, listening to the SUV's sound trail fade to nothing. He crossed to the pale yellow house. Living in XIII inspired alienation, not neighborhood watch committees. Instead of trying the blue front door, he sought the carport shadows and knocked on the side door. No answer. Only a latch bolt, no deadbolt. California had thoughtfully issued him a laminated driver's license stiff enough to load the lock. TV cop dramas had educated him well. The kitchen wasn't a shrine to cleanliness, nor a pigsty, just general disarray with crumbs for ants. A faint, unpleasant smell laced the cool air. He couldn't place it. Perhaps the singular fragrance of Fungus Man himself. He didn't know what he sought, but expected to recognize it. Something had drawn the Botox here. He circled the kitchen. A mug of cold coffee, a browning banana peel, unwashed dishes, ordinary drawer contents, and found no meaning. Then he realized the air wasn't just cool. It was inexplicably chilly. The sweat on his skin had dried. On his nape, it felt like ice. A house this old and humble rarely had central air. Window units served single rooms. The kitchen had none. Even a bedroom unit couldn't cool the whole structure, certainly not turning the kitchen into an icebox. And window units made noise, chug, hum, rattle. He heard nothing. He stood, head cocked, listening. The house waited in silence. He found the stillness unnatural. His shoes should have teased noise from cracked linoleum and loose floorboards. Yet he moved with the stealth of a cat on pillows. Drawers and cupboard doors had opened with only the softest whisper, as if on frictionless slides. He moved toward the open doorway to the next room. The cold air seemed to thicken, further muffling sound. The living room was sparsely furnished, dreary, disordered with old paperbacks and magazines. The magazines featured nude women, extreme sports, fast cars, pathetic seduction techniques, and ads for virility herbs. The paperbacks surprised him. Romance novels of the chaste variety, bosoms seldom heaved, bodices not lustily ripped. Stories about love, a peculiar counterpoint to the magazines full of women licking their lips lasciviously. When he riffling the pages, they made no noise. By then, he seemed able to hear only internal sounds, his heartbeat, blood rushing in his ears. He should have fled. The eerie muffling ought to have alarmed him. But his days were characterized by strange experiences, and he didn't alarm easily. He also surrendered to his curiosity. He thought maybe Fungus Man didn't live alone. The romance novels might belong to a companion. The bedroom argued otherwise. The closet held only the man's clothes. An unmade bed, yesterday's underwear and socks scattered about, a half-eaten raisin Danish on a paper plate on the nightstand. No civilizing presence of a woman. An air conditioner in the window wasn't running. No breeze from its vents. The faint foul smell from the kitchen grew stronger here, reminiscent of a shorting electrical cord, but not quite that, with a hint of ammonia, a trace of coal dust, a whiff of nutmeg, but not quite any of those things either. The short hallway led to the bathroom. Dirty mirror, uncapped toothpaste, an overflowing wastebasket of used tissues and trash. Across from Fungus Man's bedroom stood another door, a closet, or a second bedroom. At that threshold, the air turned so cold he could see his breath, a pale plume. The doorknob felt icy against his palm. Beyond lay a vortex of silence that sucked the last sound from his ears, leaving him deaf even to his own heartbeat. The black room waited. In his 20 years, he'd been in many dark places, some lacking light, others devoid of hope. None had been darker than this. Either no windows or everyone boarded over. No lamps, no LED readouts. In that profound gloom, the faintest numeral would have blazed like a beacon. He squinted into absolute blackness, not a room, but dead space in a far region where ancient stars had burnt to cinders. The bone-brittling cold, the oppressive silence, a bleak way station in the interstellar vacuum. Stranger still, the hallway light failed to penetrate even a fraction of an inch beyond the door. The demarcation of light and lightlessness was as sharp as a painted line. The gloom didn't resist light. It foiled it entirely. He wasn't fearless. Toss him in a cage with a hungry tiger, and he'd need clean pants like anyone else. But his unique path had taught him to fear known threats, not the unknown. Fire scared him. Earthquakes. Venomous snakes. People scared him most. He knew too well what humankind could do. But death and what lay beyond had no fright factor. He dealt with the dead every day, and he had faith he wasn't heading toward mere oblivion. In spooky movies, people railed at characters to get out of the haunted house. Those idiots poked into murder rooms, cobwebbed attics, cockroach-crawling cellars, then got chopped, stabbed, gutted, beheaded, burned. Viewers gasped and called them stupid. They'd earned their fate. He wasn't stupid. But he was one of those who never fled the haunted place. His gift impelled him to explore. He could no more resist than a musical prodigy could resist a piano, no more deterred by mortal risks than a fighter pilot heading into war-torn skies. This was why Stormy sometimes wondered if his gift might be a curse. At the brink of that unblemished blackness, he raised his right hand and pressed his palm to the barrier. The darkness fended off light, but offered no resistance. His hand disappeared into the tarry gloom. By disappeared, he meant he couldn't perceive even the vaguest impression of his wiggling fingers beyond that surface. His wrist ended as abruptly as an amputee's. His heart raced, though he felt no pain. He exhaled with relief, without sound, when he withdrew his hand and saw all digits intact. He felt like he'd survived a pen and teller illusion. He stepped across the threshold, holding fast to the door casing. The blackness ahead remained uncannily pure, the cold, unrelenting, the silence cloyed like congealed blood in a dead man's ears. From the far side of the doorway, he'd been unable to discern a scintilla of this room, but from within it, he could see the hallway in normal light, unobstructed, though that view shed no more illumination than a painting of a sunny landscape. He half expected to find Fungus Man staring at his hooked fingers clutching the casing. Still alone. He let go of the door and eased entirely into the chamber. Turning away from the side of the hall, he became at once as blind as he was deaf. Without sound or vision, he quickly grew disoriented. He found a light switch, flicked it up and down and up. No effect. Then a small red light appeared. It hadn't been there a moment earlier. The murderous red of a sullen, bloody eye, though not an eye. His sense of space abandoned him. The tiny beacon seemed miles away, like a ship's mast light on a night sea. This small house couldn't contain such vastness. He let go of the useless switch and felt unnervingly buoyant, a hapless drunkard inflated by alcohol fumes. His feet seemed not quite to touch the floor as he approached the red light. He wished he'd had a second scoop of coconut cherry chocolate chunk while he'd had the chance. 6 steps. 10. 20. The beacon didn't grow larger. It receded at precisely the speed he advanced. He stopped, turned, peered back at the door. He'd made no progress toward the light, yet he'd traveled what appeared to be 40 feet. But more interesting than the distance, a figure silhouetted in the open door. Not Fungus Man. Backlit by the hallway light stood himself. He hadn't lost his capacity for astonishment. Arpeggios of amazement played across his mind. Not a mirror effect. He was gazing at another him. He tested it by waving. The other odd Thomas didn't wave back. A reflection would have. Submerged in that swampish blackness, the other couldn't see him. He tried to shout. His vocal cords strummed, but if sound was produced, he couldn't hear it. The other likely couldn't either. Tentatively, that second odd Thomas reached into the palpable dark with one questing hand, marveling at the illusion of amputation. The intrusion seemed to disturb a delicate equilibrium. The black room shifted like gyroscope pivot mountings, while the red light stayed fixed, flung by forces beyond his control, like a surfer tossed from his board in a collapsing wave. He was magically churned out of that weird chamber and into the drab living room. He found himself standing, not tumbled in a heap, approximately where he'd stood earlier. He picked up a romance novel. The pages made no noise. He could only hear internal sounds, his heartbeat. His wristwatch convinced him this was earlier. He hadn't just been transported from the black room to the living room. He'd been cast a few minutes backward in time, since he'd just seen himself peering into the blackness from the hallway. Some anomaly in physics now meant 2 of him existed simultaneously in this house. The him here with the Nora Roberts novel, and the other him in that nearby room. He'd warned you at the start. He led an unusual life. Phenomenal experience had fostered a flexibility of mind that some might call madness. That flexibility let him adjust to time travel more quickly than you would have, which didn't reflect badly on you, considering you'd have been wise enough to get the hell out. He didn't flee. Neither did he immediately retrace his route to Fungus Man's bedroom, the underwear, the socks, the half-eaten raisin Danish on the nightstand, or to the bathroom. He put down the romance novel and stood still, carefully thinking through the possible ramifications of encountering the other odd Thomas, responsibly calculating the safest and most rational course of action. Okay, that was bullshit. He couldn't imagine all the ramifications, let alone figure the best way to extract himself. He was less skilled at extracting himself from trouble than at plunging into it. At the living room archway, he cautiously peeked into the hallway and spotted the other him standing at the open door of the black room. The earlier him who hadn't yet crossed the threshold. If all sound hadn't been suppressed, he could have called out. He wasn't sure that would have been prudent. He was grateful the circumstances prevented it. If he could have spoken, he wasn't certain what he would have said. How's it hanging? If he walked up and gave that other him a narcissistic hug, the paradox might resolve, one of them disappearing, or both exploding. Big-browed physicists said two objects couldn't occupy the same space at the same time. Any drunk who tried to put his car where a lamppost stood was a self-educated physicist. Assuming two of him couldn't coexist without calamity, not charmed by the prospect of exploding, he stayed in the archway until the other odd Thomas stepped across the threshold into the black room. You'd suppose the time paradox ended there, but your optimism came from living happily in your five standard senses world. You weren't compelled to action by a paranormal talent you didn't understand and couldn't control. Lucky you. As soon as that odd Thomas crossed over, he walked directly to the open door. He couldn't see the other out there in the mysteries of the black room, but he assumed soon the other would turn, look back, and see him. An event that in his experience had already happened. When he judged the other had spotted the red light and progressed about 20 paces, had time to look back, he checked his wristwatch to mark the beginning of this episode, reached into the blackness with his right hand to be sure nothing felt different, then crossed the threshold once more. His greatest concern, aside from exploding and aside from being late for dinner with Stormy, was a time loop, doomed to follow himself repeatedly through the house and into the black room, over and over for eternity. He wasn't sure such a thing was possible. The average physicist might laugh smugly. This was his crisis, however, and he felt free to speculate without restraint. No time loop became established. The rest of his story would not consist of endless repetitions, though there were reasons he wished it did. Less hesitant on his second visit, he strode more boldly, with that same queasy buoyancy, toward the crimson beacon. The light seemed more ominous, though it still didn't relieve the gloom. He glanced back twice toward the open door, but didn't see himself. Then the gyroscopic spin came again, and he was churned out. Into the hot July afternoon, walking out of the carport shadows into sunshine that stabbed like golden needles at his eyes. He halted, squinted, retreated to the gloom. The profound silence of the house didn't extend beyond those walls. A dog barked lazily. An old Pontiac with a knocking engine and squealing fan belt passed. He'd spent no more than a minute in the black room, but his wristwatch said he'd been cast 5 or 6 minutes into the future. Cicadas buzzed in the half-burnt yard. Many questions arose, none concerned a career in tires or retirement planning at 65. Could a man with a perpetual half-wit smile, incapable of keeping a neat house, conflicted enough to split his reading time between skin magazines and romance novels, be a closet super genius who'd built a time machine from Radio Shack components? Weird experience had squeezed all but a few drops of skepticism from him, but that explanation didn't satisfy. Was Fungus Man even a man, or something new to the neighborhood? How long had he lived here? Who did he pretend to be? What the hell were his intentions? Was the black room not a time machine, but something even stranger? The time effects just side effects? How long was he going to stand in the sagging carport brooding instead of doing something? The kitchen door had auto-locked when he first went inside. He popped the latch bolt again with his driver's license, pleased to finally get something back from state income taxes. In the kitchen, the browning banana peel continued shriveling. No time-traveling housemaid had attended to the dirty dishes. In the living room, skin magazines and romance novels still littered the floor. But when he crossed halfway to the hallway arch, he stopped abruptly. He could hear normally. His footsteps crackled the linoleum. The swinging doors squeaked on unoiled hinges. The vortex of silence was gone. The air, once freezing, was merely cool and getting warmer. The foul odor, not exactly burning electrical cord blended with not exactly ammonia, coal dust, nutmeg, had grown far more pungent, but no easier to identify. Ordinary instinct, not sixth sense, told him not to proceed to the black room. He felt an urgent need to retreat from the hallway arch. He returned to the kitchen and hid behind the swinging door, holding it open 2 inches to see from whom he'd fled. Seconds after he reached concealment, Bodaks swarmed out of the hallway into the living room. A group on the move sometimes brought to mind stalking wolves or slinking cats, but this particular swarm had an insectile quality, cautiously questing, yet liquid swift, like a colony of cockroaches. They came in roach-like numbers, 20, 30, 40. They quivered into the room as silent and black as shadows, but untethered from anything that might cast them. To the ill-fitted front door, to the poorly caulked windows, they streamed like soot drawn by a draft. Through crack and chink, they fled the house into the sun-drenched afternoon. Still they swarmed, 50, 60, 70, more. He'd never encountered so many Bodaks at one time. From his position behind the kitchen door, he couldn't see down the hall, but he knew where they'd entered. Not from dust balls or moldering socks, not from a boogeyman closet or a toilet bowl. They'd arrived by way of the black room. They seemed eager to leave this place behind and explore Pico Mundo until one separated from the churning swarm. It halted in the center of the living room. No cutlery, no toxic cleanser, no known weapon would wound this substanceless beast. He held his breath. The Bodak stood hunched, hands dangling at its knees. It turned its lowered head side to side, scanning the carpet for spoor. No troll crouched under its bridge, relishing the scent of a child's blood, had ever looked more malevolent. At the gap between jamb and door, his left eye felt pinched, as though curiosity had become a serrated vice, holding him immobile when it seemed wise to sprint. As others continued to roil past, his nemesis rose from its crouch. Shoulders straightened, head lifted, turned slowly left, then right. He regretted the peach shampoo. Suddenly he could smell the meaty essence that griddle smoke had deposited on his skin and hair. A short-order cook just off work made easy tracking for lions, and worse. The featureless, ink-black Bodak had the suggestion of a snout, but no visible nostrils, no ears, no discernible eyes. Yet it searched the living room for whatever scent or sound had snared its attention. It appeared to focus on the kitchen door. Eyeless as Samson in Gaza, it nevertheless detected him. He'd studied Samson's story in detail, a classic example of the suffering and dark fate that could befall the gifted. Standing very erect now, taller than him, the Bodak was imposing. Its bold poise and arrogant head lift suggested he was to it as the mouse to the panther, that it could strike him dead in an instant. Pent-up breath swelled in his lungs. The urge to flee became overpowering, but he remained frozen, fearing that if the Bodak hadn't for certain seen him, even the small movement of the swinging door would bring it at a run. Grim expectation stretched seconds into minutes. Then, to his surprise, the phantom slumped back into a crouch and loped away with the others, supple as black silk ribbon, slipping between window sash and sill into sunlight. He blew out his sour breath and sucked sweet air, watching a final score of Bodaks spill through the hallway arch. When the last of them departed for the Mojave heat, he returned to the living room. Cautiously, at least 100 had passed through, maybe half again that many. Yet not one page of any magazine or romance novel had been ruffled. Their passage left no impression in the carpet's nap. At a front window, he peered out at the blighted lawn and sun-scorched street. None of the recently departed pack lingered in the neighborhood. The unnatural chill had gone the way of the Bodaks. The desert day penetrated the thin walls until every surface radiated like electric heater coils. No stain remained on the hallway walls, no trace of that burning electrical cord smell. For the third time, he stepped up to that doorway. The black room was gone. Beyond the threshold lay an ordinary chamber, not infinite, measuring no more than 12 by 14 feet. A single window looked out through the branches of a lacy melaleuca that screened much of the sunlight. No source existed for that sullen red light. The mysterious power that had transformed this room, casting him minutes back, then forward, was no longer in evidence. This appeared to be Fungus Man's study, A bank of 4-drawer filing cabinets, an office chair, and a gray metal desk with a laminated imitation wood grain top. Side by side on the opposite wall hung 3 black and white poster-sized photographs, headshots of men, one with feverish eyes and a gleeful smile, the other 2 glowering in gloom. All 3 were familiar. He could name only the smiling one at first, Charles Manson, the vicious manipulator whose fantasies had exposed a cancer at the core of the flower power generation. He'd carved a swastika on his forehead. The other 2, not Vegas comics or famous philosophers. The Melaleuca-filtered sunlight imparted a faint silvery luminescence to each man's intense gaze, like the milky radiance of animate corpses in living dead movies. He switched on the overhead light to alter the quality of those eyes. The dust and disorder of the rest of the house weren't evident here. Fungus Man left his slovenliness behind at this threshold. The file cabinets contained meticulously kept folders, articles clipped from publications and downloaded from the internet. Drawer after drawer of dossiers on serial killers and mass murderers. Jack the Ripper, Osama bin Laden, Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, Charles Whitman, who'd killed 16 in Austin in 1966. John Wayne Gacy liked to dress as a clown at children's parties, had his picture taken with First Lady Rosalind Carter, buried dismembered bodies under his house. A particularly thick file on Ed Gein, inspiration for Norman Bates and Hannibal Lecter. Gein had eaten soup from a human skull and fashioned a belt from his victim's nipples. The Black Room's unknown dangers hadn't daunted him, but here was a known evil, entirely comprehensible. Cabinet by cabinet, his chest tightened with dread. His hands trembled. He slammed shut a file drawer and resolved to open no more. Memory freshened by what he'd seen, he could now name the other 2 photographs. To the right of Manson, Timothy McVeigh, convicted and executed for bombing the Oklahoma City Federal Building, killing 168 in 1995. To the left, Muhammad Atta, who'd flown an airliner into the World Trade Center. No evidence Fungus Man sympathized with radical Islamic fascists. He apparently admired Atta for the same reason he admired Manson and McVeigh. Cruel vision, brutal actions, accomplishments in the service of evil. This was less a study than a shrine. He'd seen enough. Too much. He wanted out of the house, yearned to return to Tire World, breathe the scent of rubber ready for the road, think about what to do next. Instead, he sat in the office chair. He cringed slightly, putting his hands on the arms where Fungus Man's hands might have rested. On the desk, a computer, a printer, a brass lamp, a day-date calendar. Not a speck of dust or lint. He surveyed the study, trying to understand how it could have become the Black Room and then reverted. No residual St. Elmo's fire of supernatural energy. No otherworldly presences. For a while, this room had been a portal, a doorway between Pico Mundo and somewhere far stranger, not Los Angeles or even Bakersfield. A train station between this world and hell, if hell existed. If he'd reached the bloody red light at the center of that perfect darkness, perhaps he'd have found himself on a planet in a remote arm of the galaxy where Bodax ruled. Lacking a boarding pass, he'd been flung into the living room and the past, then into the carport and the future. He considered delusion. He might be as crazy as a lab rat fed psychosis-inducing toxins and forced to watch reality shows about washed-up supermodels and aging rock stars. From time to time, he did consider that he might be mad. Like any self-respecting lunatic, however, he was always quick to dismiss doubts about his sanity. He saw no reason to search for a hidden switch that might convert the room again. Logic suggested the formidable power had been projected not from here, but from the other side, wherever that might be. Most likely, Fungus Man was unaware his sanctum served as a terminal, admitting Bodax to a holiday of blood. Without a sixth sense, perhaps he could sit here happily working on his grisly files, unconscious of the ominous transformation or the arriving demonic hordes. From nearby came a tick-tick-tick, a bone-on-bone rattle like ambulatory skeletons, then a brief scuttling sound. He rose and listened. Tickless seconds passed, a rattle-free half-minute. A rat, perhaps, stirred in the walls or attic, made sick and restless by the heat. He sat again and opened the desk drawers one by one. Pencils, pens, paper clips, a stapler, scissors, mundane items, and 2 recent bank statements and a checkbook. All addressed to Robert Thomas Robertson at this house in Camp Sand. Goodbye, Fungus Man. Hello, Bob. Bob Robertson didn't have the necessary malevolent ring for a would-be mass murderer. Sounded more like a jovial car salesman. The 4-page Bank of America statement reported a savings account, 2 6-month CDs, a money market account, and a stock trading account. Combined value, $786,542.10. He scanned the figure 3 times, certain he must be misreading the comma and decimal point. The 4-page Wells Fargo statement, accounting for investments in its care, showed $463,125.43. Robertson's handwriting was sloppy, but he faithfully kept a running balance. The checkbook's current available resources, $198,648.21. A man with nearly $1.5 million in liquid assets living in that shabby, sweltering casita in Camp Sand seemed perverse. If he had that much cash, he might still cook short order for artistic satisfaction, but never for a living. The tire life wouldn't appeal anymore. Perhaps Robertson required few luxuries because he found all the pleasure he needed in the bloody fantasies gouting through his imagination. A frenzied flapping, rattling almost brought him out of the chair again, but a sharp, repeated squeak identified crows on the roof. They came out early before the heat was insufferable, spent afternoons in leafy bowers, ventured out again when the retreating sun lost some blistering power. He wasn't afraid of crows. He poured back through 3 months of checkbook entries, only usual payments to utilities and credit cards. The sole oddity, a surprising number of checks to cash. In the past month alone, $32,000 in $2,000 and $4,000 increments. 2 months totaled $58,000. Even with a prodigious appetite, Robertson couldn't eat that much ice cream. Evidently, he had expensive tastes, after all, an indulgence he couldn't purchase openly with checks or credit cards. He began to sense he'd stayed too long. He assumed the Explorer's engine pulling into the carport would alert him to Robertson's return, allowing him to slip out the front as the man entered the side door. But if Robertson parked in the street or came home on foot, he might find himself trapped before he knew it. McVeigh, Manson, and Atta seemed to watch him. He could easily imagine genuine awareness informed those intense eyes, glinting now with wicked expectation. Lingering a moment longer, he turned backward through the desk calendar's small square pages, searching for appointment notations, all note lines blank. He returned to the current date, Tuesday, August 14th, then flipped forward. The page for August 15th was missing. Nothing had been written after that date for, as far as he cared to look. Leaving everything as he'd found it, he rose and switched off the light. Golden sunshine trimmed into flame shapes by the melaleuca's blade-like leaves made false fire on the sheer curtains without greatly illuminating the room. The emboldened shadows seemed to gather more heavily around the 3 killers' portraits than elsewhere. A thought occurred to him, which happened more often than some might suppose, certainly more often than he'd prefer. He switched the light back on and went to the file cabinets. In the drawer labeled R, he checked whether, among these dossiers of butchers and lunatics, Fungus Man kept a file on himself. He found one. The tab declared, Robertson, Robert Thomas. How convenient if it contained newspaper clippings about unsolved murders and highly incriminating items. He could memorize the file, replace it, report to Wyatt Porter. The chief could figure a way to entrap Robertson, put the creep behind bars before he committed whatever crimes he was contemplating. But the file contained only a single item, the missing desk calendar page. Wednesday, August 15th. Nothing written on the note lines. Apparently, in Robertson's mind, the date itself was significant enough to be the first item in the file. He checked his wristwatch. In 6 hours and 4 minutes, August 14th and August 15th would meet at the midnight divide. After that, something would happen. Something not good. Returning to the living room, the stained furniture, dust, litter of publications, he was struck again by the sharp contrast between the well-ordered study and the rest of the residence. Out here, engrossed sometimes in raunchy magazines and sometimes in romances innocent enough for ministers' wives, oblivious to forgotten banana peels, empty coffee mugs, dirty socks, long overdue for laundering, Robertson seemed unfocused, adrift, a man of half-formed clay, his identity in doubt. By contrast, the Robertson who spent time in the study, tending those hundreds of files, surfing serial killer websites, knew precisely who he was, or at least who he wished to be. He left as he'd entered, by the side door connecting kitchen and carport, but didn't immediately return to Terry's Mustang. He went behind the house to inspect the backyard. The front lawn had been half dead. The grass back here had withered long ago. Well-baked dirt hadn't received a drop since the last rain in late February, 5.5 hot months ago. If a man were in the habit of burying victims, dismembered or not, in the backyard a la John Wayne Gacy, he'd keep the soil receptive to a shovel. This hardpan would break a pick and send any midnight gravedigger in search of a jackhammer. Fenced with open chain link, no screening vegetation. The backyard offered no privacy. Ghoulish neighbors could open a keg, set up lawn chairs, and watch the interment for entertainment. Supposing Robertson was an actual serial killer instead of a wannabe, he'd planted his garden elsewhere. He suspected the file Robertson had created for himself was complete as of this date, and that his debut performance would be tomorrow. Watching from the edge of the barrel tile roof, a crow cracked its orange beak and shrieked, as though it suspected he'd come to poach whatever crispy beetles and other sparse fare it fed upon in this parched territory. He thought of Poe's dire raven above the parlor door, maddeningly repeating one word, nevermore. Standing there, gazing up, he didn't realize the crow was an omen, or that Poe's famous verse would serve as the key to unlock its meaning. Had he understood then that this shrill crow was his raven, he would have acted much differently in the hours that followed, and Pico Mundo would still be a place of hope. Failing to understand, he returned to the Mustang and found Elvis sitting in the passenger seat. Boat shoes, khaki slacks, a Hawaiian shirt. All other ghosts of his acquaintance had limited wardrobes, the clothes they'd died in. Mr. Calloway, his high school English teacher, died on the way to a costume party dressed as the Cowardly Lion. Depressing to encounter him around town in that cheap velour suit, whiskers drooping, tail dragging. He was relieved when Calloway finally let go and moved on. In death, as in life, Elvis made his own rules. He could conjure any costume he'd worn on stage or in movies, or when not performing. His attire changed from one manifestation to the next. He'd read that after downing an imprudent number of sleeping pills and depressants, Elvis died in his underwear, or maybe pajamas. Some said a bathrobe as well. He'd never appeared in quite such casual dress. For certain, he died in his bathroom at Graceland unshaven, face down in a puddle of vomit. That was in the coroner's report. Happily, Elvis always greeted him clean-shaven and without a beard of upchuck. When he sat behind the wheel and closed the door, Elvis smiled and nodded. His smile had an unusual melancholy quality. He reached out and patted him on the arm, clearly expressing sympathy, if not pity. This puzzled him, troubled him. He'd suffered nothing warranting such commiseration. Here in the aftermath of August 15th, he still couldn't say how much Elvis had known then of the terrible events about to unfold. He suspected Elvis foresaw all of it. Like other ghosts, Elvis didn't speak or sing. He danced sometimes, if in a rhythmic mood, had some cool moves, but he was no Gene Kelly. He started the car and punched up Random Play on the CD box. Terry kept the 6-disc magazine stocked with her idol's best work. When Suspicious Minds came through the speakers, Elvis seemed pleased, tapping the rhythm on the dashboard with his fingertips as they drove out of Camp's End. By the time they reached Chief Wyatt Porter's house in a better neighborhood, Mama Liked the Roses was playing from Elvis's Christmas album, and the king of rock and roll had succumbed to quiet tears. He preferred not to see Elvis like this. The hard-driving rocker who sang Blue Suede Shoes wore a cocky smile and even a sneer better than tears. Carla Porter answered the door. Willowy, lovely, with eyes as green as lotus petals, she projected an aura of serenity and quiet optimism that contrasted with her husband's doleful face and mournful eyes. He suspected Carla was why Wyatt's job hadn't worn him to total ruin. Each of them needed a source of inspiration, a cause for hope, and Carla was Wyatt's. She called him Audie, said it was a pleasure, invited him in. Wyatt was out back destroying steaks on the barbecue. They were having people to dinner, plenty extra. She hoped he'd stay. He thanked her but said he had another engagement. Just stopped by for a quick word with the chief. She assured him Wyatt would be delighted. He always was. In the backyard, she turned him over to Wyatt. who wore an apron reading "Burnt and greasy goes better with beer." The chief hoped he hadn't come to ruin his evening. He said that wasn't his intention. Wyatt tended 2 grills, gas for vegetables and corn, charcoal for steaks. With the sun still 2 hours above the horizon, desert sunshine stored in the patio concrete, visible waves of heat pouring off both barbecues. The chief should have been making enough salt water to reconstitute the long-dead sea of Pico Mundo. Yet, he was as dry as an antiperspirant commercial star. Over the years, he'd seen Chief Porter sweat only twice. Once when a nasty man aimed a spear gun at his crotch from 2 feet away. The second occasion had been much more unnerving. Elvis checked out the bowls of potato salad, corn chips, and fresh fruit salad on the picnic table, then lost interest when he realized no deep-fried banana and peanut butter sandwiches would be provided. He wandered to the swimming pool. After he declined a Corona, they sat in lawn chairs. The chief asked if he'd been communing with the dead again. "Yes, sir. Off and on all day." But this wasn't so much about who was dead as who might be soon. He told Wyatt about Fungus Man at the restaurant and later at Green Moon Mall. The chief had seen him at the grill, but hadn't found him suspicious. Just unfortunate. He pointed out that the chief didn't have the advantage of seeing his fan club and described the disturbing size of Fungus Man's boat-out entourage. When he recounted his visit to the small house in Camp's End, he pretended, ludicrously, that the side door had been standing open and he'd gone inside thinking someone might be in trouble. This relieved the chief of needing to conspire in breaking and entering. Wyatt reminded him he wasn't a high-wire artist. He acknowledged that. The chief said he expected him to walk a dangerously narrow line sometimes. He expressed great respect for the chief's balance. Wyatt called that perilously like bullshit. He admitted there was some bullshit in it, but mostly sincerity. Telling what he'd found in the house, he omitted the black room and the traveling swarm. Even a man as sympathetic and open-minded as Wyatt Porter would become a skeptic if forced to swallow too much exotic detail. When he finished, the chief asked what had his attention. He kept looking toward the pool. He explained it was Elvis, behaving strangely, walking on the water back and forth, gesticulating, not rudely and not at them. He looked like he was arguing with himself. Sometimes he worried about Elvis. Carla reappeared with their first 2 dinner guests. Bern Eccles, late 20s, a recent addition to the Pico Mundo Police Department, just 2 months on the force. Lisette Raines, who specialized in false fingernails, assistant manager at Carla's thriving beauty shop on Olive Street. They hadn't arrived as a couple, but he could see the chief and Carla were matchmaking. Because Eccles didn't know, and never would, about his sixth sense, the officer couldn't figure out what to make of him and hadn't decided whether he liked him. He couldn't understand why the chief always made time for him, even on the busiest days. After serving drinks, the chief asked Eccles to come to his study. He'd get on the DMV computer while Eccles made calls. They needed a quick profile on this odd duck from Camp's End. On his way inside, Eccles twice looked over his shoulder, frowning, maybe thinking he'd try to make time with Lisette in his absence. When Carla returned to the kitchen, Lisette sat in the chief's chair, holding a glass of Coke spiked with orange vodka, taking tiny sips and licking her lips after each. He asked how it tasted. Sort of like cleaning fluid with sugar, but sometimes she had low energy and the caffeine helped. She wore yellow shorts and a frilly yellow blouse. Looked like a lemon cupcake with fancy icing. She asked about his mother. Still colorful. His father, about to get rich quick selling real estate on the moon. $15 got a deed to 1 square foot. Lisette noted his father didn't own the moon, with faint disapproval. She was sweet and reluctant to give offense even at flagrant fraud. He agreed, but pointed out that nobody else owned it either, so his father had sent a letter to the UN staking claim and started peddling the next day. He'd heard she'd been made assistant manager. It was quite a responsibility, especially since she'd also moved up in her specialty, no longer just a nail technician, now a certified nail artist. He congratulated her. Her shy smile of pride made him love her. Not so much to some people, she said, but a thrill to her. Elvis returned from the pool and sat opposite them, weeping again. Through his tears, he smiled at Lisette, or at her cleavage. Even in death, he liked the ladies. Lisette asked if he and Bronwyn were still an item, forever. They had matching birthmarks. She'd forgotten that. She preferred Stormy. Who wouldn't? He asked about her and Officer Eccles. They'd just met. He seemed nice. He winced. The poor guy had already struck out. 2 years ago? Yeah, she said. But lately she was thinking nice would be enough. There was a lot worse than nice out there. For sure, she agreed. It took a while to realize what a lonely world it was. And when you did, the future looked kind of scary. Already in a delicate, emotional condition, Elvis was wrecked. The rillets on his cheeks became twin floods. He buried his face in his hands. They chatted for a while. Elvis sobbed without sound. Eventually, 4 more guests showed up. Carla circulated with a tray of cheese dumplings that gave new weight to the word hors d'oeuvre. The chief returned with Eccles and drew him aside to the far end of the pool. Robertson had moved to town 5 months ago, paid in full for that Camp's End house. No mortgage. Where did the money come from? Inheritance. Bonnie Chan said he'd moved from San Diego after his mother's death. He'd still been living with his mother at 34. As far as the chief could see, clean record. Never even a speeding ticket. He'd already put out inquiries about how the mother died, but right now, he didn't have any handle to pick Robertson up. He noted all those files on all those killers. Even if the chief had a legitimate way of knowing about Robertson's files, he pointed out that it was just a sick hobby, or maybe book research. Nothing illegal about it. He shrugged. If being suspicious was enough, they'd all be in jail. Him first. But he asked if the chief would keep a watch on Robertson. Only because he'd never been wrong. Wyatt would park somebody over there this evening, pin a tail on Mr. Robertson. He wished the chief could do more. Wyatt reminded him this was the United States of America. Some would say it was unconstitutional to try to prevent psychopaths from fulfilling their potential. Sometimes the chief amused him with that cynical cop patter. This wasn't one of those occasions. He said this one was really bad. When he pictured Robertson's face in his mind, he got spiders down the spine. The chief said they were watching him. Couldn't do more than that. Couldn't just go to Camp's End and shoot him. Wyatt gave him a peculiar look and added that neither could he. He assured the chief guns scared him. Wyatt looked toward the pool and asked if Elvis was still walking the water. No, sir. He was standing next to Lisette, looking down her blouse and crying. The chief said that was nothing to cry about and winked. The crying had nothing to do with Lisette. Elvis was just in a mood today. What about? Elvis never struck him as weepy. People changed when they died. It was traumatic. He was like this from time to time, but he didn't know for sure what the trouble was. Elvis didn't try to explain himself. The chief seemed dismayed by the image of Presley weeping and asked if there was anything he could do. That was thoughtful, but he didn't see what anyone could really do. From what he'd observed on other occasions, his sense of it was that Elvis missed his mother, Gladys, and wanted to be with her. The chief recalled that Elvis had been especially fond of his mama. He adored her. Wasn't she dead too? Much longer than he'd been, yes. Then they were together again? Not as long as Elvis was reluctant to let go of this world. She was over there in the light, and he was stuck here. Why wouldn't he move on? Sometimes they had important, unfinished business here, like little Penny Callisto that morning, leading him to Harlow Landerson. And sometimes they just loved this world so much they didn't want to leave it. The chief nodded. This world sure had been good to him. If it was unfinished business, he noted, Elvis had more than 26 years to take care of it. The chief squinted toward Lisette, trying to see some evidence of her spirit companion. Ectoplasm, distortion of air, mystical radiance. He said Elvis had made some great music. Yes, he had. Wyatt told him to tell Elvis he was always welcome here. He would. That was kind. The chief asked if he was sure he couldn't stay for dinner. He thanked him, but had a date. With Stormy, he was sure. Yes, sir. His destiny. Wyatt called him a smooth operator. She must love to hear him say that. He loved to hear himself say it. Wyatt put an arm around his shoulders and walked him to the north side gate. Best thing that could happen to a man was a good woman. Stormy was beyond just good. He was happy for him. Wyatt lifted the latch and opened the gate. Told him not to worry about Bob Robertson. They'd dog him, but so he didn't suspect they were watching. He tried to make a wrong move. They'd be all over him. He'd worry just the same. Robertson was a very bad man. When he got to the Mustang, Elvis was already in the passenger seat. The dead didn't need to walk where they wanted or ride in a car. When they chose to walk or cruise the streets, they were motivated by nostalgia. From the poolside party to the Mustang, Elvis had changed out of the blue Hawaii clothes. Now he wore black slacks, a dressy tweed sport coat, white shirt, black tie, and black pocket handkerchief. An outfit from It Happened at the World's Fair, as Terry later told him. Driving away from the porterhouse, they listened to Stuck on You. Elvis rapped the rhythm on his knees and bobbed his head, but the tears kept flowing. In downtown Pico Mundo, passing a church, Elvis indicated he wanted him to pull to the curb. When he stopped, Elvis held out his right hand. His grip was as real and warm as Penny Callisto's. Instead of shaking, Elvis clasped it in both hands. Maybe just thanking him, but it seemed like more than that. He appeared worried about him. He gently squeezed his hand, staring with evident concern, then squeezed again. He said it was all right, though he had no idea if that was an adequate response. Elvis got out without opening the door, just phased through it, and walked up the church steps. He watched until Elvis passed through the heavy oak doors and out of sight. His dinner date with Stormy wasn't until 8. He had time to kill. Keep busy, Granny Sugars used to say, even with poker, fighting, and fast cars, because idleness would get you in worse trouble. Even lacking her advice, he couldn't just go to his rendezvous point and wait. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he'd dwell on Robertson and his demonic files. Cruising away from the church, he phoned P. Oswald Boone, 400 pounds in his six-fingered left hand. Little Ozzie answered on the second ring. His beautiful cow had exploded. Boom. 1 minute, all was right with the world. The next minute, your fabulous cow was blown to bits. When did this happen? He hadn't heard anything. Exactly 2 hours and 26 minutes ago. The police had been and gone, and even they, with all their experience of criminal savagery, seemed shocked. He'd just seen Chief Porter, and he hadn't mentioned it. After they left here, the responding officers no doubt needed a stiff drink or two before writing their report. How was Ozzie doing? Not bereft. That would be morally offensive overreaction, but sad. He knew how much Ozzie loved that cow. He loved that cow. He'd been thinking of coming over for a visit, but maybe this wasn't the best time. Ozzie said it was the perfect time. Nothing worse than being alone on the evening of the day when one's cow had exploded. He'd be there in a few minutes. Little Ozzie lived in Jack Flats, 50 years ago called Jack Rabbit Flats, west and downhill from the historical district. He had no idea where the rabbit went. When the downtown commercial district became a tourist draw in the late 1940s, they got a series of quaintness injections to increase appeal. Less photogenic enterprises, muffler shops, tire stores, gun shops, got squeezed to the flats. Then, 20 years ago, glittering new commercial centers arose along Green Moon Road and Joshua Tree Highway, draining customers from the shabbier businesses in the flats. The neighborhood had changed over the last 15 years. Old buildings leveled, replaced by tidy homes and upscale apartments. Little Ozzie had bought his acre early, when no one else believed in Jack Flats, and built his dream house on the bones of a failed restaurant. The Craftsman came with an elevator, wide doors, and steel-reinforced floors, designed to handle both his size and whatever damage he might do if, as Stormy feared, he eventually became the kind of man who required a crane and a flatbed truck for his funeral. Parking in front of the now cowless house, Odd felt the shock of the scene hit harder than he'd expected. Standing under the laurel trees, with late sun stretching shadows across the lawn, he stared at the destruction. The giant plastic Holstein, once the world's biggest lawn ornament, a piece of art in Ozzie's eyes, lay in pieces, legs, chunks of its blasted head, slabs of its body scattered across grass, bushes, and walkway. The inverted udder had landed on a gatepost, teats pointing skyward. Neither of the 20-foot steel poles that had held the cow were damaged, but the only thing left up there was the cow's rear end, now turned toward the street like a grotesque joke. Navigating through the shards, Odd climbed the porch steps. Before he could knock, Ozzie swung the wide door open and came across the threshold, lamenting what some ill-educated fool had done. He quoted a poet about art lasting longer than critics, then dismissed Odd's offer to clean up the mess. Ozzie wanted the ruin left in place for weeks, a deliberate answer to the bomb-toting Philistines who'd done this. He confirmed it had been a small bomb with a timer, planted overnight. Odd admitted he was worried, but not about the cowards. He meant Ozzy's blood pressure. Ozzy waved it off, claiming righteous outrage, and fine red wine kept his cholesterol-clogged arteries from sealing shut entirely. He invited Odd inside to open a bottle. Following Ozzy inside, Odd traded weak jokes about guessing Shakespeare quotes, then found himself left alone in the living room with terrible Chester, a big, fearless, pumpkin orange cat with black face markings that looked like rock star makeup. The cat ignored him from a windowsill, then turned to stare with contempt so thick, Odd half expected to hear it drip. Soon the furniture's oversized comfort helped Odd relax, the sense of doom easing for the first time since finding Penny Callisto at his apartment steps earlier that day. Then terrible Chester hissed, threatening, angry, intense as a rattlesnake, and rose to arch his back. He clawed the glass. Odd slid to the edge of his chair, poised to run. He wondered if the cow destroyers had come back for the bovine butt. Easing toward the window, careful not to spook the agitated cat, Odd looked outside. At the picket fence, facing the house, stood the fungus man, Bob Robertson. Odd's first instinct was to duck back. If Robertson was already following him, then the man must suspect Odd had been in his house at Camp's End. Hiding would only confirm guilt. So Odd stayed near the window. Grateful, terrible Chester stood between them. The cat's intense dislike of Robertson confirmed Odd's own distrust. Robertson wore no smile at all. In the honey-gold late sun, framed by laurel shadows, he looked as grim as the photo of Timothy McVeigh on his study wall. Ozzy came up behind Odd, quoting Shakespeare about putting an enemy in one's mouth to steal away the brain. Odd took a wineglass, turned, and glanced outside again. Robertson was gone, vanished quickly, as if with urgent purpose. That disappearance disturbed Odd more than seeing him had. A tale he could track. Losing sight of the man was worse. Ozzy repeated the quote, raising his glass as if for a toast. Odd struggled to recover his composure, remarking that some days were so hard that letting wine steal your wits was the only way to sleep. Ozzy asked for the source of the quote, not a debate. Still rattled, Odd drew a blank. Ozzy identified it as Cassio from Othello, exasperated. Odd admitted he'd been distracted. Ozzy assumed the destruction outside held a grim fascination, a reminder of civilization's thin veneer. Odd didn't correct him. He only said he thought he'd seen someone he knew passing by. Ozzy toasted to the damnation of all miscreants. Odd questioned whether damnation was too strong, but Ozzy told him not to spoil the fun, just drink. Odd took a drink and glanced at the window again before returning to the armchair. Ozzy settled into his own chair with considerably more noise. The room's usual calming effect was gone. Odd could almost hear his watch ticking toward midnight on August 15th. Ozzy observed that Odd had arrived with a burden, and since no hostess gift was in sight, that burden must be trouble. So Odd told him everything about Bob Robertson. Unlike Chief Porter, who'd heard nothing about the Black Room, Ozzy received the full story. The file cabinets packed with case histories of homicidal maniacs, the secret space, the growing dread. Ozzy's imagination was big enough to hold any horror. The fat mystery novelist had built 2 successful series. One, about an incomparably brilliant, obese detective whose athletic wife did all the footwork, based on adolescent fantasies that still lingered. Another, about a bulimic female detective, a character conceived over a 5-hour wine-soaked dinner when Ozzy's editor insisted no one would read about a detective who made herself vomit after every meal. That first book won an Edgar. The 10th had just been published to even greater sales. Ozzy liked people and listened to them, and that love shone from his pages. When Odd finished, Ozzy said he wished Odd would get a gun. Guns scared Odd. Ozzy was certain Wyatt Porter would issue a concealed carry permit. Odd joked that then he'd have to wear a sports jacket. Ozzy suggested Hawaiian shirts with a holster in the small of the back. Odd dismissed Hawaiian shirts as not his style. Ozzy delivered a sarcastic riff about Odd's t-shirts and jeans, even chinos on special occasions. Odd shrugged. He was who he was. Ozzy offered to purchase a weapon and provide instruction. Odd refused, insisting he'd shoot off both feet and end up as the hero of a series about a footless private investigator. Ozzy said that had already been done. The only fresh thing in a generation had been a vomiting detective. Odd suggested chronic diarrhea. Ozzy grimaced and changed the subject to what Odd had been writing lately. Nothing, Odd admitted. At 16, Ozzy had judged a high school writing contest. Odd's entry about his recently deceased Granny Sugars won first prize, $300 and a plaque, spent on a music system later smashed by a poltergeist. The only lasting consequence was his friendship with Ozzy, who had harassed him for 5 years to write. Ozzy said talent was a gift with a moral obligation to use it. Odd argued that 2 gifts were one too many. Dealing with the dead and writing something worthwhile would drive him mad, or make him use that gun on himself. Ozzy shot back that writing wasn't a source of pain, but psychic chemotherapy that reduced psychological tumors. Odd didn't doubt it was true for Ozzy, who had plenty of pain. Big Ozzy was still alive, but visited only once or twice a year, each time requiring 2 weeks to recover his equilibrium. His mother was alive too. Ozzy hadn't spoken to her in 20 years. Though everyone assumed he'd inherited his obesity, Ozzy refused to play the victim. He said a weakness of will lay at his heart. He'd implied that his parents had broken something in him that caused that weakness, but he never described what he'd endured. He just wrote novel after novel about art, music, food, wine. Odd told him writing couldn't relieve his pain as much as the sight of Stormy or the taste of coconut cherry chocolate chunk ice cream. Ozzy acknowledged he had no Stormy but understood the ice cream. He finished his wine and asked what Odd planned to do about Robertson. Odd shrugged. Ozzy pressed. He had to do something if Robertson already knew Odd had been in his house and was following him. All Odd could do was be careful and wait for Chief Porter to get something on the man. Maybe Robertson hadn't been following him. Maybe he'd just heard about the exploding cow and stopped to gawk. Ozzy said he'd be indescribably disappointed if Odd wound up dead tomorrow without having used his writing gift. Odd remarked how he'd feel about that. Ozzy quoted a line about the swift feet of the days of the years of youth. Odd correctly named Mark Twain. Ozzy was delighted. Perhaps Odd wasn't a willfully ignorant young fool after all. Odd admitted he only knew it because Ozzy had used the quote before. Ozzy saw that as evidence of a desire to give up the griddle and become a man of literature. Odd said he expected he'd switch to tires first. Ozzy sighed that Odd was a tribulation sometimes, rang his empty glass, and regretted not bringing the bottle. Odd offered to fetch it from the kitchen. He could make the trip in the time it would take Ozzy to lever himself out of the armchair. The 10-foot-wide hallway served as an art gallery, with rooms full of books and beauty on both sides. At the end lay the kitchen. The Cabernet stood uncorked on a black granite counter, breathing. The front rooms were air-conditioned, but the kitchen was surprisingly warm. Warm enough that Odd thought all 4 ovens must be baking something. Then he saw the back door stood open, the desert evening's broiling heat sucking the coolness out. Stepping to close it, Odd saw Bob Robertson in the backyard, as pale and fungoid as ever. Robertson stood facing the house, as if waiting for Odd to see him. Then he turned and walked toward the back of the property. Odd hesitated too long in the doorway, frozen by uncertainty. He assumed a neighbor might have recognized him and tipped off Robertson about the earlier snooping, but the speed with which the man had tracked him down was deeply unsettling. Then the realization hit. He had led this psychopath to Ozzy's house. Paralysis broke. Odd left the kitchen, crossed the porch and patio, stepped onto the lawn, and went after him. Ozzy's house sat at the front of the acre, most of the land given to lawn and screening trees. In the back half, the trees grew thick enough to qualify as a small woods. Robertson strode into that copse of laurel, podocarpus, and California pepper, and disappeared. The dying sun slanted between narrow gaps, but layered branches resisted it. Cooler than the sun-baked lawn, the shadows were still warm, pressing against Odd in stifling folds. Tree trunks offered concealment, and Robertson made good use of them. Odd tacked through the woods, north to south, then south to north, first in silence, then calling the man's name. No answer. The few intruding flares of sunlight illuminated little, but kept his eyes from adjusting to the gloom. Afraid of leaving the woods unsearched and giving Robertson a chance to circle behind him, Odd took too long reaching the back fence gate. It was closed, held by a gravity latch that would have engaged automatically when it fell shut. The gate opened into a picturesque brick-paved alley lined with garages and fences, shaded by queen palms and pepper trees. No one was afoot in either direction. Returning through the woodlet, Odd half expected a lunge from hiding, but Robertson must have recognized Odd remained alert. No assault came. On the back porch, Odd stopped and studied the pocket forest. Birds flew from branches, not chased out by anything, just taking a last flight before sunset. Back in the kitchen, he closed the door, engaged the deadbolt and the security chain, and peered through the window panes. Peaceful woods. Still. Returning to the living room with the Cabernet, Odd found half the cheese gone and Ozzy still ensconced in his commodious chair, cozy as the Toad King on his throne. Ozzy joked he'd thought Odd had stepped into Narnia. Odd told him about Robertson. Ozzy asked if the man had been inside the house. Odd believed so, probably standing in the hall beyond the archway, listening to them talk. Ozzy called that damn bold. Odd agreed. No bolder than slipping into Robertson's house to poke through his drawers. Ozzy conceded the point, but noted Odd was on the side of the gods, while Robertson sounded like a giant albino cockroach on a day pass from hell. Terrible Chester had moved to Odd's chair, green demon eyes challenging for possession. Ozzy advised sitting elsewhere. He asked if Odd wanted a second glass. Odd hadn't finished his first and really had to go. Stormy, dinner, all of that. He told Ozzy not to get up. Ozzy grumped and began disengaging his bulk from cushions that had closed like hungry jaws around his thighs and buttocks. Odd protested it wasn't necessary. Ozzy snapped back that what was necessary was whatever he wished to do. Sometimes rising from a chair left him red-faced or sheet-white, and Odd always found it frightening that such a simple thing taxed him so much. Fortunately, fortified by wine and only half a plate of cheese, Ozzy got up markedly faster than a desert tortoise extracting itself from sand. Odd advised locking the door behind him and keeping all doors locked until this was resolved. Don't answer the bell unless he could see who rang it. Ozzy declared he wasn't afraid. His well-padded vital organs were hard to reach with blade or bullet, and he knew some self-defense. Odd insisted Robertson was dangerous, the kind who would make the evening news from Paris to Japan when he cracked. Ozzy waved it off. Unlike Odd, he had a gun. More than one. Odd apologized for drawing Robertson here. Ozzy dismissed it. Robertson was just something stuck to Odd's shoe that he didn't know was there. Every time Odd left, Ozzy hugged him like a father hugs a beloved son, the way neither of them had ever been hugged by their own fathers. Each time, Odd was surprised at how fragile Ozzy felt beneath his formidable bulk, as if a shockingly thin Ozzy was being steadily crushed by the layers life had troweled upon him. At the open front door, Ozzy told Odd to give Stormy a kiss for him and bring her around to bear witness to the beautiful exploded cow and the villainy it represented. Odd said she'd be appalled and would need wine. Ozzy had a full cellar. Odd waited on the porch until the door closed and the deadbolt engaged. Navigating the cow-strewn walk and rounding the Mustang, Odd surveyed the quiet street. No Robertson. No dusty Ford Explorer. Starting the engine, he suddenly expected to be blown up like the Holstein. Too jumpy. He took a twisty route from Jack Flats to St. Bartholomew's in the historical district, giving any tale plenty of chances to reveal itself. All traffic behind seemed innocent, yet he felt watched. Pico Mundo wasn't a skyscraper town. A recent 5-story apartment building had sparked editorials about high-rise blight and heartless canyons. But the Mojave Sun wasn't timid. It was a fierce beast, unimpressed by 5 stories. Counting its tower and spire, St. Bart's was by far the tallest structure. At twilight, its white stucco walls glowed like storm lantern panes. With half an hour before sunset, the western sky blazed orange, deepening toward red, as if the sun were wounded and bleeding. The church walls took color from the heavens, appearing full of holy fire. Stormy waited on the top step beside a picnic hamper. She traded her pink and white uniform for sandals, white slacks, and a turquoise blouse. She'd been cute before. Now she was ravishing. Raven hair, jet black eyes like an ancient Egyptian pharaoh's bride. Eyes with mysteries to rival the Sphinx and all the pyramids. As if reading his mind, She told him to crank his hormone spigot shut. This was a church. Odd snatched up the hamper, kissed her cheek as she rose. She found that too chaste. He explained it was a kiss from little Ozzy. She called Ozzy sweet. She'd heard about the cow. Odd described the slaughterhouse scene. She joked about hit squads shooting lawn gnomes. Odd agreed the world was mad. They entered through the main door. The narthex was softly lit and welcoming, paneled in cherry with ruby highlights. Instead of proceeding into the nave, they turned right to a locked door. Stormy produced a key and let them into the bottom of the bell tower. Her uncle, Father Sean Llewellyn, indulged her love of the tower. The door shut quietly. Incense faded, replaced by a faint, musty smell. The tower stairs were dark. Odd found her lips for a quick, sweeter kiss before she switched on the light. She called him a bad boy. He complimented her lips. She said getting tongue in church was too strange. Odd pointed out that technically they weren't in the church. She joked that technically that hadn't been tongue either. Odd agreed there was probably a more correct medical term. She said there was a medical term for him. Priapic. He asked what it meant. Perpetually horny. He wondered if a doctor should cure that. She said folk medicine offered a reliable cure, a swift, hard blow to the source. Odd winced and announced he was going to start wearing a cup. At the top of the spiral stairs, a door opened to the belfry. 3 bronze bells of different sizes hung from the ceiling, encircled by a 6-foot catwalk. 3 sides were open above a waist-high wall, offering views of Pico Mundo, the Maravilla Valley, and the hills beyond. They stationed themselves on the west side for the sunset. From the hamper, Stormy produced deep-fried, seasoned walnuts. She fed him one. Delicious, both the walnut and being fed by her. Odd opened a bottle of Merlot and poured while she held the glasses. This was why he hadn't finished the Cabernet with Ozzy. He would rather drink with Stormy. They only ate up here 2 or 3 times a month when she needed to be high above the world, closer to heaven. She toasted to Ozzy, hoping one day there would be an end to all his losses. Odd didn't ask what she meant. He thought he knew. By the affliction of his weight, much in life had been denied him. The sky darkened from citrus orange near the horizon to purple overhead. Stormy noted the clarity. They'd see Cassiopeia tonight. The constellation shared a name with her mother, who had died with her father in a plane crash when Stormy was 7. With no family but her uncle the priest, she'd been placed for adoption. When that failed within 3 months, she made it clear she didn't want new parents, only the return of the ones she'd lost. Raised in an orphanage until 17, then under her uncle's guardianship until 18. For a priest's niece, she had a strange relationship with God. Always a little anger in it, sometimes a lot. She asked about Fungus Man. Odd said Terrible Chester didn't like him. Stormy noted Chester didn't like anyone. Odd thought Chester was even afraid of him. That was news. He described Robertson as a hand grenade with the pin already pulled. Chester's hackles had gone straight up, more than when he'd scared off the German Shepherd. Stormy asked how Robertson and Chester happened to be in the same place. Odd admitted that since he'd broken into Robertson's house, the man might have been following him. As he said the word following, movement in the graveyard caught his attention. West of St. Bart's lay an old-style cemetery, vertical headstones and monuments behind an iron fence with spearpoint pickets. California live oaks shaded portions, but most green aisles were open. In the fiery twilight, grass had a bronze undertone. Shadows were black as char. Granite-polished surfaces mirrored the scarlet sky, and Robertson stood as still as any headstone, out in the open where he could be easily seen. Stormy crouched at the hamper, mentioning cheese. If Robertson had been studying a memorial, Odd would still have been disturbed, but this was worse. The man had his head tipped back, eyes fixed on Odd at the belfry parapet, his intensity crackling like arcing electricity. Past the oaks and beyond the iron fence, Odd saw no police vehicles on either intersecting street. Chief Porter had promised to assign a man to watch Robertson's house, but if Robertson hadn't been home yet, that officer couldn't have established surveillance. Stormy asked about crackers with the cheese. Crimson had seeped down the sky, staining the western orange to a narrow swatch. Air seemed stained red. Shadows grew blacker. Robertson had arrived with nightfall. Odd set his glass down and said they had a problem. Stormy said crackers weren't a problem, just a choice. A sudden flapping startled him. 3 pigeons swooped into the belfry to roost. He bumped into Stormy as she rose with 2 containers. Crackers and cheese spilled across the catwalk. She lamented the mess and bent to gather them. Down on the darkening grass, Robertson raised his right arm. Odd thought at first it was a Nazi salute, then saw the middle finger extended, jabbing toward him with short, angry thrusts. He told her Robertson was here. She didn't recognize the name. He said Fungus Man. Robertson moved between headstones toward the church. Odd said they should forget dinner and get down. Drawing her to her feet, he tried to hustle her out. She resisted, turned to the parapet, declared she didn't let anyone intimidate him. He admitted he did if they were crazy enough. She couldn't see Robertson. Peering down, Odd couldn't either. Apparently the man had reached the church and turned a corner. Odd asked if the door at the bottom of the stairs had locked automatically behind them. Stormy didn't think so. He didn't like being trapped at the top, even though they could shout for help. The belfry door had no lock, and he doubted they could hold it shut against Robertson in a rage. Grabbing her hand, pulling to impress urgency, he hurried along the catwalk, stepping over cheese and crackers around the bells. She protested about the hamper and dinner. He said leave it, they'd get it later, tomorrow. The lights were on in the tower, but the enclosed spiral stairs offered only limited downward visibility. Below, all was quiet. Urging her to hurry, Odd preceded her down the steep steps without using the handrail, setting a pace too fast to be safe. Odd led the way down, around and down, their footsteps too loud on the Mexican tile steps, unable to hear if Robertson was climbing toward them. Halfway down, he wondered if this was an overreaction. Then he remembered the upraised fist, the extended finger, the glowering photos in the study. He plunged faster, unable to block the image of Robertson waiting below with a butcher knife. At the bottom, they found the lower door unlocked. Odd opened it cautiously. Robertson wasn't waiting in the softly lighted narthex. He'd let go of Stormy's hand on the stairs. Now he seized it again to keep her close. Opening the centermost of 3 front doors, he saw Robertson climbing the church steps from the sidewalk. Not racing, but approaching with the grim implacability of a tank. In the apocalyptic crimson light, the man's creepy smile was gone. His pale gray eyes borrowed a bloody cast from the sunset, his face wrenched into a knot of murderous wrath. The Mustang waited at the curb. Odd couldn't reach it without going through Robertson. He would fight when he had to, even against opponents who dwarfed him, but not as a first resort. He liked his face the way it was. Robertson was bigger but soft. If his anger were ordinary, Odd might have taken him down. But the man was a lunatic, an object of fascination to Bodocs, an idolizer of mass murderers. He had to assume Robertson carried a gun, a knife, and might start biting like a dog. Stormy might have tried to kick his ass, but Odd didn't give her that option. Turning from the entrance, he held fast to her hand and pulled her through one of the doors between the narthex and the nave. In the deserted church, low path lights marked the center aisle. The enormous crucifix behind the altar glowed in a soft spotlight. Flames flickered in ruby votive glasses. Those points of light and the fading red sunset behind the stained glass windows couldn't press back the congregation of shadows filling the pews and side aisles. They hurried down the center aisle, expecting Robertson to slam through a door from the narthex. Hearing nothing by the time they reached the communion railing, they paused and looked back. As far as Odd could tell, Robertson hadn't arrived. If he'd entered the nave, he'd have come directly after them, but logic argued against his hunch. Prickled skin on his arm suggested he should speak in a honk and have webbed feet. Stormy's instinct matched his. Surveying the geometric shadows, she whispered that Robertson was closer than he thought. Very close. Odd pushed open the low gate in the communion railing. They passed through, moving in almost absolute silence. Passing the choir enclosure and descending the ambulatory toward the high altar, he glanced back less and proceeded with greater caution. Inexplicably, his heart said danger lay in front of them. Robertson couldn't have slipped around unseen. There was no reason for him to do so instead of assaulting them directly. But with every step, tension increased in the cords at the back of his neck until they felt like key wound clock springs. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed movement past the altar, twitched toward it, and drew Stormy closer. A large scallop-winged moth flew away from the hot lens of the overhead spotlight. The illusion of movement, the insect's exaggerated, fluttering shadow, had been imparted to the bronze figure. Stormy's tower door key would also unlock the door at the back of the sanctuary. Beyond waited the sacristy. Odd glanced back at the sanctuary, the nave. Silence. Stillness, but for the moth's shadow play. After using and returning Stormy's key, he pushed the paneled door inward with trepidation. No rational basis, but his heart played knock and rattle with his ribs. He felt for the light switch. His hand wasn't pinned by any weapon. The overhead light revealed a small, plain room, but no large psychopath with yellow yeast mold hair. Stormy closed the sanctuary door behind them and engaged the deadbolt with a thumb turn. They quickly crossed to the outer sacristy door. Beyond lay the east churchyard without tombstones and a flagstone path to the rectory. This door was also locked. From within, the lock could be released without a key. Odd gripped the thumb turn and hesitated. Perhaps they hadn't heard Robertson enter the nave because he'd never come into the front of the church after Odd glimpsed him ascending the steps. Perhaps, anticipating they would flee from the back, he'd circled to wait outside the sacristy. That might explain why Odd had sensed they were moving toward danger. Stormy asked what was wrong. He shushed her, a fatal mistake, and listened at the crack. A thin, warm draft tickled his ear, but no sounds came from outside. He grew increasingly uneasy. Stepping back, he whispered they should go back the way they came. They returned to the sanctuary door, which Stormy had locked behind them. Odd hesitated again, ear to the crack. No draft, no telltale sounds. Both sacristy doors were locked from the inside. Robertson would need a key he didn't possess. Stormy noted they weren't going to wait there until morning mass. Odd's cell phone was on his belt. He could call Chief Porter, but Robertson might have had second thoughts about assaulting him in a public place, no witnesses present now, and might have gone away. If the chief dispatched a car and found no psychopath, Odd's credibility would take a hit. He'd banked enough goodwill with Wyatt Porter to afford a withdrawal or two, but he was reluctant. People want to believe in the wizard, then turn on him the moment he makes an error, blaming the performer for their own gullibility. Though Odd employed no sleight of hand, he knew the magician's vulnerability and the danger of crying wolf, or in this case, crying fungus man. Most people desperately want to believe in mystery, yet each time they're given one reason to doubt, a worm in the heart makes them turn away from 1,000 proofs. As a miracle worker of sorts, Odd walked a wire too high for one misstep. He could call Father Sean in the rectory. The priest would come without delay, but Robertson wouldn't be deterred by a Roman collar or a crucifix. Having put Stormy in jeopardy, Odd shrank from endangering her uncle too. 2 sacristy doors, outer to the churchyard, inner to the sanctuary. Hearing nothing at either, he had to rely on intuition. He chose the sanctuary door. Stormy's intuition hadn't settled yet. She put her hand atop his as he took hold of the lock. Their eyes met. Then they turned to stare at the outer door. Without exchanging a word, they arrived at a plan. Odd remained at the sanctuary door. Stormy returned to the churchyard door. If when he unlocked his door, Robertson lunged for him, Stormy would throw open the outer door and bolt from the sacristy shouting for help. Odd would attempt to follow and stay alive. That moment in the sacristy distilled the essence of Odd's entire existence. Always between 2 doors, between a life with the living and a life with the dead, between transcendence and terror. Across the room, Stormy nodded. On the prie-dieu, a small book of prayers waited for a kneeling priest. Sacramental wine was stored somewhere nearby. He could have used a little spiritual fortification. He leaned hard against the sanctuary door to brace it. When he disengaged the lock, the bolt made a thin sound like a razor sharpening on a strop. If Robertson had been poised to burst in, he should have reacted to that sound. But the man might be less a hothead and more cunning than he'd appeared in the graveyard. Perhaps he suspected Odd was wedging the door shut and would snap the lock back the instant Robertson tried to push in. The Robertson who left his kitchen strewn with dirty dishes and banana peels was too sloppy to be a wise strategist. But the Robertson who kept the neat study and meticulous files of dread was a different man. Odd couldn't know which version waited beyond the door. Stormy made a gesture that meant either get on with it or up yours. Leaning against the door with undiminished purpose, he turned the squeaking knob, shifted his weight, and let the door ease open all the way. If Robertson waited at either entrance, he was outside in the churchyard, standing in the ruddy reduction of the last red light, looking like something that belonged under a headstone. Stormy stepped away from her station. Together they quickly returned to the sanctuary they'd been so eager to flee moments ago. The moth danced across the light, and again Christ seemed to twist on the cross. The lingering incense smelled not sweet now, but astringent, and the votive flames throbbed with the urgency of aneurysms about to burst. Down the ambulatory, past the choir enclosure, through the gate and the communion railing, Odd half expected Robertson to spring from unlikely cover. The man had grown so menacing in his mind that he wouldn't have been surprised if Robertson had dropped from the vaulted ceiling as a furious dark angel with death on his breath. They were in the main aisle when a great crash and shattering of glass shook away the churchly silence behind them. They spun, saw no wreckage. The sacristy had been windowless, with no glass in the churchyard door, yet that chamber seemed the source. The sounds rose again, louder. What might have been the vesting bench slamming against closets, wine bottles smashing, the silver chalice and other sacred vessels ricocheting off walls with a reverberant metallic clatter. They'd left the light on. Through the open door, second-hand movement was visible, a farrago of leaping shadows and flares of shimmery light. Odd didn't know what was happening and didn't intend to go back for a look. Holding Stormy's hand again, he ran with her the length of the nave, through a door into the narthex, out of the church, down the steps into a twilight that had nearly bled to death. Little red left to give, beginning to pull purple shrouds over the streets of Pico Mundo. His hand trembled, unable to fit the key in the Mustang's ignition. Stormy urged him to hurry. Finally the key made it as it should, and the engine roared. Leaving rubber in front of St. Bart's, they traveled a block and a half on smoking tires, almost teleporting, before Odd had breath to tell her to call the chief. She entered Wyatt Porter's home number as he gave it to her. When the chief answered, Stormy identified herself, acknowledged it sounded like a weather report, and handed the phone to Odd. He blurted that if the chief sent a car to St. Bart's real quick, he might catch Robertson trashing the sacristy. Maybe more than the sacristy. Maybe the whole church. The chief put him on hold to make another call. 3 blocks from the church, Odd pulled the Mustang into a Mexican fast food franchise. Stormy asked if he meant dinner after all that. He shrugged. The entire rest of their lives would be after all that in the church, and he intended to eat again. The sooner the better. She admitted she was starved, though it wouldn't equal her tower feast. Odd swung into the drive-up line. When Chief Porter came back, he asked why Robertson was vandalizing St. Bart's. Odd had no clue. He explained Robertson had tried to trap him and Stormy in the belfry. The chief asked what they were doing in the belfry. Having a picnic, Odd said. The chief supposed that made sense to Odd. Odd confirmed it was nice. They had dinner up there a couple times a month. The chief said he never wanted to catch Odd having dinner on the courthouse flagpole. Odd offered hors d'oeuvres, but never dinner. The chief invited them to come by for barbecue and to bring Elvis. Odd had left Elvis at the Baptist church. He was with Stormy in line for tacos, but thanks anyway. The chief said he had a man watching Robertson's house in Camp's End, but Robertson hadn't gone home yet. Odd reported Robertson had been in the graveyard, saw them in the belfry, gave them the rude finger with lots of emphasis, then came after them. The chief asked if Odd thought Robertson knew he'd been in the house. Odd said if Robertson hadn't been home since then, he didn't see how the man could know, but he must. Odd reached the menu board. He ordered 2 swordfish tacos with extra salsa, 2 fried corn fritters, and 2 large Cokes. The chief asked if they were at Mexicali Rose. Yes, sir. The chief recommended their fantastic churros. Odd took the advice and doubled the order. As the line crept forward, he said when they gave Robertson the slip in the church, the man must have been angry. But why he took it out on the building, Odd didn't know. The chief said 2 cars were on the way to St. Bart's. No sirens, maybe there already. But vandalism didn't measure up to the horrors Odd had predicted. Odd agreed. Not close. And there were less than 3 hours until August 15th. The chief noted that if they could park Robertson in jail overnight for vandalism, they'd have an excuse to poke around in his life and maybe figure out the bigger thing he was up to. Odd wished the chief luck, and ended the call, returning the phone to Stormy. He checked his watch. Midnight and August 15th seemed like a tsunami, building height and power, racing toward them with silent but deadly force. The chief's update would have to wait. For now, Stormy and Odell sat in the parked Mustang at Mexicali Rose, windows down against the heavy, exhaust-thickened heat. The tacos tasted fine, but the air clung to his skin like a second layer of grime. She pressed him about the break-in at Fungus Man's house. He admitted he'd used his driver's license. No broken glass. When she asked about severed heads in the refrigerator, he said he hadn't opened it. She pushed further, joking about creepy smiles and collections of ears, then declared the tacos fabulous. He agreed, distracted by the salsa's colors. Yellow and green chilies, red tomato, purple onion flecks like confetti. He suggested she make it that way sometime. She shot back, mocking him as a Martha Stewart-style zombie guru, then demanded to know what he had found. He told her about the black room. She licked crumbs from her fingers and ordered him, with absolute seriousness, never to go back there. He said the room didn't exist anymore. She warned him not to go looking for it, hoping it would return. He claimed the thought had never crossed his mind. She said it had. He admitted she was right. He wanted to understand what it was, how it worked. She poked a corn fritter at him for emphasis and declared it the gate to hell, a neighborhood he didn't belong in. He disagreed. She asked what else it could be. He admitted he didn't know. She insisted it was the gate to hell and warned that if he went looking for it, found it, and wound up damned, she wouldn't come after him. He said her warning was duly noted. She replied that it was hard enough being married to a man who saw dead people and chased them daily. Impossible if he went questing for Hell's Gate. He objected that he didn't chase the dead, and asked since when were they married. She said they would be, then finished her fritter. He nearly lost his food. He had proposed multiple times. She had always shied away, saying she loved him madly but wanted to put a pin in the marriage question. Yet here she was, announcing vows as a foregone conclusion. He scrambled to catch up, then asked if she was finally accepting his proposal. She said she had accepted ages ago, just not with a conventional yes, but in so many words. He admitted he hadn't interpreted "put a pin in it" as agreement. She told him to learn to listen with more than his ears. He asked, crudely, what orifice he should use. She chided him, then said sometimes he had to listen with his heart. He shot back that he'd listened with his heart so long he periodically had to swab earwax from his aortal valve. She opened a pastry bag, and the car filled with a cinnamon, donut-like aroma. She asked about churros. He couldn't believe she thought of dessert during a marriage conversation. She pointed out it was dinner time. He clarified, marriage time. His heart raced as if fleeing something, but he hoped that part of the day was over. He told her that if she truly meant it, he would do something big to improve his finances, quit the short-order job, aim for something larger than tires. She gave him a heavy, amused, cockeyed look and asked what could be bigger than tires. He thought a moment, then said shoes. All kinds, retail sales. She looked dubious. He argued that people bought tires less than once a year, but everyone needed multiple pairs of shoes. She pointed out he owned 3 pairs of the same sneakers. He admitted he wasn't like other people. She agreed wholeheartedly. He added that not everyone had a car, but nearly everyone had feet. A family of 5 might have 2 cars but 10 feet. She said that was maybe her favorite thing about him. Her expression softened, eyes deep as the darkness between stars. She seemed genuinely touched, but he was listening only with his ears and didn't understand. He asked if she meant his analysis of shoe retailing. She explained. He was as smart as anyone she knew, yet so simple. Brains and innocence, wisdom and naivete, sharp wit and genuine sweetness, all together. He asked if that was her favorite thing about him. She said at the moment, yes. He worried he couldn't work on that quality. She said good. It wasn't something to think about or improve. It was just who he was. And when she married him, it wouldn't be for money. She offered a churro. He took it even though sugar was the last thing he needed. They ate in silence for a minute. Then he asked when they should order the cake. She said soon. She couldn't wait much longer. He said too much delayed gratification could be bad. She grinned and pointed out what was happening. She wanted a second churro, and she was having it now instead of next Thursday. He called her a wild woman. She said he didn't know the half of it. The Bad Day, Harlow Landerson, Fungus Man, The Black Room, Botox, Elvis in Tears, seemed to settle. Sitting with Stormy, eating churros, everything felt right. The moment ended with his cell phone. Chief Porter's voice came through. St. Bart's sacristy was trashed. Someone had gone berserk. The chief agreed it was probably Robertson, but the man was gone by the time officers arrived. He asked if Odell had seen Robertson again. Odell said no. They were hiding out, but no sign. He scanned the parking lot, the drive-through traffic, the street beyond. No dusty Ford Explorer. The chief said they'd had a watch on Robertson's house for hours and were now actively searching. Odell offered to try psychic magnetism, cruising at random for half an hour. The chief asked if that was wise with Stormy in the car. Odell said he'd take her home first. Stormy immediately refused. Like hell he would, Mulder. The chief heard that. Odell told Stormy. She didn't care. The chief, sounding tickled, asked if she called him Mulder like on the X-Files. Odell said only when he was being paternalistic. The chief asked if she ever called him Scully. Odell answered that he only got called Scully when he was in the mood to be bruised. The chief admitted Odell had ruined the X-Files for him, made all that weird stuff too real, so the supernatural stopped being entertaining. Odell agreed it wasn't entertaining for him either. By the time the call ended, Stormy had gathered their dinner wrappers into a single bag and dropped it in a trash can along the exit lane. As Odell turned left onto the street, she suggested stopping at her place first so she could grab her pistol. He pointed out it was a home defense gun, and she wasn't licensed to carry. She shot back that she wasn't licensed to breathe either. He insisted no gun. They just cruise and see what happened. She pressed him on why he was afraid of guns. He gave a flippant answer about them going bang. She noted he always avoided that question. He denied it. She kept pressing. He offered a past life shooting or a prophetic dream. She knew he didn't believe in reincarnation, and when he claimed maybe a prophetic dream, she asked if he'd actually had one. He admitted no. She was relentless. He was stupid. He asked why she was afraid of sex. The passenger seat turned icy and distant. She gave him a long, hard, marrow-freezing look. He tried pretending he didn't notice, focusing on the road like a responsible driver. He had no talent for pretense. Soon he looked at her, felt terrible, and apologized. She said she wasn't afraid of sex. He knew. He called himself an idiot. She explained she just wanted to be sure the reason he loved her had less to do with that than with other things. He assured her it did. 1,000 other things, and she knew that. She wanted their time together to be right and clean and beautiful. He agreed. When the time was right, they had plenty of time. Stopping at a red light, he held out his right hand. Relief washed through him when she took it, and something deeper when she held it tightly. The light changed. He drove one-handed. After a while, her voice soft with emotion, she apologized, saying it was her fault. He insisted it wasn't. He was an idiot. She said she'd pushed him into a corner about the guns, and when she kept pushing, he pushed back. The truth didn't make him feel better. He knew her history. 6 months after losing her parents at 7.5, she'd been adopted by a wealthy Beverly Hills couple. The future looked bright. Then her adoptive father came to her room one night, woke her, exposed himself, touched her in ways that frightened and humiliated her. She endured 3 months before reporting him to a social worker. After that came St. Bart's orphanage, untouched, until graduation. She and Odell had been together since junior year, more than 4 years, best friends. And still he'd hurt her with that question when she pushed too hard. A cynic once said humanity's most identifying trait was our ability to be inhumane to one another. Odell considered himself an optimist about the species, assumed God was too, otherwise he'd have scrubbed them off the planet. Yet he couldn't entirely dismiss the cynic's assessment. He'd glimpsed his own capacity for inhumanity in that cruel retort to the person he loved most. They sailed the blacktop rivers for a while, not finding Fungus Man, slowly finding their way back to each other. Eventually, she said she loved him. His voice thickened as he replied he loved her more than life. She said they'd be okay. He agreed they were okay. She amended, weird and screwed up, but okay. He joked that a thermometer measuring weirdness would melt under his tongue, but she was cool. She noted he denied her weirdness, but agreed she was screwed up. He admitted certain weirdness could be hip, but screwed upness never was. She said exactly. He apologized for denying her weirdness. She accepted. They cruised until Odell found himself pulling into the parking lot of Green Moon Lanes, half a mile from the mall where he'd visited her at the ice cream shop earlier. She knew about the recurring dream that had disturbed his sleep once or twice a month for 3 years. Dead bowling alley employees, gut shot, limbs shattered, faces disfigured by barrages. She asked if he was here. He didn't know. She asked if the dream was coming true tonight. He didn't think so. Maybe. The fish tacos churned a bitter backwash into his throat. His palms were damp and cold. He blotted them on his jeans. He almost wanted to go back for her gun. The parking lot was 2/3 full. He circled, searching for Robertson's Explorer. Nothing. Finally, he parked and killed the engine. Stormy opened her door. He told her to wait. She warned him not to make her call him Mulder. He stared at the green and blue neon letters spelling Green Moon Lanes, hoping his sixth sense would tell him whether the slaughter was imminent or distant. The neon said nothing. The building's design, squat, low ceilings, minimal glass, pale beige stucco, had never seemed ominous before, only efficient for desert heat. Now it reminded him of a munitions bunker. Crematorium. Tomb. He told Stormy the employees here wore black slacks and blue cotton shirts with white collars. In his dream, the victims wore tan slacks and green polo shirts. She said this wasn't the place then. There was some other reason he'd cruised here. It was safe to go inside and figure out why. He mentioned Fiesta Bowl's uniform, gray slacks and black shirts with names stitched in white. She suggested his dream must be about something outside Pico Mundo. He said that had never been the case before. He'd lived his entire life in the relative peace of Pico Mundo, never even seeing farther reaches of Maravilla County. If he lived to 80, unlikely, a prospect he viewed with despondency, he might one day venture to a smaller town. But perhaps not. He didn't desire change or exotic experiences. His heart yearned for familiarity, stability, home. His sanity depended on it. In a city the size of Los Angeles, violence occurred daily. The number of bloody encounters in a single year might exceed those in Pico Mundo's entire history. Traffic produced death like a bakery produced muffins. Earthquakes, fires, terrorist incidents. He could only imagine how many lingering dead haunted those streets. In such a place, with so many of the deceased turning to him for justice or consolation, or just silent companionship, he would quickly seek escape in autism or suicide. Not yet dead or autistic, he had to face Green Moon Lanes. He summoned resignation, if not bravado, and agreed they should go in and have a look around. Nightfall brought heat radiating up from the blacktop, the pavement returning the sun's borrowed warmth, along with a faint tarry smell. The moon rose in the east, so low and large it seemed to be falling toward them, a dire yellow face, cratered sockets staring blind. Granny Sugars had been seriously superstitious about yellow moons, omens of bad cards in poker, and Odell surrendered to an irrational urge to escape that leprous, jaundiced gaze. He took Stormy's hand and hurried her toward the front doors. He knew bowling facts from researching his recurring dream, one of the oldest sports, played as early as 5200 BC. Over 130,000 lanes in more than 7,000 centers across the U.S., annual revenues approaching $5 billion. He knew 1,000 facts, none particularly interesting. He'd also played 8 or 10 games. He was no good. Stormy once said that if he became a regular bowler, he'd spend more time in the gutter than the average alcoholic hobo. Inside Green Moon Lanes that Tuesday night, over 60 million annual bowlers rolled balls toward more spares than splits, more splits than strikes. Laughing, cheering, eating nachos and chili cheese fries, drinking beer, having such a good time that it was difficult to imagine death choosing this place to harvest souls. Difficult, but not impossible. He must have looked pale. Stormy asked if he was all right. He said he was good. The low thunder of rolling balls and clatter of tin pins strummed his nerves. She asked what now. He had no answer. She suggested wandering, scoping the scene. seeing if he got any bad vibes. He agreed. They didn't wander far before his mouth went dry. The man behind the shoe rental counter wasn't wearing the usual black slacks and blue cotton shirt with white collar. He wore tan slacks and a green polo shirt, like the dead people in the dream. Stormy turned, surveyed the room, and pointed to two more employees. They'd all gotten new uniforms. The dream was vivid, but not rich in detail, more surreal than real, faces twisted in agony, distorted by terror and shadow, except for one young woman. She would be shot in the chest and throat, but her face untouched, shaggy blonde hair, green eyes, a small beauty mark near the left corner of her mouth. As they proceeded farther into the lanes, Odell saw her behind the bar, drawing draft beer. They sat at a table in the bar alcove but didn't order drinks. He was already half drunk with fear. He wanted Stormy out. She refused. They had to deal with this. The only way he could was to call Chief Porter and tell him that when Bob Robertson had his coming-out party as a full-fledged, murderous psychopath, the likely site was Green Moon Lanes. The chief, tired from a day of hard work, loaded with barbecue and beer, responded with admirable quickness. He asked how late they were open. Odell thought until midnight, a little more than 2 hours. The chief said he'd dispatch an officer for security, watch for Robertson. But Odell had said this might go down August 15th, tomorrow, not today. Odell admitted that was the date on the calendar page in Robertson's file, but he wouldn't be certain it couldn't happen today until the day ended with no shooting. The chief asked if any Bodaks were there. Odell said no, but they could show up when Robertson did. The chief reported Robertson hadn't returned home yet. Then he asked about the churros. Odell said delicious. The chief mentioned a difficult choice between mud pie and homemade peach pie after the barbecue. He'd had some of both. Odell said if he'd ever had a glimpse of heaven, it was a slice of Mrs. Porter's peach pie. The chief said he'd have married her for the peach pie alone, but fortunately, she was smart and beautiful too. They said goodbye. Odell clipped the phone to his belt and told Stormy they needed to leave. She shook her head. She kept her voice low, leaning close over the clash and clatter. If the blonde bartender wasn't here, the shooting wouldn't happen. So somehow, they made her leave. He argued that a premonitory dream wasn't a perfect picture. She could be home safe, and the shooter could show up anyway. She said at least one less victim. He countered that somebody else might die in her place, the replacement bartender, or him, or her. She admitted might be. He asked how he could save one if it likely meant condemning another. 3 or 4 bowling balls slammed into pin setups in quick succession, the racket sounding a little like automatic gunfire. He twitched anyway. He had no right to decide that someone else should die in her place. Prophetic dreams, and the complex moral choices they presented, came to him only rarely. He was grateful for that. Besides, what would her reaction be if he walked over and told her she'd be shot to death if she didn't leave? She'd think he was eccentric or dangerous, but she might go. He disagreed. She wouldn't jeopardize her job. She wouldn't appear fearful. These days, women didn't want to seem weak any more than men did. Later, she might ask someone to walk her to her car, but that's all. Stormy stared at the blonde while Odell surveyed for Bodaks. Nobody here but humans. Stormy said the bartender was so pretty, so full of life, so much personality, an infectious laugh. Odell said she seemed more alive because they knew she might be fated to die young. Stormy said it felt wrong to walk out without warning her, without giving her a chance. Odell said the best way to give her a chance, to give all potential victims a chance, was to stop Robertson first. Stormy asked the likelihood he'd stop him. Better than if Robertson had never come into the grill this morning and Odell had never seen him with the Bodock entourage. But she pressed. He couldn't be sure. Nothing's for sure in this world. She searched his eyes, thought about it, then reminded him. Except us. He agreed. He pushed his chair back. Let's go. Still staring at the blonde, Stormy said this was so hard, so unfair. He asked what death wasn't. She rose and made him promise not to let her die. He said he'd do what he could. They went outside, hoping to be gone before the promised officer arrived and got curious. No cops on the Pico Mundo force understood Odell's relationship with Chief Porter. They sensed something different about him but didn't realize what he saw, what he knew. The chief covered well. Some thought Odell hung around because he was a cop wannabe, not quite smart or gutsy enough for the job. Most believed he regarded the chief as a father figure because his real father was such a hopeless piece of work. This view contained some truth. They were convinced the chief took pity on him when at 16 he could no longer live with either parent and found himself turned out into the world. Wyatt and Carla Porter had never been able to have children, so people thought the chief had a fatherly affection for Odell as a surrogate son. He was deeply comforted that this seemed true. But the members of the Pico Mundo PD sensed instinctively that they lacked some crucial knowledge to fully understand the relationship. Although Odell appeared uncomplicated and even simple, they regarded him as a puzzle with more than one missing piece. When they stepped out of Green Moon Lanes at 10 o'clock, an hour after nightfall, the temperature remained over 100 degrees. By midnight, it might cool below triple digits. If Bob Robertson was intent on making hell on earth, they had the weather for it. Walking toward Terry Stambaugh's Mustang, still thinking about the death-marked blonde bartender, Stormy said she sometimes didn't know how he could live with all the things he saw. He said attitude. She asked how that worked. He admitted better some days than others. She would have pressed further, but a patrol car arrived, pinning them in its headlights before they reached the Mustang. Certain he'd been recognized, Odell waited hand in hand with Stormy for the cruiser to stop beside them. Officer Simon Varner had been on the force only 3 or 4 months, longer than Bern Eccles, who'd regarded Odell with suspicion at the chief's barbecue, but not long enough for the sharp edge of curiosity to wear off. Varner had a face as sweet as any children's TV host, with heavy-lidded eyes like Robert Mitchum's, leaning toward the open window like a sleepy bear from a Disney cartoon. He said it was a pleasure seeing Odd and Miss Llewellyn, then asked what he should be looking for. Odell was certain the chief hadn't used his name when dispatching Varner. When Odell was involved, the chief kept him invisible, never alluding to preternatural information, to protect Odell's secrets and ensure no defense attorney could claim the case rested on a flaky self-proclaimed psychic. But because of Odell's intrusion at the barbecue that led to the profile of Robertson, Eccles knew Odell had some connection. If Eccles knew, word would get around. Still, playing dumb seemed best. Odell said he didn't understand. Varner said he saw Odell and figured Odell had told the chief something that sent him out here. Odell claimed they were just watching friends bowl. He was no good at it himself. Stormy added that he owned the gutter. Varner produced a computer-printed blow-up of Robertson's driver's license photo and asked if Odell knew the guy. Odell said he'd seen him twice today but didn't really know him. Varner asked if Odell had told the chief Robertson might show up here. Odell said, not him. How would he know? Varner relayed the chief's instruction. If he saw Robertson coming but couldn't see both hands, don't figure he was just getting a breath mint. Odell said he wouldn't second-guess the chief. A Lincoln Navigator pulled in and paused behind the cruiser. Varner waved it around. 2 men inside, neither Robertson. Varner pressed again. How did Odell know this guy? Odell said Robertson came into the grill for lunch before noon. Varner's lids lifted slightly. He seemed to have thought something went down between them. Odell compressed the day, leaving out what Varner didn't need to know. Robertson was weird at the grill. The chief saw it. Then this afternoon, Odell was minding his own business when Robertson flipped him off and got aggressive. Varner's eyes narrowed to slits. Instinct told him Odell was withholding information. He asked how aggressive. Stormy saved Odell from a rough lie with a smooth one. The creep made a crude pass at her, and Odd told him to back off. Robertson didn't look like a macho stud, but Stormy was so strikingly good-looking that Varner seemed inclined to believe even a schlump like Robertson would work up enough hormones to try his luck. Varner said the chief thought this guy vandalized St. Bart's. Odell knew about that, he guessed. Deflecting, Stormy asked about his tattoo. 3 block letters, POD, on his left forearm. Varner admitted that as a teenager he was a screwed-up puppy involved in gangs. He turned his life around before it was too late. Thank the Lord Jesus for that. The tattoo was a gang thing. She asked what the letters stood for. Embarrassed, he said it was a crude obscenity he'd rather not say. She suggested laser removal. They'd gotten better at it. He said he kept it to remind himself how far off the right path he'd gone and how easy that first wrong step was. She called it fascinating and admirable, leaned closer, said she was glad to know they had men like him looking out for them. She poured the verbal syrup so smoothly, it sounded sincere. While Varner basked in her flattery like a waffle in whipped butter, she told Odell she had to get home early morning. Odell wished Varner good luck. Varner made no attempt to continue grilling him, seeming to have forgotten his suspicions. In the car, Odell said he'd never realized she had such a talent for deceit. She said that was too serious a word. She just manipulated him a little. He warned that after they were married, he'd be on the lookout for that, in case she ever tried to manipulate him. She said, good heavens, she manipulated him every day, folded and spindled him as well. He couldn't tell if she was serious. She said gently, with great affection, and he always liked it. He asked if he invited manipulation. She said some days she thought he thrived on it. He couldn't tell if she was serious. She said he was adorable. He protested that puppies were adorable. He wasn't a puppy. She said he and puppies, totally adorable. He concluded she was serious. She asked if she was. He studied her, then said no, she wasn't. She asked if she wasn't. He sighed and admitted he could see the dead, but couldn't see through her. When they drove out of the parking lot, Varner was parked near the front entrance. Instead of running quiet surveillance to nab Robertson before violence, he was making himself highly visible as a deterrent, an interpretation the chief most likely wouldn't have approved. As they passed, Varner waved, appearing to eat a donut. Granny Sugars always railed against negative thinking, superstitiously believing that worrying about an evil invited it in. Nevertheless, Odell couldn't help thinking how easily Robertson could approach the cruiser from behind and shoot Simon Varner in the head while he noshed on his Krispy Kremes. Viola Peabody, the waitress who'd served lunch to Odell and Terry at the grill just 8 eventful hours ago, lived only 2 blocks from Camp's End. But her tireless gardening, painting, and carpentry made her home seem a world away from those dreary streets. Small and simple, the house resembled a fairy tale cottage from a romantic painting. Under the gibbous moon, its walls glowed softly as backlit alabaster. A carriage lamp revealed crimson petals on the trumpet vine, festooning the trellis that flanked and overhung the front door. Without any apparent surprise at their unannounced arrival at this hour, Viola greeted them graciously with a smile and an offer of coffee or iced tea. They declined. They sat in the small living room where Viola had stripped and refinished the wood floor, woven the rag rug, sewn the chintz curtains and slipcovers that made old upholstered furniture look new. Perched on the edge of an armchair, she was as slim as a girl. The travails of her life had left no mark. She didn't look old enough or harried enough to be the single mother of 5- and 6-year-old daughters asleep in a back room. Her husband, Raphael, who'd left her and contributed nothing to his children's welfare, was a fool of such dimensions that he should have been required to dress like a jester. The house lacked air conditioning. Windows were open, an electric fan on the floor oscillating, imparting an illusion of coolness. Leaning forward with hands braced on her knees, Viola traded her smile for solemn expectation. She knew why he'd come. She asked softly if it was her dream. Odell spoke quietly, respecting the sleeping children, and told her to tell him again. She said she'd seen herself with a hole in her forehead, her face broken. She thought she'd been shot dead, right eye bloodshot, swollen, half out of the socket. Stormy offered reassurance. Anxiety, dreams didn't have anything to do with the future. Viola told her they'd been over this territory. This afternoon, Odell had been of that same opinion. She looked at him. He must have changed his mind, or he wouldn't be here. He asked where she'd been in the dream. She said nowhere. A dream place, fuzzy, fluid. He asked if she ever went bowling. She said that took money. She had 2 colleges to save for. Her girls were going to be somebody. He asked if she'd ever been inside Green Moon Lanes. She shook her head. No. He asked if anything in the dream suggested a bowling alley. No, it wasn't any real place. Why the bowling alley? Did he have a dream too? He admitted he did, yes. People dead? Yes. Had he ever had dreams come true? Sometimes, he admitted. She said she knew he'd understand. That's why she'd asked him to read her. He asked for more details. She closed her eyes, striving to remember. She was running from something. Shadows, flashes of light. None of it anything. Odell believed many people had less dramatic supernatural perceptions that manifested from time to time. Presentiments and dreams, uncanny awareness. They failed to explore these experiences because they believed acknowledging the supernatural would be irrational, and they were frightened by the prospect of a universe far more complex than the material world their education told them was the sum of all things. He wasn't surprised that Viola's nightmare, which earlier had seemed of no consequence, now proved important. He asked if her dreams had voices, sounds. Some people's didn't. Hers did. She could hear herself breathing, and a crowd, a roaring crowd, like the sound in a stadium. Baffled, he asked where such a place would be in Pico Mundo. She didn't know. Maybe a Little League game. Stormy noted that wasn't such a big crowd. Viola said it didn't have to be thousands. Could be a couple hundred. Just a crowd, roaring. He asked how she saw herself shot. She didn't see it happen. Shadows, flashes of light. She was running, then stumbled, fell on her hands and knees. Her eyes twitched behind her lids as if she were experiencing the nightmare for the first time. On her hands and knees, hands in something slippery, blood. Then shadows whirled away and light whirled in, and she was looking down at her own dead face. She shuddered and opened her eyes. Tiny beads of sweat stippled her forehead and upper lip. The room was warm, but she hadn't been sweating before recalling the dream. He asked for any other details, even the smallest. What was her dead body lying on? Floor? Grass? Blacktop? She thought a moment, shook her head, couldn't say. The only other thing was the man. The dead man. Odell sat up straighter. Another corpse? Next to her body, tumbled on his side, one arm twisted behind his back. Stormy asked if there were other victims. Maybe. She didn't see any but him. Did she recognize him? She didn't get a look at his face. It was turned away. Odell asked her to try harder to remember. She said she wasn't interested in him. She was too scared. She looked at her own dead face, tried to scream, couldn't, tried harder, then sat up in bed, the scream squeezing out as just the wheeze of a scream. The memory agitated her. She started to get up, maybe weak-legged, then sat down again. Stormy, as if reading Odell's mind, asked what the dead man was wearing. Viola recalled one foot bent back, shoe half off, a loafer. They waited while she searched her memory. Dreams rich as cream while unfolding became skim milk upon waking, washing out of minds, leaving as little residue as water filtered through cheesecloth. His pants were splattered with blood. Cactus, she thought. Tan pants. The slowly swiveling fan stirred the leaves of a potted palm, raising a dry rustling that made Odell think of cockroaches scurrying. Rats. Nothing good. Reading the last details still remaining in the cheesecloth of memory, Viola said a polo shirt. Odell got up from the sofa. He needed to move. The room was too small for pacing, but he remained on his feet. Green, Viola said. A green polo shirt. He thought of the guy behind the shoe rental counter, the blonde drawing beer, both in their new work uniforms. Her voice growing even quieter. Viola asked him to tell her the truth. Look at her face. Did he see death in her? He said yes. Odell couldn't read faces to discover a person's future or the secrets of her heart, but he couldn't look a moment longer at Viola Peabody's face. He imagined what he couldn't truly read. In his mind's eye, saw her motherless daughter standing at her grave. He went to an open window. Beyond lay a side yard overhung by pepper trees. Out of the warm darkness came the sweet fragrance of jasmine planted and tended by Viola's caring hands. Ordinarily, he had no fear of the night. He feared this one, however, because the change from August 14th to August 15th was coming express train fast, as if the Earth's rotation had drastically gained speed by the flicking of a godly finger. He turned to Viola, still perched on the edge of her armchair. Her large eyes were owlish now, her brown face seeming to have a gray undertone. He asked if tomorrow was her day off. She nodded. She worked 6 days a week because she had a sister who could babysit. Stormy asked her plans. Viola said she figured she'd work around the house in the morning. Always things to do. And the afternoon was for the girls. Odell named her daughters, Nicolina and Lavana. Viola explained that Saturday was Lavana's 7th birthday, but the grill was busy Saturdays with good tips, so they were celebrating early. The new movie with the dog that was a hit with kids, the 4 o'clock show. Before Stormy spoke, Odell knew the essence. A crowd in a cool theater on a summer afternoon might be more than at a Little League game. He asked what she'd planned after the movie. Terry said, "Bring them to the grill. Dinner on her." The grill could be noisy when full, but he didn't think enthusiastic conversation could be mistaken for a crowd's roar. In dreams, of course, everything could be distorted, including sounds. With the open window at his back, he suddenly felt vulnerable. The skin puckered on his nape. He looked out again. All appeared as before. Graceful pepper branches hung in the breathless, jasmine-scented night. Shadows and shrubs plaited their different darknesses, but as far as he could tell, they didn't give cover to Robertson or anyone else. Nevertheless, he stepped away from the window to the side of it and told Viola she ought to change her plans for tomorrow. By saving Viola from this destiny, he might sentence someone else to die horribly in her place, just as with the blonde bartender. The only difference, he didn't know the blonde, and Viola was a friend. Sometimes complex moral choices were decided less by reason and right than by sentiment. Perhaps such decisions were paving stones on the road to hell. If so, his route was well paved, and the welcoming committee already knew his name. In his defense, he sensed that saving Viola meant saving her daughters too. 3 lives, not 1. Viola touched her face with trembling fingers, tracing the bones of jaw and cheek and brow, as if discovering death's countenance replacing her own, and asked if there was any hope this could pass from her. Odell said fate wasn't one straight road. There were forks, many routes to different ends. They had free will to choose the path. Stormy advised her to do whatever Audie said, and she'd be all right. Odell quickly corrected. It wasn't that easy. You could change the road, but sometimes it could bend back to lead you straight to that same stubborn fate. Viola regarded him with too much respect, perhaps awe. She'd been sure he knew about such things, about all that was otherly and beyond. Uneasy with her admiration, Odell went to the other open window. Terry's Mustang stood under a street lamp in front of the house, all quiet. Nothing to be alarmed about. Nothing and everything. They'd taken steps to avoid being followed from the bowling center. He remained concerned anyway. Robertson's appearance at little Ozzy's house and again in the churchyard had surprised him, and he couldn't afford a third surprise. He told Viola that changing all her plans for tomorrow wasn't enough. She'd also need to remain vigilant, alert to anything wrong. She said she was already as jumpy as a cricket. He said jumpy wasn't the same as vigilant. She needed to be as calm as possible, calm and observant, prepared to react fast, but calm enough to see the threat coming. Poised on the edge of the chair, she still appeared ready to leap like any cricket. Stormy said in the morning they'd bring her a photo of a man to watch for. She glanced at Odell, asking if he could get her a good picture. He nodded. The chief would provide a DMV blow-up of Robertson's photo. Viola asked what man. Odell described Fungus Man as vividly as possible. The man who'd been at the grill during the first shift before Viola arrived. If she saw him, get away. She'd know the worst was coming. But he didn't think anything would happen tonight. Not here. From all indications, Robertson intended to make headlines in a public place. Lots of people. Stormy told her tomorrow not to go to the movies, not to go out to dinner. Viola promised. Odell suddenly knew he shouldn't leave without checking on the girls, though he didn't understand what could be gained. He asked to see them. Viola led them to the sisters' shared room. 2 lamps, 2 nightstands, 2 beds, 2 angelic little girls sleeping in their skivvies under sheets without blankets. 1 lamp set to lowest intensity, the apricot shade casting soft light. 2 windows open to the hot night. A translucent white moth beat its wings against one screen with the desperation of a lost soul fluttering against the gates of heaven. Mounted on the inside of the windows, with an emergency release handle unreachable from outside, were steel bars that would prevent a man like Harlow Landerson from getting at the girls. Screens and bars could foil moths and maniacs, but neither could keep out bodaks. 5 of them were in the room. 2 sinister shapes stood at each bed, visitors from one hell or another, travelers out of the black room. They hunched over the girls, appearing to study them with keen interest. Their hands, if they had hands, floated a few inches above the sheets, slowly tracing the shrouded contours of the children's bodies. Odell couldn't know for sure what they were doing, but he imagined they were drawn to the very life energy of Nicolina and Lavana, somehow basking in it. The creatures seemed unaware of their entry, enthralled by some radiance the girls emitted, invisible to him, but evidently dazzling to them. The fifth beast crawled the bedroom floor with fluid, serpentine movements. Under Lavana's bed, it slithered, coiled, then emerged with a salamandrian wriggle, only to glide under Nicolina's bed and whip itself silently back and forth like a thrashing snake in slow-mo. Unable to repress a shudder, Odell sensed this fifth intruder must be savoring some exquisite spore, some ethereal residue left by the little girl's feet. He imagined, or hoped he did, that he saw it repeatedly lick the carpet with a cold, thin tongue. When he wouldn't venture far past the doorway, Viola whispered it was all right. They were deep sleepers. Stormy said they were beautiful. Viola brightened with pride, agreed they were such good girls. Then, seeing in Odell's face a faint reflection of the abhorrence gripping his mind, she asked what was wrong. Stormy glanced at him, at once suspected the truth, and squinted into shadowy corners, left, right, toward the ceiling, hoping to glimpse whatever supernatural presence revealed itself to him. At the beds, the four hunched Bodaks might have been priests of a diabolic religion, Aztecs at the altar of human sacrifice, their hands moving sinuously and ceaselessly in ritualistic pantomime over the sleeping girls. When Odell failed to answer at once, Viola thought he'd seen something wrong with her daughters and took a step toward the bed. He gently gripped her arm and held her back. He apologized and said nothing was wrong. He just wanted to be sure the girls were safe, and with those bars on the windows, they were. Viola confirmed the girls knew how to work the emergency release. One entity at Nicolina's bedside seemed to rise out of its swoon and recognize their presence. Its hands slowed but didn't stop, and it raised its wolfish head to peer in their direction with disturbing, eyeless intensity. Odell was loath to leave the girls alone with those five phantoms, but he could do nothing to banish them. From everything he'd seen of Bodaks, they could experience this world with some, if not all, of the usual five senses, but they didn't seem to have any effect on things here. He'd never heard them make a sound, never seen them move an object or disturb so much as a dust mote. They were of less substance than an ectoplasmic wraith, dream creatures on the wrong side of sleep. The girls wouldn't be harmed. Not here. Not yet. Or so he hoped. He suspected these spirit travelers, having come to Pico Mundo for ringside seats at a festival of blood, were entertaining themselves on the eve of the main event, perhaps taking pleasure in studying victims before shots were fired, watching innocent people progress all unknowing toward imminent death. Pretending to be unaware of the nightmarish intruders, putting one finger to his lips to suggest they be careful not to wake the girls, Odell drew both women out of the room. He pushed the door 2/3 shut, just as it had been, leaving the Bodaks to slither, sniff, thrash, and weave their patterns of sinuous gesticulations. He worried one or more would follow them to the living room, but they reached the front door without a supernatural escort. Speaking almost as quietly as in the bedroom, he clarified for Viola. When he told her not to go to the movies tomorrow, he meant the girls shouldn't go either. Not with a relative, not to the movies, not anywhere. Viola's smooth satin brow became brown corduroy. Her sweet babies weren't shot in the dream. He explained that no prophetic dream revealed everything coming, just fragments. Instead of merely sharpening her anxiety, the implications hardened her features with anger. Good. She needed fear and anger to stay sharp. To stiffen her resolve, he added that even if she had seen her girls shot, God forbid dead, she might have blocked it from memory when she woke. Stormy agreed she wouldn't have wanted those images in her mind. Tense with determination, Viola said they'd stay home, have a little party, just themselves. Odell said he wasn't sure that was wise either. She protested she didn't know what place that was in her dream, but she was sure it wasn't this house. He reminded her, different roads could take you to the same stubborn fate. He didn't want to tell her about the Bodaks. Then he'd have to reveal all his secrets. Only Terry, the chief, Mrs. Porter, and little Ozzy knew most of the truth, and only Stormy knew all of it. If too many people were brought into his innermost circle, his secret would leak out. He'd become a media sensation, a freak to many, a guru to some. Simplicity and quiet hours would be forever beyond his reach. He told Viola that in her dream, this house wasn't where she was gunned down, but if she was destined to be shot at the movies and now wasn't going, fate might come here to find her. Not likely, but not impossible. And in his dream, tomorrow was the day. So he'd feel better if she were 2 steps removed from the future she saw. He glanced toward the back of the house. Still no Bodocs had ventured after them. He thinks they have no effect on this world. Nevertheless, taking no chances, he lowered his voice further. Step 1. Don't go to the movies or the grill tomorrow. Step 2. Don't stay here either. Stormy asked how far away her sister lived. 2 blocks over on Maricopa Lane. Odell said he'd come by in the morning between 9 and 10 with the photo, and he'd take her and the girls to her sister's. Viola said he didn't have to. They could get there themselves. He insisted it was necessary. He needed to be certain no Bodocs followed them. Lowering his voice to a whisper, he told her not to tell Lavana and Nicolina what they were going to do, and not to call her sister to say they were coming. She could be overheard. Viola surveyed the living room, worried and astonished, asking who could hear. He was deliberately mysterious. Certain forces. If the Bodocs overheard her planning to move the kids, she might not have taken 2 safe steps away from her dreamed-of fate after all, but only one. He asked if she truly believed, as she'd said, that he knew about all that was otherly and beyond. She nodded. Yes, she believed that. Her eyes were so wide with wonder they scared him, reminding him of the staring eyes of corpses. He told her to trust him on this, get some sleep if she could. He'd come around in the morning. By tomorrow night, this would be all just a nightmare. Nothing prophetic about it. He didn't feel as confident as he sounded, but he smiled and kissed her cheek. She hugged him, then Stormy, and said she didn't feel so alone anymore. Outside, the night was hotter than the warm air in the little house. The moon had slowly ascended toward the higher stars, shedding its yellow veils to reveal its true silver face, a face as hard as a clock and merciless. Little more than an hour before midnight, worried about a new day that might bring children into gunfire, Odell parked the Mustang behind the Pico Mundo grill. When he killed the engine, Stormy asked if he would ever leave this town. He said he hoped he wasn't one of those who insisted on hanging around after death, like poor Tom Jed out at Tire World. She clarified, while alive. The idea gave him hives on the brain. She asked why. It was big out there. She pointed out not all of it was big. Lots of towns were smaller and quieter than Pico Mundo. He admitted that everything out there would be new. He liked what he knew. Considering everything else he had to deal with, he couldn't handle a lot of new stuff. Street names, architecture, smells, all new people. She'd always thought it would be nice to live in the mountains. New weather? He didn't need new weather. She said she didn't mean permanently, just a day or 2. They could drive to Vegas. That was her idea of a smaller, quieter place. He'd bet it was a place with thousands of dead people who wouldn't move on. People who lost everything at craps and roulette, went back to their rooms, and blew their brains out. Suicides always hung around, afraid to move on. She said he had a melodramatic view of Vegas. The average hotel maid didn't turn up a dozen suicides every morning. He countered with guys murdered by the mob, bodies dumped in fresh concrete footings of new hotels, unfinished business, and plenty of postmortem rage. Besides, he didn't gamble. She noted that didn't sound like the grandson of Pearl Sugars. He admitted Granny did her best to turn him into a card hustler, but he disappointed her. She taught him poker, didn't she? Yeah, they used to play for pennies. Even for pennies was gambling. Not when he played with Granny Sugars. She let him win? That's sweet. He explained she wanted him to travel the Southwest poker circuit with her. She'd said she was going to grow old on the road, not in a rocking chair on some retirement home porch with a gaggle of farting old ladies, and she was going to die face down in her cards in the middle of a game, not of boredom at a tea dance for toothless retirees trying to cha-cha in their walkers. Stormy noted that on the road would have been too much new. Every day, new and more new. He sighed. They sure would have had fun. She wanted him along to share the laughs, and if she died in the middle of a rough game, she wanted him to be sure the other players didn't split her bankroll and leave her carcass in the desert as coyote buffet. Stormy understood why he didn't go on the road, but asked why he didn't gamble. Because even when Granny didn't play sloppy to give him an edge, he almost always won anyway, because of his gift. She asked if he could see what cards were coming. No, nothing that dramatic. He just had a feeling for when his hand was stronger than other players, and when it wasn't, 9 times out of 10. She said that was a huge advantage. Same with blackjack, any card game. So it wasn't really gambling. Not really. Just harvesting cash. Stormy understood at once why he'd given up cards. It would be pretty much the same as stealing. He didn't need money that bad, and never would as long as people wanted what came off a griddle. Or as long as they had feet, she added. Yeah, assuming he made the move into shoe retailing. She said Vegas not because she wanted to gamble. It was a long way to go for an all-you-can-eat buffet. She said they could be there in maybe 3 hours. Wedding chapels open around the clock. No blood test required. Married by dawn. His heart did one of those gyrations only Stormy could make it do. That was almost enough to give him the nerve to travel. Only almost. They could have blood tests tomorrow morning, get a license Thursday, get hitched by Saturday, with their friends there. He wanted their friends there, didn't she? Yes. But she wanted married more. He kissed her and asked why the sudden rush. Because they'd sat in the unlighted alley so long, their eyes were thoroughly dark adapted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fully recognized the depth of concern in her face, her eyes. She seemed gripped not by mere anxiety, but by quiet terror. He assured her everything would be all right. Her voice didn't quaver. She was too tough for easy tears. But in the softness of her speech, he could hear a haunted woman. Ever since they'd sat on the edge of the koi pond, and that man came along the promenade, she trailed off. He said fungus man. Yeah, that creepy sonofabich. Ever since she saw him, she'd been scared for him. She was always scared for him. But she didn't usually make anything of it because the last thing he needed on top of everything else was a weepy dame, always nagging him to be careful. He repeated, weepy dame. She apologized. Must have flashed back to a prior life in the 1930s, but it was true. The last thing he needed was some hysterical bitch always on his case. He liked weepy dame a lot better. He thought this guy was maximum sick, 10 megatons of blast power with a fast-ticking timer, but the chief and he were on his case, going to pluck his fuse before he blew. She begged him not to be so sure. Being too sure with this guy would get him killed. He said he wasn't going to be killed. She was scared for him. He told her that by tomorrow night, Bob Robertson would be wearing a jail-issued orange jumpsuit. Maybe he'd have hurt some people. Maybe they'd have stopped him right before he pulled a trigger. But whatever the situation, Odell would be with her for dinner, planning their wedding, still having both legs, both arms. She told him to stop. Still having the same stupid head she was looking at now. Please stop. Not blind. He needed to see her, not deaf. How could they plan their wedding if he couldn't hear her? She punched him in the chest and told him not to tempt fate. From a sitting position, she couldn't get enough swing to land a solid blow. He was hardly winded. With as little wheeze as he could manage, he said he wasn't worried about tempting fate, not superstitious that way. She said maybe she was. He told her to get over it. He kissed her. She kissed back. How right the world was then. He put an arm around her and called her a silly, weepy dame. Robertson might be so psychotic he wouldn't qualify to manage the Bates Motel, but he was still just a mug. Nothing going for him except 16 wheels of craziness spinning in his head. Odell would come back with no punctures, no scrapes, no dents, none of his federally mandated stuffing identification tags ripped off. She called him her poo. Having somewhat calmed her nerves and settled her fears, he felt quite manly, like one of those stout-hearted, rock-ribbed sheriffs in old cowboy movies who with a smile sets the minds of ladyfolk at ease and sweeps gunfighters off the streets of Dodge City without smudging his white hat. He was the worst kind of fool. When he looks back on that August night, changed forever by all his wounds and all his suffering, that undamaged Odd Thomas seems like a different human being, immeasurably more confident than he is now, still able to hope, but not as wise. He mourns for him. He's told not to let the tone become too dark. A certain 400-pound muse will park his 150-pound ass on him by way of editorial comment, and there is always the threat of his urine-filled cat. The three of them climbed the alley stairs. Overhead, a security lamp glowed above the kitchen entrance, but the darkness seemed to push toward the light instead of retreating from it. Stormy pointed north to the constellation Cassiopeia, and the young man silently identified its stars one by one. His mind drifted to the myth, the queen who named the constellation, her daughter Andromeda, the hero Perseus, who slew the sea monster and the Gorgon. He saw Stormy as every bit as stellar as that fabled princess, but he was no Perseus. had slain no monsters. Terry answered the door, took the car keys, and insisted they come in. Candlelight pulsed against the kitchen walls while air conditioning drafts teased the flames. She'd been sitting alone with a small glass of peach brandy, Elvis singing in the background. They'd expected this visit. Why Stormy hadn't waited in the car. Terry's loneliness uncorked itself each night after the restaurant closed. 9 years since Kelsey died from cancer that took 3 relentless years to finish him. He'd sworn not to leave her alone. He had the will, not the power. But he'd kept his promise in a way. No ghost lingered, only the vivid etchings of memory, and the hole he left had become more comforting than any patch could be. Her Elvis obsession had begun the same year Kelsey died. The music, the memorabilia, the biography. All of it, a door she closed in the face of romance, a mountain retreat, a redoubt, a nunnery. They sat at the table. Terry steered them away from the fourth chair, Kelsey's chair. She toasted their impending wedding with the peach brandy she poured, her own brew, irresistible, potent. As they finished second servings and Love Me Tender played, he told her about taking Elvis for a ride. Terry was thrilled, then saddened he'd wept throughout. He'd seen the dead man cry before, emotionally fragile since death, but this was the worst. Terry explained there was no mystery. August 14th, the anniversary of Gladys's death in 1958. Stormy repeated the mother's name aloud, and he reflected on how mere fame becomes legend when people remember your mother's name half a century after her death. Terry added that August 16th was also bad, the day Elvis himself died. He finished his second brandy and covered his glass when Terry offered more. He mentioned Elvis seemed concerned about him, patted his arm with a melancholy look, like sympathy or pity. This alarmed Stormy, who demanded why he hadn't told her. He shrugged it off, but Terry pressed. If it meant nothing, why mention it? Stormy declared it meant something to her. Gladys died on the 14th, Elvis on the 16th, and tomorrow, the 15th, smack between them. Robertson would go gunning for people. Terry frowned at the name. He explained Robertson was the man he'd borrowed the car to find, living in Camp's End, and the chief was on it. Stormy added Robertson had come after them at St. Bart's, trashed part of the church when they slipped away. Now Terry looked alarmed. Stormy said the fry cook's recurring dream was finally coming true. The dead bowling alley employees, plus maybe a movie theater full of people. Terry asked if this involved Viola's dream. He said it was too long a story. He was whipped, needed sleep. Stormy said it had everything to do with her dream. He pleaded to tell her tomorrow after it was all over. When he pushed his chair back, Stormy seized his arm. She declared Elvis had warned him he was going to die tomorrow. He objected. Elvis just patted his arm, squeezed his hand. Stormy's tone turned dire. Squeezed his hand? He admitted Elvis had clasped his right hand in both of his and squeezed twice, then gave that look again. That look of pity, Stormy insisted. She grabbed his hand the same way and accused him of missing the message. Elvis's mother died on the 14th. Elvis died on the 16th, and he would die on the 15th, a hat trick of death, if he didn't watch his ass. He disagreed. She accused Elvis of hitting on him. He pointed out the dead man had no romantic life anymore. Terry jumped in to vouch that Elvis wasn't gay. He groaned, calling this the craziest conversation ever. Terry and Stormy both reminded him he was a fountain, a geyser, of crazy conversations. He said it wasn't him, just his life. Terry worried and told him to stay out of this. Let Wyatt Porter handle it. He agreed he wasn't a cop, didn't pack a gun, could only advise. Stormy pleaded with him to stay out of it this one time, to go to Vegas with her now. He wanted to please her. Pleasing her made the birds sing sweeter. The bees make better honey. The whole world rejoice. But what he wanted, and the right thing, weren't the same. He explained that he'd been put here for this work. Walking away wouldn't end it, only make it follow him. His psychic magnetism worked both ways. He could find a target like Robertson, or the target would be drawn to him, and in the second case, he had less control and was more likely to be unpleasantly surprised. Stormy called it just a theory. He admitted he couldn't prove it, but he knew it in his gut. Her tone shifted from angry persuasion to resignation and affection. She'd always figured he didn't think with his head. Terry said if she were his mother, she'd box his ears. He replied that if she were his mother, he wouldn't be here. The candlelight burnished both women's faces gold as they regarded him with identical anxiety. He checked his watch. August 15th. He stood, and this time Stormy didn't restrain him. He told Terry she'd have to cover his first shift or get pokey. Terry asked if he couldn't cook and save the world at the same time. He said not unless she wanted burnt bacon. At the door, she hugged them both, boxed one of his ears, and warned him to be back day after tomorrow flipping cakes, or she'd demote him to fountain jockey. Outside, the bank sign showed 90 degrees at midnight. A lazy, hot, dry breeze stirred through town in fitful whispers among the trees. The streets were quiet. When the wind held its breath, he could hear traffic signal control boxes clicking through their color changes. They walked alert, half expecting Robertson to pop from behind a car or doorway. Nothing moved except wind-licked leaves and a swarm of bats chasing moths through a street lamp's glow. Out past Cassiopeia. Stormy lived 3 blocks from the grill. They held hands in silence. His course was set irrevocably. She knew he had no choice but to help the chief stop the slaughter that had drenched his dreams for 3 years. Anything more would be useless repetition, and small talk had no charm on the dark side of a threatening dawn. Her Victorian house had 4 apartments. She lived in the ground floor right unit. They didn't expect Robertson waiting, though he'd learned who the young man was. That didn't mean he'd easily find Stormy's address. Prudence still made them cautious entering the foyer and her apartment. Inside, cool air smelled faintly of peaches. They went to her bedroom, where she kept her 9mm pistol. She ejected the magazine, checked it was fully loaded, snapped it back. He was wary of any gun anywhere, anytime, except in Stormy's hand. She could sit on a nuclear detonation button and he'd feel safe enough to nap. Windows were locked. No boogeyman in the closets. While she brushed her teeth and changed for bed, he called Green Moon Lanes. A recorded message gave hours. They opened at 11 a.m. Thursday through Sunday, 1 p.m. Monday through Wednesday. The earliest Robertson could walk in with murder in mind was 1 o'clock. He called about the movie Viola had meant to take her daughters to. It was playing at 2 theaters and only 1 multiplex. Earliest showtime, 1:10 p.m. In the bedroom, he turned down the bedclothes, took off his shoes, stretched out on the thin blanket. Her furnishings came from thrift shops but looked neither shabby nor without character. She had a talent for finding magic in objects others saw as merely old or grotesque. The mix of stickly chairs, Victorian footstools, Maxfield Parrish prints, carnival glass vases shouldn't work, but it did. Her rooms were the most welcoming he'd ever seen. Time seemed suspended here. He forgot his worries, the problems of pancakes and poltergeists. Here, he could not be harmed. Here he knew his destiny and was content with it. Here Stormy lived, and where she lived, he flourished. Above her bed, behind glass, in a frame, the card from the fortune-telling machine. You are destined to be together forever. 4 years ago at the county fair, a gaudy contrivance called Gypsy Mummy had waited in a shadowy back corner of an arcade tent. The machine stood 7 feet high, lower 3 feet enclosed, upper 4 feet glass on 3 sides. Inside sat a dwarfish female figure in gypsy costume, gnarled, withered hands resting on her thighs, green fingernails like mold. A plaque claimed this was the mummified corpse of a gypsy dwarf renowned for accurate foretellings. Mottled skin stretched over skull, eyelids and lips stitched shut with black thread. Most likely plaster, paper, and latex. As they'd arrived, another couple fed a quarter. The woman asked, "Will Johnny and I have a long and happy marriage?" The card read, "A cold wind blows. Each night seems to last 1,000 years." They tried again. The fool leaps from the cliff, but the winter lake below is frozen. Again, the orchard of blighted trees produces poisonous fruit. Again, a stone can provide no nourishment, nor will sand slake your thirst. They spent 8 quarters, started bickering. After they departed, Stormy and he took their turn. 1 coin produced the assurance they were destined to be together forever. When Stormy tells this story, she claims the mummified dwarf winked. He hadn't seen the wink, didn't understand how a sewn-shut eye could perform such a trick without popping a stitch, but the image resonated anyway. Now, waiting under that framed card, Stormy came to bed in plain white cotton panties and a SpongeBob t-shirt. To him, every model in the Victoria's Secret catalog combined possessed a fraction of her erotic allure. She lay on her side, cuddling against him, her head on his chest to listen to his heart. He was the boatman she trusted to row her into restful dreams. After a silence, she offered herself to him, said she was ready now. He was no saint. He'd trespassed, answered violence with violence, never turned the other cheek, had enough impure thoughts to destroy the ozone layer. But he thought of the orphan girl, Bronwyn, adopted at 7, only to discover her new father wanted not a daughter, but a sex toy. He thought of Penny Callisto and the seashell, the voice of a monster speaking demented lust. He couldn't purge from memory Harlow Landerson's rough breathing and bestial grunts. He told her Saturday was almost here. She taught him the beauty of anticipation. She asked, what if Saturday never came? He assured her they'd have this Saturday and thousands more. She said she needed him. He held her, her hair feathered like a raven's wing. Soon she murmured to someone she seemed pleased to see in her sleep. The boatman had done his job. He eased off the bed, drew the sheet and blanket over her shoulders, switched the lamp to its lowest setting. She didn't like to wake in darkness. He slipped into his shoes, kissed her forehead, left her with the 9mm on the nightstand. He turned out the other lights, stepped into the hall, locked her door. The front door had an oval of leaded glass. He put one eye to a flat piece. An unmarked police van stood across the street. He recognized it by the stubby shortwave antenna on the roof. He hadn't asked the chief to protect Stormy. She'd be angry at the implication she couldn't take care of herself. The danger to her existed only when he was with her. Robertson had no beef with anyone but him. More likely the chief was protecting him, or surveilling him, hoping Robertson would sniff out his trail again. He resented being used as bait without being asked. He sometimes resorted to tactics the police frowned upon. Surveillance would inhibit him. Instead of leaving by the main entrance, he walked to the back door. A moonlit yard led to a garage. A gate beside opened into an alley. The officer in the van now served as Stormy's guardian, and she couldn't get angry because he'd never asked. He was tired, but not ready to sleep. He went home anyway. Maybe Robertson would be waiting, trying to kill him. Maybe he'd survive, subdue him, call the chief, end this. He had high hopes of a violent encounter with a satisfactory conclusion. The Mojave had stopped breathing. No more lazy breeze. He made his way home at a brisk pace through streets, alleyways, a vacant lot, a dry drainage culvert. Bodocks were abroad. First, a dozen or more racing on all fours, dark places hiding them, streetlights revealing their lithe, panther-like motion. A 2-story Georgian house on Hampton Way was a magnet. He stayed to the far side of the street, saw 20 or 30 inky forms arriving and departing through cracks in window frames and door jambs. Under the porch light, one thrashed as if mad, then funneled through the keyhole. 2 others exited through an attic vent, crawled down the wall to the porch roof, crossed it, sprang to the lawn. The Takuta family, Ken, Macaulay, 3 children, slept unaware that malevolent spirits, quieter than cockroaches, crawled through their rooms. Someone in that house, or all of them, were destined to die this very day. The Bodocks often gathered at the site of forthcoming horror, but this time they weren't concentrated in one place. They were all over town, visiting potential victims before gathering where the bloodshed would occur. The pregame show. He hurried away, didn't glance back, concerned the slightest attention would alert them he could see them. On Eucalyptus Way, Bodocks had invaded the Melmans' home. Maury, retired, was a night lover by nature. While Rachel slept upstairs, warm light brightened the lower floor. Bodocks in their erect but hunch-shouldered posture were visible at every ground floor window, in agitated movement, as though the scent of impending death stirred violent, delirious excitement. This silent frenzy marked their behavior everywhere he'd seen them in the past 24 hours. He found himself glancing warily at the sky, half expecting Bodocks swarming across the stars. The moon wasn't veiled by spirit wings. The stars blazed unobstructed from Andromeda to Vulpecula. Bodocks had no apparent mass and shouldn't be affected by gravity, yet he'd never seen them fly. Supernatural as they were, many laws of physics still bound them. When he reached Marigold Lane, relief washed through him. His street appeared free of the beasts. He passed the spot where he'd stopped Harlow Landerson's Pontiac, remembering how easily the day had begun. Penny Callisto had made her peace and moved on. That success gave him hope he might prevent or minimize the pending carnage. No lights glowed at Rosalia Sanchez's house. She rose before dawn, eager to hear if she remained visible. He didn't approach the garage by the driveway. He crossed the side lawn from oak to oak, stealthily scouting. No enemy had stationed himself in the yard. He circled the garage, no one lying in wait, but he flushed a frightened rabbit from Liriope, achieving a personal best in the vertical jump and gasp event. Climbing the exterior stairs, he watched the windows above. The key chattered faintly in the lock. He turned the bolt and opened the door. When he switched on the light, he saw the gun before anything else, a pistol. It hadn't been dropped but arranged, positioned to catch the lamplight as surely as a diamond necklace on black velvet, its contours almost erotic. Whoever left it had hoped to entice him to pick it up. His salvage yard furniture, paperback books on brick-and-board shelves, posters of Quasimodo, Hamlet, and E.T. Everything appeared as he'd left it Tuesday morning. The door had been locked with no signs of forced entry, no broken windows. He was torn between leaving the door open for a hasty exit and locking it against someone entering at his back. After too long a hesitation, he quietly closed the door and engaged the deadbolt. The hush was so profound that a water drop in the kitchenette fell from faucet to sink pan with a plonk that quivered his eardrums. Certain he was meant to pick up the gun, he stepped over it instead. Living in a single room meant searching for an intruder took less than a minute, behind the sofa, in a single closet. Only the bathroom remained. The door was closed. He'd left it open. After every shower he left it open, because the small window and useless exhaust fan would otherwise let aggressive mutant molds take over. He considered calling the police. If officers found no one, he'd look foolish, and scenarios occurred to him where he'd look worse than foolish. He glanced at the gun. Why did someone want him to possess it? He put his phone on the breakfast counter, stepped to one side of the bathroom door, and listened. Only the nightbird and another plonk of water. The knob turned without resistance. Someone had left a light on. He was diligent about conserving electricity. A short-order cook hoping to marry couldn't afford to leave lights burning. With the door open wide, the small bathroom offered nowhere to hide except behind the closed shower curtain. He always closed the curtain after showering so it would dry properly. Someone had pulled it aside. That person, or another, was face down in the bathtub. No living person would lie in such an awkward position, face pressed to the drain, right arm twisted behind the body at an angle that suggested a dislocated shoulder. The fingers of the exposed pale hand were curled into a rigid claw, not twitching or trembling. Along the far rim, a thin smear of blood had dried on the porcelain. He couldn't detect the faintest scent of it here. A glistening spill of liquid soap on the tile counter and thick soap scum in the bowl suggested the killer had washed his hands vigorously, perhaps scrubbing away blood or gunpowder. He tossed the hand towel into the tub, covering the back of the victim's head. Without conscious intent, he'd backed out of the bathroom. His heart played an inappropriate rhythm. He glanced at the gun inside the front door. His instinctive reluctance to touch it had proven wise, though he still didn't grasp the full meaning of what had transpired. He needed to see the corpse's face. He returned to the bathroom, bent over the tub, avoided the hooked and twisted fingers, clutched handfuls of clothing, and wrestled the dead man onto his side, then onto his back. The towel slid off his face. Washed out gray, devoid of their characteristic eerie amusement, Bob Robertson's eyes were more sharply focused in death than in life. His gaze fixed intently on a distant vision, as though in his final instant he had glimpsed something more startling and far more terrifying than just the face of his killer. For a moment, he expected Fungus Man to blink, grin, grab him, drag him into the tub, savage him with those teeth from the grill. But Robertson stayed dead. His unexpected death left him with no immediate monster, his plan derailed, his purpose in doubt. He'd assumed Robertson was the maniacal gunman from his recurring dream, not merely another victim. With him dead, this labyrinth had no minotaur to track and slay. The body had been shot once, in the chest at close range. The shirt bore a scorch mark. Because the heart had stopped instantly, little blood had escaped. He retreated from the bathroom again, almost pulled the door shut, then had the strange notion that behind it, Robertson would rise quietly and stand in wait. Irrational worries tied knots in his nerves. He left the door open, washed his hands at the kitchen sink, dried them on paper towels, almost washed them again. He imagined his hands smelled of death. He lifted the receiver, rattled it against the cradle, almost dropped it. His hands were shaking. He knew the chief's number. He racked the phone without dialing. Circumstances had altered his cozy relationship with the chief. A dead man awaited discovery in his apartment. The murder weapon was here. He'd reported an unsettling encounter with Robertson at St. Bart's, and the chief knew he'd illegally entered the man's house Tuesday afternoon. If the pistol was registered to Robertson, police would assume Robertson had come to confront him. An argument led to a struggle, and he'd shot him in self-defense. They wouldn't charge him, probably wouldn't even take him in. But if the pistol wasn't registered to Robertson, he'd be as stuck as a rat on glue. Wyatt Porter knew him too well to believe he could kill in cold blood. But the chief wasn't the only cop. Others wouldn't be so quick to declare him innocent. For appearances, the chief might have to park him in a cell for a day. In jail, he'd be safe from whatever catastrophe was descending, but unable to use his gift. He couldn't escort Viola and her daughters to safety. He couldn't induce the Takuta family to change their plans. He'd hoped to follow the Bodaks to the site of the crime. Odysseus in chains cannot lead the way back to Ithaca, a literary allusion solely because little Ozzy would be amused by his audacity to compare himself to that hero. Ozzy had instructed him to give the narrative a lighter tone than he thought it deserved, because truth isn't found in morbidity, but in hope. The light receded from him now. The darkness gathered. To please his massive, six-fingered muse, he resorted to tricks like the Odysseus bit. Having determined he couldn't turn to the chief, he switched off all lights except the bathroom one. He couldn't bear to be entirely in the dark with the corpse. Even dead, Robertson still had surprises in store. In the gloom, he found his way to a front window and opened the levolar. Moonlit stairs framed in slices by the slats. No one ascending. Between oak branches, Marigold Lane had no suspicious vehicles. He wasn't under observation, but whoever had whacked Robertson would be back. When they knew he'd discovered the cadaver, they'd either pop him too and make it look like murder-suicide, or place an anonymous call and land him in the cell he was determined to avoid. He knew a setup when he saw one. He went to the bureau, opened the bottom drawer. Under spare pillowcases, he found the folded top sheet. He regretted sacrificing good cotton bedding. He was mildly allergic to synthetics. In the bathroom, he opened the sheet on the floor. Robertson resisted being hauled out, not conscious opposition, but the passive resistance of rigor mortis, as stiff as boards nailed at odd angles. Reluctantly, he put a hand to the dead man's face, colder than expected. Perhaps his understanding of events needed adjustment. His assumptions didn't match Robertson's condition. To learn the truth, he had to examine further. He unbuttoned the shirt, filling him with loathing and an abhorrent sense of intimacy that spawned slithering nausea. His fingers were damp with sweat, the pearlized buttons slippery. He glanced at Robertson's face, certain the gaze would have refocused on his fumbling hands. It hadn't. The expression of shock and terror remained, staring beyond the veil. The lips were slightly parted, as if with his last breath he had greeted death or spoken an unanswered plea. Looking at the face only made his heebie-jeebies worse. He imagined the eyes tracking his attention. If he'd felt a fetid breath against his brow, he might have screamed, but wouldn't have been surprised. No corpse had ever creeped him out like this. Most deceased he interacted with were apparitions. He was spared the messy biological aspect. Here he was troubled less by early-stage corruption than by the physical peculiarities, that spongy fungoid quality from life, and the file's revelations about torture, murder, dismemberment, decapitation, cannibalism. He undid the final button, folded back the shirt. No undershirt. Advanced lividity was visible at once. Blood had settled to the lowest points, giving the flabby chest and sagging belly a bruised, mottled appearance. The coolness of the skin, rigor mortis, and advanced lividity suggested he had not died within the past hour or two, but much earlier. The warmth of the apartment would have accelerated deterioration, but not to this extent. Very likely when Robertson had given him the finger from St. Bart's Cemetery, he hadn't been a living man, but an apparition. He tried to recall if Stormy had seen him. She'd been stooping for the cheese and crackers he'd knocked from her hands. No, she hadn't seen him. By the time she leaned against the parapet, Robertson was gone. Later, when he'd opened the church door and encountered Robertson ascending the steps, Stormy had been behind him. He'd let the door fall shut and hustled her away. At Little Ozzy's place, Robertson had appeared twice, first on the public sidewalk, later in the backyard. In neither instance had Ozzy been positioned to confirm he was real. Terrible Chester had seen the man and reacted strongly, but animals often responded to spirits, usually with subtle calm. Chester's hostility was probably a reaction not to Robertson being an apparition, but to his abiding aura of evil. The evidence suggested the last time he'd seen Robertson alive was when the man left his house in Camp's End, just before he'd loided the lock and found the black room. Robertson had haunted him since, angrily, as though blaming him for his death. Though murdered in his apartment, Robertson must know he hadn't pulled the trigger, shot from a distance of no more than a few inches. What he and his killer had been doing here, he couldn't imagine. He needed more time and calmer circumstances to think. One might expect the pissed-off spirit to lurk in the bathroom or kitchenette, waiting to threaten him as at the church. But these restless souls linger because they cannot accept the truth of their deaths. The last thing they want is to hang around their dead bodies. Nothing reminds one of demise like one's oozing carcass. In the presence of their own lifeless flesh, they feel the urge to move on, a compulsion they're determined to resist. Robertson might visit eventually, but not until the body had been removed and every blood smear scrubbed away. That suited him fine. The vandalism in St. Bart's sacristy hadn't been the work of a living man, but a malevolent ghost in full poltergeist mode. He'd lost a music system, lamp, clock radio, bar stool, and several plates to such tantrums. One reason his furnishings were thrift shop rejects. He looked at the lividity in Robertson's chest and belly, made his deductions, and tried to button the shirt without looking directly at the bullet wound. Morbid interest got the best of him. The hole was small, but ragged, wet, and strange in a way he didn't immediately grasp and didn't want to contemplate. Nausea crawled faster. He felt 4 years old again, feverish and weak, staring down his own mortality. He clenched his teeth, repressed his gorge, finished buttoning. He wasn't a forensic specialist. He couldn't determine the exact time of death to the half hour. Logic put it between 5:30 and 7:45. During that period, he'd searched Robertson's house, explored the black room, driven Elvis to the Chief's barbecue and then to the Baptist church, and cruised alone to Little Ozzy's. The Chief and his guests could verify his whereabouts for part of that time, but no court would look favorably on Elvis's ghost providing an alibi for another portion. His vulnerability became clearer by the moment. When a knock came, it would most likely be the police, sent by an anonymous tip. A sense of urgency bordering on panic gave him new strength. With grunting and a few colorful obscenities, he hauled Robertson out of the tub onto the sheet spread on the bathroom floor. Remarkably little blood had spilled. He cranked on the shower and washed the stains off the porcelain with steaming water. He'd never be able to take a bath here again. He'd either go unwashed for life or find a new place. He turned out Robertson's pants pockets, 20 crisp $100 bills in the left, 23 in the right, clearly not killed for money. He returned those bankrolls. The billfold contained more cash. He stuffed that in a pocket too, but kept the wallet, hoping it might contain a clue when he had time to examine it. The corpse gurgled alarmingly as he wrapped it in the sheet, bubbles of phlegm or blood popping in its throat like a belch. He twisted the ends shut at the head and feet, tied them with white laces stripped from spare shoes. The package looked like an enormous doobie, or a cocoon, a giant larva inside changing into something new. He didn't want to dwell on what that might be. Using a plastic shopping bag, he packed a change of clothes, shampoo, toothbrush, toothpaste, electric razor, cell phone, flashlight, scissors, moist towelettes, and a roll of antacids. He'd need them to get through the rest of the night. He dragged the body across the dark room to the larger south-facing window. If he'd lived in an ordinary apartment house with neighbors below, the tenants' committee would have met first thing to draft a new rule forbidding corpse hauling after 10. The body weighed far too much to carry. Tumbling it down the stairs would be noisy, and a memorable spectacle if someone happened to be passing. He moved aside a dinette table and 2 chairs, raised the lower sash, removed the bug screen, and leaned out to confirm the backyard couldn't be seen from neighboring houses. A board fence and mature cottonwoods provided privacy. He muscled the sheet-wrapped cadaver off the floor and into the open window. shoving him out feet first, squeamish about dropping him on his head. Halfway out, the sheet hung up on a protruding nail head, but with determination he maneuvered him far enough for gravity to take over. The drop was 12 or 13 feet. The impact produced a brutal, sickening sound instantly identifiable as a dead body plummeting to hard earth. No dogs barked. No one said they'd heard anything. Pico Mundo slept on. Using paper towels to avoid fingerprints, he plucked the pistol off the carpet and added it to the plastic shopping bag. Back in the bathroom, he checked for anything obvious he'd missed during the cleanup. Later, he'd need to do a more thorough job, vacuum for hairs and fibers, wipe every surface to eliminate Robertson's prints. He wouldn't be helping the killer get away. By all indications, the man was a cool professional, too smart and self-aware to have left evidence. He consulted his watch, 1:38 a.m. The night had seemed to be racing toward dawn. He thought it must be 2:30 or later. Still, time was running out. After turning off the bathroom light, he went to the front window, cracked the blind, studied the street. No one standing vigil. Carrying the shopping bag, he went outside and locked the door behind him. Descending the steps, he felt as intently watched as a Miss America contestant. No eyes were on him, but guilt made him self-conscious. He nervously scanned the night, looking everywhere but at the steps. Proof of miracles he didn't fall and break his neck. He never needed a good reason to embrace guilt. Sometimes he felt responsible for train wrecks in Georgia, terrorist bombs in distant cities, tornadoes in Kansas. A part of him believed if he worked more aggressively to develop his gift, instead of merely coping, he might apprehend more criminals and spare more lives. Even far from Pico Mundo, he knew this wasn't the case. Pursuing much greater involvement would spiral into genteel madness, no good to anyone. Yet that chastising part judged him inadequate. The origins lay with his mother and her guns. Recognizing the structure of your psychology didn't mean you could easily rebuild it. The chamber of unreasonable guilt was part of his mental architecture. At the bottom of the steps, without anyone rushing forward to accuse him, he started around the side of the garage, then stopped. He intended to use Rosalia's Chevy to move Robertson's body, then return it without her being the wiser. He didn't need a key. He learned to hotwire a car. But his sudden concern had nothing to do with her seeing him, everything to do with her safety. If another man with murder on his mind had gone with Robertson into his apartment between 5:30 and 7:45, they'd done so in bright Mojave daylight. He suspected the two had arrived as conspirators, Robertson thinking they were lying in wait for him. He must have been surprised when his companion drew a gun. Once Robertson was dead and he'd been set up, the killer wouldn't have hung around. He would have left quickly, also in daylight. Surely he'd worried someone in the nearby house might have seen him entering or departing. Unwilling to risk a witness, he might have knocked on Rosalia's back door. A gentle widow living alone would have been an easy kill. If he were thorough and cautious, he probably would have visited her before bringing Robertson here, used the same pistol, framing him for 2 murders. Judging by his swiftness and boldness, this unknown man was thorough, cautious, and much more. Rosalia's house stood silent. No lights, only the ghostly reflection of the westering moon. He started across the driveway toward her back porch before realizing he'd begun to move. After a few steps, he halted. If she was dead, he could do nothing. And if Robertson's killer had visited her, he had surely not left her alive. Until now, he'd thought of Robertson as a lone gunman, a mental and moral freak scheming toward his bloody moment. He might have been exactly that, but he had become more. He had met another who thrilled to the same fantasies, and together they'd grown into a beast with 2 faces, 2 hateful hearts, 4 busy hands. The clue had hung on the study wall in Robertson's house, but he hadn't understood it. Manson, McVeigh, Atta. None had worked alone. They'd conspired with others. In the files were case histories of numerous serial killers who acted alone, but those 3 faces were men who'd found meaning in a brotherhood of evil. His illegal visit to Robertson's house had somehow become known to him. Maybe cameras were hidden. Sociopaths are frequently paranoids. Robertson had financial resources enough for state-of-the-art video cams. He must have told his murderous friend. The kill buddy might then have decided he himself was at risk if his association became known, or Robertson might have grown nervous about their plans for August 15th, wanted to postpone. Perhaps his psychotic friend had been too excited to accept a delay. Having long contemplated this delicious violence, He now had a hunger for it. He turned away from Rosalia's house. If he went in and discovered she'd been murdered as a consequence of his actions, he doubted he'd have the will to deal with Robertson's body. At the very thought of discovering her corpse, he felt a loosening in the hinges of his reason. Viola Peabody and her daughters were depending on him. Unknown numbers of people destined to die before sunset might be saved if he could stay out of jail, if he could learn the place and time of the planned atrocity. As if magic overruled physics, the moonlight seemed to acquire weight. He felt its burden with every step to the back of the garage where the corpse waited. The rear door was unlocked. The interior darkness smelled of tire rubber, motor oil, old grease, raw wood baked from the rafters. He set his shopping bag inside. Grimly aware of the mental and physical toll, he dragged the body across the threshold and closed the door before fumbling for the light switch. The garage had 2 stalls, plus a workshop. One stall empty, Rosalia's Chevy in the space nearest the house. The trunk was locked. The thought of loading the corpse in the rear seat and driving with it behind his back disturbed him. He'd seen many strange things. President Lyndon Johnson's ghost disembarking from a Greyhound in pajamas, mooning him. But he'd never seen a corpse restored to life or animated by evil sorcery. Yet turning his back on Robertson's cadaver and chauffeuring it filled him with dread. He couldn't prop the fully wrapped body on the front passenger's seat either. Getting it into the back taxed his strength and stomach. In his cocoon, Robertson felt loose, soft, ripe. The memory of the ragged, wet bullet hole kept rising in his mind. The flabby, livid flesh around it, the dark, custardy ooze. By the time he loaded the corpse and closed the back door, sweat streamed from him as though a giant had wrung him out like a washcloth. Outside, 2 in the morning, a brisk 85 degrees. In the windowless garage, 10 degrees more desperate. Blinking perspiration from his eyes, he fumbled under the dashboard and found the wires he needed. Shocking himself only once, he got the engine started. The dead man on the back seat did not stir. He turned out the garage light, put his plastic shopping bag on the passenger's seat, got behind the wheel, and used the remote to raise the garage door. Blotting his face on Kleenex, he realized he hadn't thought about where to unload his cargo. Neither the town dump nor a Goodwill collection box seemed like a good idea. If Robertson were found too soon, the chief would have hard questions that might interfere with his attempts to deflect the coming horror. Ideally, the body would lie decomposing for at least 24 hours. Then he thought of the perfect hiding place, the Church of the Whispering Comet Topless Bar, adult bookstore, and burger heaven. The Mojave had reclaimed the old church grounds. Odd shapes loomed out of the moon shadows. Dead palm trees, a long Quonset hut like a half-buried spaceship, smaller barracks huts circling the property. Odd Thomas drove without headlights, the idling Chevy crunching over cracked asphalt. He didn't want to leave the engine running yet. He needed a fast escape. Without keys, he couldn't restart in a crisis. He grabbed the flashlight from his shopping bag and went looking for a place to hide a body. The wind blew hot, smelling of dry brush and sand. He moved from barracks to barracks, checking doors. Most had been broken open by vandals over the years. At the third, the latch still held. He didn't want coyotes getting to the corpse. Robertson had been a monster, sure, but Odd couldn't stomach the thought of the man's remains being torn apart by scavengers. The desert held more hungry life than casual eyes ever saw. He pulled the Chevy closer to the chosen building, about 10 feet from the door. Then he needed a minute. He chewed 2 antacid tablets. During the drive from town, Robertson hadn't once asked if they were there yet. Still, against all logic, Odd didn't trust him to stay dead. Dragging the body out proved easier than getting it in, except for one sickening moment. The big wrapped shape quivered inside the sheet, and Odd felt like he was hauling a bag of live snakes. He dragged the corpse to the door, wedged it open with the flashlight, paused to wipe sweat from his face, and saw the yellow eyes, low to the ground, 20 or 30 feet away, watching, hungry. He snapped up the light. A coyote. Big, sinewy, sharp-featured, less evil by nature than plenty of humans, but right now it looked like something that had slipped through the gates of hell. The beam didn't scare it off. That meant the animal had grown dangerously bold around people and might not be alone. Odd swept the light and found another slouching beast to the right, and behind the first. He'd heard the stories. Coyotes rarely attacked adults in the past, but settlements pushed into their land, and now they'd become bolder. Several California adults had been stalked in recent years. These two didn't find him intimidating, just appetizing. He searched the ground for a rock and settled on a chunk of broken concrete. He hurled it at the nearest predator. It struck 6 inches wide and bounced away. The coyote shied from the impact, but didn't run. The second one held its ground too. The idling car's wheeze and clatter worried him more than the animals. This place was isolated, but the noise could mask other intruders if anyone else was already prowling the grounds. He couldn't handle 2 things at once. The corpse came first. By the time he came back out, maybe the coyotes would have moved on, lured by rabbits or easier prey. He dragged the wrapped body across the threshold, into the Quonset hut, and pulled the door shut behind him. A hallway ran along one side, leading to a bath and 4 rooms. Each room had once been a prostitute's workplace. The flashlight showed dust, webs, empty beer bottles, dead bees. The air still carried faded traces of scented candles, perfume, fragrant oils, and underneath that, a fainter, acrid smell, animal urine from creatures that had come and gone. The furniture was long gone. In 2 rooms, mirrors on the ceiling showed where beds had been positioned. Hot pink walls. Porthole windows, most of the glass shot out by kids with air guns. The 4th room had both small windows intact. No large carrion eater could get at the corpse in here. One of the securing shoelaces had snapped. The shroud sagged, exposing Robertson's left foot. Odd considered taking both laces and the sheet. They were possible evidence, but common brands sold everywhere. They wouldn't convict him alone. He bent to the task, and an image forced its way into his mind, the wound in Robertson's chest, and in memory, his mother's voice asking if he wanted to pull the trigger for her. He'd had years of practice turning away from childhood memories. He could dial her voice from a whisper to silence quickly enough. But the image of the wound wouldn't go as easily. It pulsed in his memory like the dead heart still beating underneath. Back in his bathroom, when he'd opened Robertson's shirt to check for lividity and saw the entrance wound in the purpled flesh, something had compelled him to look closer. Disgusted by his own morbid impulse, afraid his mother had twisted him in ways he hadn't realized, he'd resisted, turned away, rebuttoned the shirt. Now, kneeling beside the corpse, fumbling with the knots in the remaining shoelace, he tried to close the memory of that shirt over the memory of the oozing wound, but it still throbbed inside his skull. Gas bubbled up through the bloating body, a series of small chuckles, then something that sounded almost like a sigh from the dead man's lips, behind the cotton veil. Odd couldn't spend another second with the corpse. He shot to his feet, fled the hot pink room, and was halfway down the hall before realizing he'd left the door open. He went back and closed it, protecting the body from the larger scavengers. He used the tail of his t-shirt to wipe the door handles of every room he'd checked. Then he scuffed his feet through his own footprints, smearing the thick dust to avoid leaving clear shoe tread impressions. He opened the outer door. The flashlight beam caught flares of eyeshine from 3 coyotes waiting between him and the idling Chevy. Odd Thomas saw 3 coyotes waiting between him and the idling Chevy. Sinewy legs, lean flanks, narrow muzzles. They looked built for speed and savage assault, yet something about them still suggested dogs. Their feet seemed too big for their bodies, their ears too big for their heads, puppy-like, if you ignored the tense posture and flaring nostrils. 2 stood maybe 14 feet in front of the car. The third waited between Odd and the passenger side door, the same door he'd left open. He shouted at full volume. Common wisdom said sudden loud noises would frighten coyotes into flight. 2 twitched. None retreated an inch. Stewed in his own sweat, he realized he must have smelled like a salty, delicious dinner. When he stepped back from the threshold, they didn't spring. Their boldness hadn't yet matured into absolute conviction that they could take him down. He let the door fall shut. Another door at the far end of the hall opened outside too, but that exit put him too far from the Chevy. He couldn't circle around. The coyotes would catch his scent long before he reached the car. He could wait until dawn. Night hunters, these. Maybe too hungry to outwait him. The fuel gauge showed half a tank, but the engine would almost surely overheat before the gas ran out. Besides, the flashlight batteries wouldn't last an hour. For all his brave talk about not fearing the unknown, he couldn't tolerate being trapped in pitch darkness with a dead man. He'd obsess on the image of Robertson's bullet wound. He'd imagine every breath of night breeze was the sound of the corpse peeling out of its shroud. He went searching for something to throw. 2 empty beer bottles. Nothing else, unless he stripped the shoes off the corpse. Back at the door, he switched off the flashlight, jammed it under his waistband, and waited a few minutes. Let his eyes adjust to the dark. When he opened the door, all 3 coyotes remained almost exactly where they'd been. In daylight, their coats would be tan with reddish highlights and a peppering of black. Here they looked like old silver. Their eyes glowed with a moony madness. He pegged the nearest as pack leader, the biggest, with a grizzled chin suggesting years of hunting experience. Experts advised avoiding eye contact with an angry dog. That constituted a challenge. But with a coyote pondering your nutritional value, failure to make eye contact would be read as weakness. You might as well serve yourself up on a platter. Making eye contact with the leader, Odd tapped 1 bottle against the metal doorframe, tapped harder, breaking it. He held the neck, jagged shards protruding from his fist. A lousy weapon against stiletto jaws, but better than bare hands. He hoped to project such confidence that they'd hesitate for 3 or 4 seconds, all he needed to reach the open back door. He let the door fall shut behind him and moved toward the pack leader. The coyote bared its teeth. A low growl warned him off. Ignoring the warning, Odd took another step and threw the intact bottle with a sharp snap of his wrist. It struck the leader hard on the snout, bounced off, shattered at its feet. Startled, the coyote stopped growling. It moved to the front of the car, not retreating, not advancing, just repositioning to present a united front with its 2 companions. The effect left Odd a direct, unguarded route to the open door. But a full-out sprint would require taking his attention off the pack. The moment he ran, they'd spring. The distance between them wasn't much greater than the distance between him and the door, and they were far quicker. Holding the broken bottle in front of him, jabbing at them, Odd edged sideways toward the idling Chevy, counting every inch a triumph. 2 watched with obvious curiosity, heads raised, mouths open, tongues lolling. They stood with weight shifted toward hind legs, ready to launch. The leader's posture troubled him more. Head lowered, ears laid back, teeth bared without tongue showing. It stared from under its lowered brow, its forepaws pressed so hard against the ground that even in the faint moonlight, its toes spread. It seemed to be standing on the points of its claws. He continued facing them, but they weren't directly in front anymore. To his right, the open car door to his left. Halfway to the Chevy, he figured he could risk a rush. Throw himself into the back seat, pull the door shut just in time. A muted growl to his left. The pack now numbered 4. The 4th had stolen up from behind the Chevy. It stood between him and the open door. He snapped his attention back to the threesome. During his brief distraction, they'd slunk closer. Moonlight silvered a ribbon of drool slipping from the pack leader's lips. To his left, the 4th coyote's growl grew louder, rivaling the car's grumble. At the periphery of his vision, Odd saw it creep toward him. The Quonset hut door lay a daunting distance behind him. Before he reached it, the pack leader would be on his back, teeth in his neck. The others would tear at his legs. The broken bottle felt fragile, good for nothing but slashing his own throat. A sudden, overwhelming pressure in his bladder suggested these predators would be getting marinated meat by the time they took a bite. And then the nasty customer to his left chewed up its growl and let out a submissive mewl. The fearsome trio to his right, as one, traded menace for perplexity. They rose from stalking posture, stood erect, ears pricked forward. The change was so abrupt, so inexplicable. Like a guardian angel had cast a rapture of mercy over the creatures. Odd stood stiff, stupefied, afraid moving would break the spell. Then he realized the coyote's attention had shifted to something behind him. He turned his head warily. His guardian was a pretty but too thin young woman with tousled blonde hair and delicate features. She stood behind and to his left, barefoot, naked except for skimpy, lace-trimmed panties, slender arms crossed over her breasts. Her smooth, pale skin seemed luminous in the moonlight. Beryl blue eyes were windows to a melancholy so profound that Odd knew at once. She belonged to the restless dead. The lone coyote on his left settled to the ground, all hunger forgotten. It regarded her like a dog waiting for affection from its adored master. The first three weren't as humbled, but they were transfixed. They panted and licked their lips incessantly, signs of nervous stress in any canine. As the woman stepped past Odd toward the Chevy, they shied from her, not fearfully, deferentially. At the car, she turned to him. Her smile was an inverted crescent of sadness. Odd stooped, put the broken bottle quietly on the ground, then rose with new respect for the perceptions and priorities of coyotes. They seemed to give greater importance to wonder than to appetite. At the car, he closed the back door on the passenger's side, opened the front door. The woman regarded him solemnly, as deeply moved by being seen years after her death, as he was moved by seeing her in this purgatory of her own creation. Lovely as a half-bloomed rose still containing promise, she appeared to have been not much more than 18 when she died, too young to have sentenced herself for so long to the chains of this world, to such extended lonely suffering. She must have been one of the 3 prostitutes shot by an unbalanced man 5 years ago, the event that had closed Whispering Burger forever. Her chosen work should have hardened her. But she seemed tender, timid. Touched by her vulnerability and the harsh self-judgment that kept her here, Odd held out a hand. Instead of taking it, she bowed her head demurely. After a hesitation, she uncrossed her arms and lowered them to her sides, revealing her breasts and the 2 dark bullet holes that marred her cleavage. Odd doubted the young woman had any unfinished business in this desolate place. Her life had clearly been so hard that she'd have little reason to love the world too much to leave it. He assumed her reluctance to move on arose from fear of what came next, perhaps dread of punishment. He told her not to be afraid. He asked if she'd been a monster in this life. He suggested she'd been like all who passed this way, lonely, lost, confused, broken. Slowly, she raised her head. He admitted she might have been weak and foolish. Many were. So was he. She met his eyes again. Her melancholy seemed deeper now, as acute as grief, as enduring as sorrow. He repeated that he was weak and foolish, but when he died, he would move on, and so should she, without fear. She wore her wounds not as divine stigmata, but as if they were the devil's brand, which they were not. He confessed he had no idea what came next, but he knew a better life awaited her beyond the misery she'd known, a place where she'd belong and be truly loved. From her expression, he understood that being loved had been only a cherished hope never realized in her short, unhappy life. Terrible experience, perhaps from the cradle to the shot that killed her, had left her unable to envision a world beyond this one where love was a promise fulfilled. She raised her arms and crossed them over her chest again, concealing both breasts and wounds. He told her not to be afraid again. Her resumed smile seemed as melancholy as before, but also enigmatic. He couldn't tell if his words had comforted her. Wishing he were more persuasive in his faith, and wondering why he wasn't, Odd got into the front passenger seat, closed the door, and slid behind the steering wheel. He didn't want to leave her there among dead palm trees and corroded Quonset huts, with as little hope as she had physical substance. But the night ticked on. The moon and constellations moved across the heavens relentlessly. In too few hours, terror would descend on Pico Mundo unless he could somehow stop it. He drove away slowly, glancing repeatedly at the rearview mirror. She stood in the moonlight, the charmed coyotes resting at her feet, like the goddess Diana between hunts, mistress of the moon and all its creatures, receding, dwindling, but not ready to go home to Olympus. He drove from the Church of the Whispering Comet back into Pico Mundo, from the company of a gunshot stranger to the bad news about a gunshot friend. If Odd had known the name or even the face of the one he should be seeking, he might have tried psychic magnetism, cruising town until his sixth sense brought him contact. But the man who'd killed Bob Robertson, and who craved to kill others in the coming day, remained nameless and faceless, seeking only a phantom would waste gasoline and time. The town slept, but not its demons. Bodaks filled the streets, more numerous and fearsome than coyote packs, racing through the night in what seemed ecstasy of anticipation. He passed houses where these living shadows gathered and swarmed with particular inquisitiveness. At first, he tried to remember each haunted residence, still believing that the people who interested Bodaks were those who'd be murdered between dawn and sunset. But Pico Mundo now held more than 40,000 souls. He'd met only a tiny fraction. Most Bodak-infested houses belonged to people he didn't know. No time to meet them all, no hope of gaining their confidence, so they'd change their plans. He considered stopping at houses of those he knew, asking them to list every place they'd be the following afternoon. With luck, he might discover a single destination common to them all. But seeking that information in front of Bodaks would earn their suspicion. Once alert to him, they'd discern his unique nature. He remembered the 6-year-old English boy who'd spoken aloud of Bodaks and had been crushed between a concrete block wall and a runaway truck. The impact had shattered numerous blocks into gravel and dust. The driver, a healthy 28-year-old, had suffered a massive, instantly fatal stroke at the precise moment he crested a hill. Accident analysis determined the lateral slope should have carried the unpiloted truck away from the boy, impacting the wall 30 feet from where it actually stopped. The dead driver's body had hung up on the steering wheel, countering the angle that should have saved the child. Odd knew more about the universe's mysteries than those who couldn't see the lingering dead, but he understood only a tiny fraction of the truth. He'd reached one certain conclusion: there are no coincidences. Even in chaos, there is order, purpose, and strange meaning. So he didn't stop at any Bodak capering house. Somewhere, a healthy driver and a massive truck needed only a timely cerebral aneurysm and expedient brake failure to cross his path. Instead, he drove to Chief Porter's house, trying to decide if he should wake him at 3 a.m. Over the years, he'd only twice interrupted the chief's sleep. The first time, he'd been wet and muddy, still wearing a shackle and dragging chain that had bound him to 2 corpses dumped into Malo Suerte Lake. The second time, there'd been a crisis needing attention. The current crisis hadn't quite arrived yet, but it loomed. The chief needed to know that Bob Robertson was not a loner, but a conspirator. The trick would be delivering this news convincingly, without revealing that Odd had found Robertson dead in his bathroom and, breaking numerous laws, had bundled the cadaver elsewhere. Turning the corner half a block from the Porter address, Odd was surprised to see lights on in several houses. The chief's place blazed brightest. 4 police cruisers stood at angles to the curb. One car's roof rack beacons still flashed and revolved. On the front lawn, 5 officers gathered in conversation, their posture suggesting they were consoling one another. Odd had intended to park across the street and call the chief's private number after concocting a story avoiding mention of his recent exertions as a dead man's taxi service. Instead, with a helpless sinking of the heart, he abandoned the Chevy beside a patrol car. He switched the headlights off but left the engine running, hoping none of the cops would get close enough to see no keys in the ignition. The officers on the lawn all knew him. They turned as he ran to them. Sonny Wexler extended a brawny arm, telling Odd to hold on, stay back. Crime scene investigators were working the place. Odd saw Izzy Maldonado on the front porch, rising from some task he'd been doing on his knees, stretching a kink from his back. Izzy worked for the county sheriff's crime lab, which contracted to Pico Mundo police. When Robertson's body was eventually found in that Quonset hut, Izzy would most likely be the technician sifting the scene. Odd desperately wanted to know what had happened, but he couldn't speak, couldn't swallow. Some gluey mass obstructed his throat. He thought of Gunther Ulstein, the beloved music teacher who'd had difficulty swallowing, then cancer of the esophagus. Radiation failed him. He died before surgery. Now a thin, withered ghost, Gunny usually sat in a rocking chair on the porch of the house he'd built. He'd lost his ability to speak in his final weeks, had so much he wanted to say to his wife Mary, but couldn't write with the subtlety and emotion of speech. He lingered now, regretting what he failed to say, futilely hoping as a ghost to find a way to speak to her. A muting cancer seemed almost a blessing if it would keep Odd from asking Sonny what happened. Sonny said he thought Odd must have heard. That's why he'd come. The chief had been shot. Jesus Bustamante added angrily that almost an hour ago, some pussbag Sano Fabich had plugged the chief 3 times in the chest on his own front porch. Odd's stomach turned over repeatedly, almost in time with the revolving beacons on the cruiser. The phantom obstruction in his throat became real as bitter gorge rose into the back of his mouth. He must have paled, must have wobbled on loose knees. Jesus put an arm against his back to support him. Sonny quickly assured him the chief was alive, bad off, but alive, a fighter. Billy Monday added that the doctors were working on him right now. He'd be all right. He had to be. What would happen without him? Sonny repeated that he was a fighter. Odd asked which hospital. County General? He ran to the car he'd left in the street. These days, most new hospitals in Southern California resembled medium-rent retail outlets. The bland architecture didn't inspire confidence. But County General, the oldest in the region, featured an impressive porte cochere with limestone columns. At first sight, you knew nurses and doctors worked inside instead of sales clerks. Before Odd reached the information desk, Alice Norrie intercepted him. She was running interference to keep reporters and unauthorized visitors from advancing past the lobby. She told him the chief was in surgery and would be there a while. Odd asked where Mrs. Porter was. Carla was in the ICU waiting room. They'd take him there straight from the OR. Odd announced he was going up there, in a tone implying she'd have to arrest him to stop him. Alice told him he didn't have to bust her badge. He was on the short list Carla had given her. Odd took the elevator to the 2nd floor, where County General had its operating rooms. Finding the right OR proved easy. Rafus Carter stood guard outside the door, big enough to give pause to a rampaging bull. As Odd approached through the fluorescent glare, Rafus rested his hand on the butt of his holstered gun. He said no offense, but only Carla could come along this corridor and not get his back up. Odd asked if he thought the chief was shot by someone he knew. Rafus said almost had to be, which meant it was probably someone he knew too. Odd asked how bad it was. Bad. Odd echoed that the chief was a fighter. Rafus said he better be. Odd returned to the elevator. Between the 3rd and 4th floors, he pressed the stop button. Uncontrollable trembling shook the strength out of him. His legs too weak to stand, he slid down the wall of the cab and sat on the floor. Stormy said life wasn't about how fast you ran or even with what degree of grace. It was about perseverance, staying on your feet and slogging forward no matter what. In her cosmology, this life was boot camp. If you didn't persevere through all obstacles and wounds, you couldn't move on to your next life of high adventure, service, or eventually to your 3rd life of pleasures and glories far greater than coconut cherry chocolate chunk. Stormy always stayed on her feet metaphorically. Unlike her, Odd found that sometimes he had to pause if he was ultimately to persevere. He wanted to be calm, collected, strong, full of positive energy when he went to Carla. She needed support, not tears of sympathy or grief. After 2 or 3 minutes, he was calm and half collected. Good enough. He rose, took the elevator off stop, and continued to the 4th floor. The dreary waiting room had pale gray walls, gray and black speckled vinyl tile, gray and mud-brown chairs. The ambiance, said death. The chief's sister, Eileen Newfield, sat in a corner, red-eyed from crying, compulsively twisting an embroidered handkerchief. Beside her sat Jake Hultquist, murmuring reassurances. He was the chief's best friend. They joined the force the same year. Jake was out of uniform in khakis and an untucked t-shirt. His shoelaces were untied. His hair bristled in weird twists and spikes, as if he hadn't combed it after the call. Carla looked fresh, beautiful, and self-possessed. Her eyes were clear. She hadn't been crying. She was a cop's wife first, a woman second. She wouldn't give in to tears as long as Wyatt was fighting for his life, because she was fighting with him in spirit. The moment Odd stepped through the open doorway, Carla came to him, hugged him, and asked if "this blows" wasn't what young people his age would say about a situation like this. Odd agreed. Totally. Sensitive to Eileen's fragile condition, Carla led him into the hallway. She explained that the chief had gotten a call on his private nightline just before 2 in the morning. She didn't know who from. The ringing only half woke her. He told her to go back to sleep. Everything was fine. Odd asked how many people had the nightline. Not many. She continued. He didn't go to the closet to dress. He left the bedroom in his pajamas, so she figured he wasn't going out. Some problem he could handle from home. She went back to sleep until the gunshots woke her. Not 10 minutes after the call. Apparently, he opened the front door for someone he was expecting. Someone he knew, Odd said. 3 to the chest, she confirmed, and 1 to the head. At the news of a headshot, Odd almost needed to slide down the wall again. Seeing how hard this hit him, Carla quickly said no brain damage. The headshot was the least destructive of the 4. She found a tremulous but genuine smile. He'd make a joke out of that, wouldn't he? Odd agreed he probably already had. Carla could hear him saying that if you wanted to blow out Wyatt Porter's brains, you'd have to shoot him in the ass. Odd agreed that was him all right. She said they thought it was meant to be the coup de grace after he was already down, but maybe the shooter lost nerve or got distracted. The bullet only grazed Wyatt's scalp. Odd said in denial that nobody would want to kill him. Carla told him that by the time she dialed 911 and got downstairs with her pistol, the shooter was gone. Odd pictured her coming fearlessly down the stairs with the gun in both hands, ready to trade bullets with the man who had shot her husband. A lioness, like Stormy. Wyatt was down, already unconscious when she found him. A surgical nurse in green scrubs approached from the direction of the elevators, her expression asking not to shoot the messenger. Jenna Spinelli had been 1 year ahead of Odd in high school. Her calm gray eyes were flecked with blue. The news wasn't as grim as he feared, not as good as he'd have liked. The chief's vital signs were stable, but not robust. He'd lost his spleen, but could live without it. 1 lung had been punctured, but not beyond repair. None of his vital organs were irreparably damaged. Complex vascular repairs were required. The physician estimated the chief would be in the OR another 90 minutes to 2 hours. Jenna said they were pretty sure he'd come through surgery good enough. Then the challenge would be preventing post-operative complications. Carla went into the ICU waiting room to share this with the chief's sister and Jake Hulquist. Alone with Jenna, Odd asked if she was holding anything back. She said no. They didn't soften bad news for spouses. They told it straight and all at once. Odd said this blew. Like a hurricane, she agreed. She thought he was eventually going to make it, not just out of surgery, but all the way home on his own 2 feet. But no guarantees. He was a mess inside, but not half as bad as they'd thought before opening him up. 1,000 to 1 odds that anyone could survive 3 chest wounds. He was incredibly lucky. Odd said if that was luck, he better never go to Vegas. Jenna pulled down one of his lower eyelids and examined the bloodshot scenery. She said he looked wrecked. He admitted it had been a long day. Breakfast started early at the grill. She mentioned she'd been in with 2 friends the other day. He'd cooked their lunch. He said sometimes things were so frantic at the griddle he didn't get to look around and see who was there. She said he had a talent. He thanked her. She'd heard his dad was selling the moon. He confirmed it, but noted it wasn't a great place for a vacation home. No air. She said he was nothing at all like his dad. He asked who would want to be. Most guys, she replied. He thought she was wrong about that. She suggested he ought to give cooking classes. He said mostly what he did was fry. She'd still sign up. He admitted it wasn't exactly healthy cuisine. She said they'd all got to die of something. She asked if he was still with Bronwyn. Stormy, yes. It was like destiny. She asked how he knew. Matching birthmarks, he said. She asked if he meant the one she'd gotten tattooed to match his. No, it was real enough. They were getting married. She hadn't heard about that. It was breaking news. She said wait till the girls found out. What girls? All of them. The conversation wasn't making perfect sense, so Odd said he was walking grime, needed a bath, but didn't want to leave the hospital till the chief came out safe. Was there anywhere he could get a shower? Jenna said she'd talk to the head nurse. He should go get his change of clothes from the car, then ask at the nurse's station. As she started to turn, Odd asked if she'd taken piano lessons. Years of them. Why? Her hands were so beautiful. He bet she played like a dream. She gave him a long look he couldn't interpret. Then she asked if the wedding thing was true. Saturday, he assured her, full of pride. If he could leave town, they'd have gone to Vegas and been married by dawn. She said some people were way lucky, even luckier than Chief Porter still sucking wind after 3 chest wounds. Odd assumed she meant he was fortunate to have won Stormy. He said after the mother-father mess he'd been handed, fate owed him big. Jenna told him to call if he decided to give cooking lessons. She'd bet he really knew how to whisk. Puzzled, Odd said whisk was mainly just for scrambled eggs. With pancakes and waffles, you had to fold the batter, and otherwise almost everything was fry, fry, fry. She smiled, shook her head, and walked away, leaving him with the same perplexity he'd sometimes felt when, as the best player on his high school baseball team, he'd swung above a perfect strike zone slow pitch and not even kissed the ball. Odd hurried to Rosalia's car in the parking lot. He took the gun from the shopping bag and tucked it under the driver's seat. Back at the 4th-floor nurse's station with his bag, they were expecting him. All 4 nurses on the graveyard shift were smiling and clearly amused about something. The 4th floor offered a few fancier co-payment accommodations that could pass for hotel rooms. Carpeted, warm colors, comfortable furniture, badly framed art, full bathrooms with under-counter refrigerators. Ambulatory patients who could afford to augment their insurance could book such swank, escaping the dreary hospital ambience, which was said to speed recuperation despite the paint-by-number sailing ships and kittens in fields of daisies. Provided with towels, Odd was given use of a bathroom in an unoccupied luxury unit. The paintings followed a circus theme: clowns with balloons, sad-eyed lions, a pretty high-wire walker with a pink parasol. He chewed 2 antacid tablets. After shaving, showering, shampooing, and changing into fresh clothes, he still felt flattened. He sat in an armchair and went through Robertson's wallet. Credit cards, driver's license, library card. The only unusual item was a plain black plastic card with a line of blind embossed dots, raised on one side, depressed on the other. He assumed it was Braille. Robertson hadn't been blind. Odd couldn't imagine why he'd carry a card bearing Braille, or why any blind person would keep such an item in a wallet. He sat slowly, sliding his thumb across the dots, then his forefinger. Just bumps in the plastic, unreadable to him. But the more he traced their patterns, the more disquieted he became. Tracing, tracing. He closed his eyes, playing at being blind, hoping his 6th sense might suggest the card's purpose, if not the meaning of the words spelled by the dots. The hour was late. The moon sank beyond the windows. Darkness intensified, marshaling itself for futile resistance against the bloody dawn. He must not sleep. He dared not sleep. He slept. In his dreams, guns cracked. Slow-motion bullets bored visible tunnels in the air. Coyotes bared fierce black plastic teeth marked by cryptic dot patterns he could almost read with nervous fingers. In Robertson's livid chest, the oozing wound opened like a black hole, drawing Odd with irresistible gravity into its depths, to oblivion. Odd slept only an hour before a nurse woke him. Chief Porter was being moved from surgery to intensive care. The window showed black hills rising to a black sky full of Braille dots leafed with silver. The sun still lay an hour below the eastern horizon. Carrying his shopping bag of dirty clothes, Odd returned to the hallway outside the ICU. Jake Hulquist and the chief's sister were waiting there. Neither had seen anything like the black plastic card. Within a minute, a nurse and an orderly entered with a gurney bearing the chief. Carla walked at her husband's side, one hand on his arm. As the gurney passed, Odd saw the chief was unconscious, with inhalator prongs in his nose. His tan had turned to tin. His lips were more gray than pink. The nurse and orderly pushed through the ICU double doors. Carla followed, telling them her husband wasn't expected to regain consciousness for hours. Whoever murdered Robertson had wounded the chief. Odd couldn't prove it, but when you don't believe in coincidences, 2 shootings hours apart in a sleepy town as small as Pico Mundo must be as indisputably connected as Siamese twins. Odd wondered if the caller on the chief's private nightline had attempted to imitate his voice, identifying himself as Odd, seeking counsel, asking to be met downstairs at the front door. The caller might have hoped the chief would mention Odd's name to his wife before leaving the bedroom. If an effort had been made to frame Odd for 1 killing, why not for 2? Though he prayed the chief would recover quickly, Odd worried about what he might say when conscious. Odd's alibi for the time of the shooting: he'd been hiding a corpse in a Quonset hut. This explanation, complete with verifying cadaver, would not give heart to any defense attorney. At the 4th floor nurses' station, none of the women on duty recognized the item from Robertson's wallet. On the 3rd floor, a pale, freckled nurse with a fey quality stood checking pill cups against a patient list. She accepted the mysterious plastic rectangle, examined it, and called it a meditation card. She explained they usually came without bumps, little symbols printed on them instead, like crosses or images of the Holy Virgin. You were supposed to say a repetitive prayer while moving your finger from symbol to symbol, like a convenient rosary you could carry in your wallet. But they weren't only used by Christians. They'd begun as a New Age thing. She'd seen them with rows of bells, Buddhas, peace signs, dogs or cats for animal rights meditation, or rows of planet Earths for a better environment. Odd wondered if this one was for blind people. No, not at all. She held the card against her forehead for a moment like a mentalist reading a sealed envelope. Odd didn't ask why. Tracing the dots again, she said about a quarter of the cards were braille like this. You pressed a finger to the dots and meditated on each letter. Odd asked what it said. She didn't read braille. They said different things, a few inspirational words, a mantra to focus energy. It was printed on the package. Odd didn't have the package. You could also order a custom imprint, your personal mantra, anything you wanted. This was the first black one she'd ever seen. They were usually white, gold, silver, sky blue, lots of times green for environmentalist mantras. Her frown had fully developed. She returned the card, then stared with evident distaste at the fingers she'd used to trace it. Odd lied that he'd found it downstairs in the lobby on the floor. She picked up a bottle of Purell, squirted gel onto her palm, and vigorously rubbed her hands together. She advised him to get rid of it. The sooner the better. It had negative energy. Bad mojo. It would bring wickedness down on him. Odd promised to throw it in the trash. She told him not to throw it away here, not anywhere in the hospital. He should take a drive out in the desert where there was nobody around. Drive fast, throw it out the window, let the wind take it. Odd agreed that sounded like a good plan. Her hands were dry and sanitized. Her frown evaporated. She hoped she'd been of some help. Odd said she'd been great. He took the meditation card out of the hospital into the waning night, but not for a drive in the desert. KPMC Radio studios were on Main Street in a 3-story brick Georgian townhouse between the law offices of Knacker Hiskus and the Good Day Bakery. In this last hour of darkness, lights were on in the bakery kitchen. When Odd got out of the car, the street smelled of fresh bread, cinnamon buns, and lemon strudel. No Boddocks were in sight. On the 3rd floor, Stan Spanky Luffmunder was the engineer on duty. Harry Bemis was the producer of All Night with Seamus Cocobolo. Odd made faces at them through the triple-insulated view window. After conveying by hand gestures that he should copulate with himself, they gave him the OK sign. From the hallway speaker came String of Pearls by Glenn Miller. The platter Seamus was currently spinning. The music actually originated from a CD, but on his show, Seamus used 1930s and 40s slang. Harry alerted Seamus. When Odd entered the booth, Seamus took off his headphones, tuned up the on-air feed just enough to stay on track, and welcomed the Wizard of Odd. Seamus asked why Odd didn't smell like peach shampoo. Odd said the only soap he had was unscented Neutrogena. Seamus asked if it wasn't over between him and the goddess. Odd assured him it had only just begun. Odd reached in front of Seamus and put down the meditation card, snapping it against the countertop to intrigue him. Seamus played cool, didn't pick it up right away. He mentioned planning to come by the grill after the show for a heart-stopping pile of fried shaved ham, shoestring onions, and biscuits and gravy. Odd said he wouldn't be cooking this morning. Had the day off. Seamus asked what he did on a day off. Go out and moon around at the tire store? Odd said he thought he might go bowling. Seamus called him a wild party animal and wondered how his lady kept up with him. The Miller tune ended. Seamus leaned into the mic and let ad-libbed patter dance off his tongue, cueing Benny Goodman's 1 o'clock jump and Duke Ellington's Take the A-Train. Odd loved listening to Seamus on and off the air. His voice made Barry White and James Earl Jones sound like carnival barkers with strep throat. To radio people, he was the velvet tongue. From 1 a.m. to 6 o'clock daily, except Sunday, Seamus spun what he called the music that won the big war and recounted tales of that long-ago nightlife. The other 19 hours, KPMC eschewed music for talk radio. Management would prefer to shut down during those least listened hours, but their broadcast license required 24/7 service. This gave Seamus freedom to do anything he wanted, immersing himself and his insomniac listeners in big band glories. In those days, he said, the music was real, and life was more grounded in truth, reason, and goodwill. The first time Odd heard this, he'd expressed surprise that Seamus would feel such affinity for an age of active segregation. Seamus had answered that he was black, blind, seriously smart, and sensitive. No age would be easy for him. At least the culture had culture then, had style. Seamus told his audience to close their eyes, picture Duke Ellington in his trademark white tux, and join him as he rode that train to Harlem. His mother had named him Seamus, wanting her son to be a police detective. When he went blind at 3, law enforcement ceased being an option. The coca below came from his father, straight out of Jamaica. Picking up the black plastic card, holding it by top and bottom edges between thumb and forefinger, Seamus asked if some stupendously stupid bank had given Odd a credit card. Odd said he was hoping Seamus could tell him what it said. Seamus slid one finger across the card, not really reading it, just determining its nature. He said surely Odd didn't think he needed meditation when he had Count Basie and Satchmo and Artie Shaw. So he knew what it was. Over the last couple of years, people had given him maybe a dozen of these, all different inspirational thoughts, as though blind people couldn't dance so they meditated. No offense, but Odd was entirely too cool to give him a plastic, fantastic spiritual whiz-bang like this, and Seamus was a little embarrassed for him. Odd said he wasn't giving it, just curious what it said in Braille. Seamus was relieved to hear that. Odd said he was born curious. Seamus got the point. None of his business. He read the card with his fingertips and said, Father of Lies. Odd repeated it as Father of Flies. Lies, Seamus corrected. Untruths. The phrase was familiar, but for some reason Odd couldn't make sense of it, perhaps because he didn't want to. The devil, Seamus said. The father of lies, father of evil, his satanic majesty. Was St. Bart's old-time religion just too boring these days? Did Odd need a whiff of sulfur to give his soul a thrill? Odd said it wasn't his card. Whose then? A nurse at County General had told him to drive pedal to the metal into the desert, toss it out a window, let the wind take it. Seamus observed that for a nice boy who made an honest living with a fast spatula, Odd sure hung around with some seriously whacked people. He slid the card back. Odd got up from his stool. Seamus told him not to leave that brimstone braille there. Odd reminded him it was just a plastic, fantastic spiritual whiz-bang. His twin reflections watched him from the dark blue lenses of Seamus's glasses. Seamus said he'd known a practicing Satanist once, a guy who claimed he hated his mother, but must have loved her. Cops found her severed head in his freezer in a sealed plastic bag with rose petals to keep it fresh. Odd picked up the meditation card. It felt cold. He thanked Seamus for his help. Seamus told him to be careful. Interestingly, eccentric friends weren't easy to find. If Odd were suddenly dead, he'd miss him. The red dawn came, the sun like an executioner's blade slicing up from the dark horizon. Elsewhere in Pico Mundo, a would-be mass murderer might have been looking at this sunrise while inserting cartridges into spare magazines for his assault rifle. Odd parked in the driveway and turned off the engine. He could wait no longer to learn if the shooter who'd popped Bob Robertson had also murdered Rosalia Sanchez. Yet 2 or 3 minutes passed before he found sufficient courage to get out. The night birds had fallen silent. The morning crows, usually active at first light, had not yet appeared. Climbing the back porch steps, Odd saw the screen door was closed, but the inner door stood open. Kitchen lights were off. He peered through the screen. Rosalia sat at the table, hands folded around a coffee mug. She appeared to be alive, but appearances could be deceiving. Her dead body might be awaiting discovery elsewhere, and this might be her earthbound spirit holding the mug she'd left when answering the killer's knock. He couldn't smell freshly brewed coffee. Always before, when she waited for him to tell her she was visible, the lights had been on. He'd never seen her sitting in the dark. Rosalia looked up and smiled as he entered. Odd stared, afraid to speak, for fear she was a lingering spirit and couldn't answer. She greeted him. Dread blew out of him with his pent-up breath. He said she was alive. Of course she was alive. She knew she was a long way from the young girl she used to be, but she didn't look dead, she hoped. He meant visible. Yes, she knew. 2 policemen had told her, so she didn't have to wait for him this morning. It was good knowing early. She turned out the lights and just enjoyed sitting here, watching the dawn develop. She offered him apple juice. He declined and asked about 2 policemen. Nice boys, she said. They'd come not 40 minutes ago. They were worried about him. Someone had reported hearing a gunshot from his apartment. Ridiculous. She'd told them she hadn't heard anything. She'd asked what on earth he'd be shooting at in his apartment. He didn't have mice. She raised her mug for a sip, but then asked, "He didn't have mice, did he?" "No, ma'am." They wanted to look anyway. Nice boys. Careful to wipe their feet. Didn't touch a thing. She'd shown them his apartment. Odd was glad he'd moved Robertson's body immediately upon finding it. She mentioned he'd never come around last night to get the cookies she'd baked. Chocolate chip with walnuts, his favorite. A heaped plate covered with plastic wraps stood on the table. He thanked her. Her cookies were the best. He picked up the plate and asked if he could borrow her car for a little while. But hadn't he just driven up in it? He blushed. Yes, ma'am. Well then, he'd already borrowed it. No need to ask twice. He retrieved the keys from the pegboard by the refrigerator and thanked her. She said he was a sweet boy. Reminded her so much of her nephew Marco. Come September, he'd have been invisible 3 years. Marco, with the rest of his family, had been aboard one of the planes that flew into the World Trade Center. She kept thinking he'd turn visible again any day, but it had been so long now. She told Odd never to go invisible. She breaks his heart sometimes. He said he wouldn't. When he bent down and kissed her brow, she put a hand to his head, holding his face to hers, and made him promise. He promised, ma'am. Swore to God. When Odd parked in front of Stormy's apartment building, the undercover police van was no longer across the street. Obviously, the detail hadn't been providing her security. As he'd suspected, they'd been watching in hopes Robertson would come looking for Odd. When Odd showed up at Chief Porter's house after the shooting, they realized he was no longer with Stormy, and evidently they pulled up stakes. Robertson was embarked on an endless sleep, watched over by the ghost of a young prostitute. But his murderer and former kill buddy remained at large. This second psychopath would have no reason to make a special target of Stormy. Besides, she had her 9mm pistol and the hard-nosed will to use it. Yet into Odd's mind came the image of Robertson's chest wound, and he could not turn away or close his eyes as he'd done in his bathroom. Worse, his imagination transferred the mortal hole from the dead man's livid flesh to Stormy. He thought also of the young woman who'd saved him from the coyotes, arms crossed modestly over her breasts and wounds. On the front walkway, he broke into a run, slammed up the stairs, crashed across the porch, threw open the leaded glass door. He fumbled the key, dropped it, bent, and snatched it from the air as it bounced off the hardwood floor and let himself into her apartment. From the living room, he saw Stormy in the kitchen and went to her side. She stood at the cutting board beside the sink, using a small grapefruit knife to section the fruit. A small pile of extracted seeds glistened on the wood. She asked what he was wired about. He said he thought she was dead. Since she wasn't, did he want breakfast? He almost told her someone had shot the chief. Instead, he said if he did drugs, he'd love an amphetamine omelet with 3 pots of black coffee. He hadn't slept much. He needed to stay awake, clarify his thinking. She had chocolate-covered donuts. That was a start. They sat at the kitchen table, she with her grapefruit, he with the box of donuts and a full sugar, full caffeine Pepsi. She asked why he thought she was dead. He sighed and shook his head. He didn't know. He was seeing Bodocs everywhere, hordes of them. Whatever was coming would be big. He was scared. She pointed her spoon at him warningly, telling him not to ask her to stay home today. He said he'd like her to stay home today. What'd she just say? What'd he just say? Chewing, silenced by grapefruit and chocolate donut, they stared at each other. She offered to stay home today if he'd stay all day with her. He said they'd been through this. He couldn't let people die if there was a way to spare them. She said she wasn't going to leave even one day in a cage just because there was a loose tiger out there somewhere. Odd chugged Pepsi. He wished for caffeine tablets, for smelling salts to clear his head each time a fog of sleep crept upon him. He wished he could be like other people. No supernatural gift, no weight to carry, except whatever donuts might eventually put on him. He told her he was worse than a tiger. She didn't care if he was worse than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. She had a life to live, and no time to waste if she was going to have her own ice cream shop within 4 years. He said one day off, work wouldn't destroy her chances of fulfilling the dream. She answered that every day she worked toward it was the dream. The process, not the final achievement, was what it was all about. He asked why he even tried to reason with her. He always lost. She called him a fabulous man of action. He didn't need to be a good debater, too. He said he was a fabulous man of action and a terrific short-order cook. The ideal husband. He was going to have a second donut. She smiled and offered a concession she knew he couldn't accept. She'd take the day off and go with him, right at his side, everywhere he went. Where Odd hoped to go, by grace of psychic magnetism, was to the unknown man who'd killed Robertson and who might now be preparing the atrocity they'd planned together. Stormy wouldn't be safe at his side. He said no. She should get on with her dream. Pack those cones, mix those milkshakes, be the best damn purveyor of ice cream she could be. Even little dreams couldn't come true unless you persevered. She asked if he thought that up or was quoting. He was quoting her. She smiled affectionately and said he was smarter than he looked. He'd have to be. He asked where she was going on her lunch break. She packed her lunch, cheaper, and she could stay at work, on top of things. He told her not to change her mind, not to go near a bowling alley, a movie theater, near anything. Could she go near a golf course? No. Miniature golf? No. He was serious. Could she go near a game arcade? An amusement park? He asked if she remembered the old movie Public Enemy. James Cagney as a gangster having breakfast with his moll, and when she irritated him, he shoved half a grapefruit in her face. She said she was nobody's moll. And what did the moll do, castrate him? That's what she'd do with her grapefruit knife. Public Enemy was made in 1931. You couldn't show castration on screen back then. She said what an immature art form it was in those days. So enlightened now. Did he want half her grapefruit and she'd get her knife? He said he was just saying he loved her and was worried about her. She loved him too, so she'd promised not to eat lunch on a miniature golf course. She'd have it right at Burke Bailey's. If she spilled salt, she'd immediately throw a pinch over her shoulder. Hell, she'd throw the entire shaker. He thanked her, but said he was still considering the grapefruit face smash. At the Takuta house on Hampton Way, no Bodocs were in sight. The previous night, they'd been swarming the residence. As Odd parked, the garage door rolled up. Ken Takuta backed out in his Lincoln Navigator. Odd walked to the driveway. Takuta stopped the SUV and put down his window, greeting him formally as always. Odd returned the greeting and remarked on the beautiful morning. Takuta declared it a glorious morning, a momentous day like every day, full of possibilities. Dr. Takuta taught 20th century American literature at California State University at Pico Mundo. Considering that modern and contemporary literature taught in most universities was largely bleak, cynical, morbid, pessimistic, misanthropic dogmatism often written by suicidal types who sooner or later killed themselves with alcohol, drugs, or shotguns, Professor Takuta was a remarkably cheerful man. Odd lied that he needed advice about his future, thinking of going to college, eventually getting a doctorate, building an academic career like Takuta. Takuta's lustrous Asian complexion paled to a taupe tint. He said while he was in favor of education, he couldn't in good conscience recommend a university career in anything but the hard sciences. As a working environment, the rest of academia was a sewer of irrationality, hate-mongering, envy, and self-interest. He was getting out the moment he earned his 25-year pension, then going to write novels like Ozzie Boone. Odd pointed out that he always seemed so happy. Takuta replied that in the belly of Leviathan, one could either despair and perish, or be cheerful and persevere. He smiled brightly. Odd pressed forward with his half-baked scheme to learn Takuta's schedule. He said he'd still like to talk about it. Takuta said the world had too few modest fry cooks and far too many self-important professors, but they could chat. Just call the university and ask for his office. His graduate assistant would set up an appointment. Odd said he was hoping to talk this morning. Takuta asked what had caused this sudden, urgent thirst for academic pursuits. Odd said he needed to think more seriously about the future. He was getting married on Saturday. Takuta asked if that was to Bronwyn Llewellyn. Yes, sir. Takuta told him he had a rare opportunity for perfect bliss and would be ill-advised to poison his life with either academia or drug dealing. He had a class this morning, followed by 2 student conferences. Then he was having lunch and seeing a movie with his family, so tomorrow was the absolute earliest they could discuss this self-destructive impulse. Odd asked where he was having lunch, at the grill. They were allowing the children to choose. It was their day. What movie were they seeing? That thing about the dog and the alien. Odd told him not to. It stank. Takuta noted it was a big hit. The word tasted bitter coming out, an admission of failure, or at least disappointment. He declared the situation was no good. His companion pointed to the positive reception from critics, as if that settled matters. He countered with a quote about art outlasting its reviewers, who were nothing more than fleeting insects. Then he gave a crisp instruction to call the office the next day for further discussion. Rolling up his window, he reversed out of the driveway and aimed the car toward the university. Somewhere later on that same day, an appointment with death waited. 5-year-old Nicolina Peabody was a vision of pink from her sneakers to her t-shirt, even the face on her watch dial rendered in that same shade. She announced that once she could choose her own clothes, she would wear nothing but pink every single day forever. Her older sister, Lavana, nearly 7, rolled her eyes and offered a crude label for anyone who dressed that way. Their mother, Viola, entered with a birthday cake under a glass lid and immediately scolded Lavana for the remark, warning that such language bordered on trash talk and would cost 2 weeks of allowance. Nicolina asked for a definition of the word. Lavana explained with false sophistication that it meant someone who wore pink and kissed men for money. Viola handed off the cake, saying she would collect the activity books so they could leave. The narrator had already walked through the house. No lurking shadows of Botox anywhere. Nicolina proposed a loophole. If she kissed men for free, she could wear pink and avoid the label. Lavana shot back that free kisses from many men would earn a different, equally harsh name. Viola cut her off again. But Lavana defended herself, arguing her sister had to learn how the world worked eventually. Nicolina caught the narrator's amusement and turned on her sister with uncanny accuracy, accusing Lavana of not really knowing what the word meant. Lavana insisted smugly that she did. The girls led the way down the front walk to Mrs. Sanchez's car at the curb. Viola locked up, followed, placed the activity books in the back with the girls, and settled in the front passenger seat. He handed her the cake and closed her door. The morning was pure desert, blazing, breathless. The sky hung overhead like an inverted blue ceramic bowl pouring out dry heat. Shadows stretched westward as if longing for the horizon where night had already gone. Only his shadow moved along the windless street. He saw no sign of supernatural entities. Starting the engine, he heard Nicolina declare she would never kiss any men anyway, only Mommy, Lavana, Aunt Charlene. Lavana predicted that would change with age. Nicolina insisted it wouldn't, adding Cheevers to her short list. Lavana pointed out Cheevers was a boy. Nicolina giggled and said Cheevers was a stuffed bear. Still a boy, Lavana argued, claiming the desire for men had already begun. Nicolina protested she wasn't a slut. She planned to become a dog doctor. Lavanna corrected the term to veterinarian and noted they didn't wear pink every day forever. Nicolina said she would be the first. Lavanna softened, admitting that if she had a sick dog, she would still bring it to a pink veterinarian because she trusted her sister to heal it. He took a circuitous route, checking the rearview mirror, driving 6 blocks to end up only 2 away on Maricopa Lane. Viola called her sister en route to announce the visit. The white clapboard house had periwinkle blue shutters and porch posts. 4 rocking chairs and a bench swing made the porch a neighborhood social hub. Charlene rocked up from a chair as they parked. A large woman with a rapturous smile and a gospel singer's musical voice. Her golden retriever Posey rose beside her, tail lashing with excitement, held in place only by a soft command. He carried the cake inside and politely turned down offers of lemonade, apple dumpling, cookies, and peanut brittle. Posey rolled onto her back on the floor, paws bent in submission, soliciting belly rubs that the girls eagerly provided. He dropped to one knee long enough to wish Lavanna a happy birthday and hug each girl. They felt terribly small and fragile. So little force would shatter them. Their vulnerability frightened him. Viola followed him through the house to the porch, where she reminded him he had promised to bring a picture of the man she needed to watch for. He said it was no longer necessary. The man was out of the picture. Her huge eyes held trust he didn't deserve. She asked him directly, honestly, whether he still saw death in her. He didn't know what approached, but though the bright desert day impressed his ordinary eyes, his sixth sense read storm-dark skies and pending thunder. Changing their plans, canceling the movie and dinner, would surely change their fate. He told her she and the girls were okay now. Her eyes searched his. He didn't dare look away. She asked about him, whether there was a path through whatever was coming to someplace safe. He forced a smile and claimed expertise on all things otherly and beyond. She held him tight without further questions. He didn't ask if she saw death in him. She had never claimed a foretelling gift, but he was afraid she would say yes. Long after the late-night radio show had signed off and Glenn Miller's music had drifted toward distant stars, with no Elvis CDs for comfort, he cruised Pico Mundo's streets in the silent sun, wondering where all the Bodocks had gone. He stopped at a service station for fuel and used the men's room. In the streaked mirror, his face looked hunted, haggard, hollow-eyed. From the Minimart, he bought a screw-top Pepsi and a small bottle of caffeine tablets. Between the no-dos, cola, and sugar from Mrs. Sanchez's cookies, he could stay awake. Whether he could think clearly on that regimen wouldn't be evident until the bullets started flying. Without a name or face for Robertson's collaborator, his psychic magnetism wouldn't lead him to the quarry. Random cruising would arrive nowhere of consequence. With clear intention, he drove to Camp's End. The chief had ordered surveillance on Robertson's house the previous evening, but that stakeout had been withdrawn. With the chief shot and the whole department in shock, someone had shifted resources elsewhere. A realization struck. The chief might not have been targeted solely to frame him for a second murder. Robertson's kill buddy might have wanted Wyatt Porter eliminated so the Pico Mundo PD would stay shaken, disoriented, and slow to respond to whatever crisis was coming. Instead of parking across the street, he left the Chevy at the curb directly in front of the pale yellow Casita with the faded blue door. He walked boldly to the carport. His driver's license still served its fundamental purpose. The door latch popped. He entered the kitchen. For a minute he stood inside the threshold, listening. The hum of the refrigerator motor. Faint ticks and creaks as the old house's joints expanded in the rising morning heat. Instinct told him he was alone. He went directly to the neatly kept study. No Bodocks currently used it as a train station. From the wall above the file cabinets, the faces of McVeigh, Manson, and Ada watched him with what felt like conscious awareness. At the desk, he sifted through the drawers again, seeking names. On his previous visit, he had dismissed the small address book as unimportant. This time, he paged through it carefully. Fewer than 40 names and addresses. None resonated. He didn't reread the bank statements but stared at them, thinking about the $58,000 in cash withdrawn over the past 2 months. More than 4,000 had been in Robertson's pockets when he found the body. He asked himself, if you were a rich sociopath funding well-planned mass murder, how big a circus of blood could you buy for roughly $54,000? Even sleep-deprived, with a caffeine headache and a sugar buzz, he knew the answer. Big. A three-ring circus of death. Bullets, explosives, poison gas, just about anything short of a nuclear bomb. Somewhere else in the house, a door closed. Not with a bang. Quietly. A soft thump. Then a click. He moved stealthily but fast to the study door and stepped into the hall. No intruder in sight except himself. The bathroom and bedroom doors stood open as before. The bedroom sliding closet door couldn't have made the sound he heard. Knowing death rewarded the reckless and the timid alike, he pressed into the living room with cautious haste. Deserted. The swinging kitchen door couldn't have produced that noise. The entry door remained closed. In the front left corner of the living room stood a closet. Inside, 2 jackets, sealed cartons, an umbrella. Into the kitchen. No one. Perhaps he had heard an intruder leaving. Someone present when he arrived who crept out once certain he was distracted. Sweat prickled his brow. A single bead traced his nape and traveled down his spine to the tailbone. The morning heat wasn't the sole cause. He returned to the study and powered on Robertson's computer. Surfing directories, he found downloaded files of sadistic pornography, child porn, plus material on serial killers, ritual mutilation, and satanic ceremonies. Nothing that would lead him to the collaborator fast enough to resolve the current crisis. He switched the machine off. If he'd had sanitizing gel, he would have poured half a bottle over his hands. His first visit had included a quick search, disturbing enough to take his case to the chief. But a countdown clock ticked in his head now, so he searched more thoroughly this time, grateful the house was small. In the bedroom highboy, one drawer held several curiously designed knives of different sizes. Latin phrases were engraved on the first few blades. Though he didn't read Latin, he sensed the words were as wicked as the razor edges. Another knife bore hieroglyphics from hilt to point: flames, falcons, wolves, snakes, scorpions. A second drawer revealed a heavy silver chalice engraved with obscenities, polished and cool to the touch. A hateful mockery of a communion cup. The ornate handles were inverted crucifixes. Latin circled the rim. Around the bowl, images of naked figures engaged in various sex acts. In the same drawer, he found a black lacquered pyx decorated with pornographic scenes. Men and women copulating with jackals, hyenas, goats, serpents. In an ordinary church, a pyx holds communion wafers. This one brimmed with coal-black crackers flecked with red. The smell was faint but repellent. First herbal, then burnt matches, then vomit. The highboy held other satanic items, but he had seen enough. He couldn't fathom adults taking Hollywood-style Satanism seriously. Teenage boys, yes, washed loose from reason by hormones, but not adults. Even sociopaths like Robertson and his pal, enthralled by violence, must have enough clarity to see the absurdity of such Halloween games. He replaced everything and closed the drawers. A soft rap of knuckles startled him. He looked at the bedroom window, expecting a face at the glass. Only hard desert light, tree shadows, brown backyard. The knocking came again, a stutter of small blows lasting 15 or 20 seconds. In the living room, he went to the front window and parted the greasy drapes. No one on the stoop. Only Mrs. Sanchez's Chevy and a weary dog slouching past. Recalling the quarrelsome crows on the roof during his previous visit, he studied the ceiling, listening. After a minute, the knocking didn't return. He stepped into the kitchen. Ancient linoleum crackled in spots. Needing a name for the collaborator, he couldn't think where a kitchen might hold that information. But he looked through all drawers and cupboards anyway. Mostly empty. A few dishes, half a dozen glasses, a small clatter of flatware. He went to the refrigerator because eventually Stormy would ask if he had checked for severed heads. He opened the door. Beer, soft drinks, part of a canned ham, half a strawberry pie, staples, condiments. Next to the pie, A clear plastic package held 4 black 8-inch tapers, maybe kept in the fridge because they would soften in the summer heat of a house without air conditioning. Beside the candle stood an unlabeled jar filled with what appeared to be loose teeth. A closer look confirmed it. Dozens of molars, bicuspids, incisors, canines. Human teeth. Enough for 5 or 6 mouths. He stared for a long moment, trying to imagine how Robertson had obtained them. Deciding he would rather not think about it, he closed the door. Had he found nothing unusual in the refrigerator, he would not have opened the freezer compartment. Now he felt obligated to explore further. He pulled out the deep roll-out drawer. Cold fog plumed into the hot kitchen. 2 familiar pink and yellow containers. Burke Bailey's ice cream purchased the previous afternoon, maple walnut and mandarin orange chocolate. Additionally, about 10 opaque Rubbermaid containers with red lids, the size and shape for leftover lasagna. He would not have opened them if the topmost hadn't featured freezer-proof labels. Heather Johnson, James Deerfield. He was looking for names after all. Lifting aside the top containers, he saw more names. Lisa Belmont, Alyssa Rodriguez, Benjamin Nader. He started with Heather Johnson. Prying off the red lid revealed a woman's breasts. Souvenirs, trophies, objects to spur the imagination on lonely nights. He dropped the container back into the freezer as though burned, shot to his feet, and kicked the drawer shut. He must have turned and crossed the kitchen, but he wasn't aware of reaching the sink until he found himself leaning against the counter, bent forward, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit up Mrs. Sanchez's cookies. He had seen terrible things in his life, some worse than this, but experience had not immunized him. Human cruelty still had the power to devastate him, to loosen the locking pins in his knees. He wanted to wash his hands and splash cold water on his face, but preferred not to touch Robertson's faucets. He shrank from using his soap. 9 more containers waited in the freezer. Someone else would have to open them. He had no curiosity about the rest of the grotesque collection. Robertson's file had included nothing but the calendar page for August 15th, suggesting his own murderous career would begin on that date. Yet the freezer suggested his file should already be thick. Sweat sheathed him, hot on his face, cold along his spine. He might as well not have showered. He checked his watch. 10:02. The bowling alley opened at 1. The first showing of the Hot Ticket Dog movie was also scheduled for 1. If his prophetic dream was about to be fulfilled, he might have no more than 3 hours to find the collaborator and stop him. He unclipped the cell phone, flipped it open, pulled out the antenna, pressed power. The logo appeared. The electronic signature music played. Chief Porter might not have regained consciousness. Even if he had, his thoughts would be muddled by anesthetic, morphine, pain. He would have neither the strength nor presence of mind to instruct his subordinates. He knew all the officers on the PMPD to one extent or another. None had been made aware of his gift. None had ever been as good a friend as the chief. If he brought the police here, revealed the freezer's contents, and urged them to find Robertson's kill buddy, they would need hours to wrap their minds around the situation. Without his sixth sense, they wouldn't share his urgency. They would detain him as a suspect. Who was to say he hadn't harvested those body parts himself and planted them to incriminate Robertson? If they ever found Robertson's body, and if the chief died from surgical complications, he would surely be arrested for murder. He switched off the phone. Without a name to focus his psychic magnetism, without anyone to assist, he had hit a wall. The impact rattled his teeth. Something crashed to the floor in another room. Not just a thump of a closing door. Not merely a soft rapping, a hard thud and breakage. Frustration burned away his caution. He headed for the swinging door while trying to clip the phone to his belt. He dropped it, left it for later, and shoved through into the living room. A lamp lay on the floor, its ceramic base shattered. He tore open the front door. No one on the stoop or lawn. He slammed it hard, the boom shaking the house. Making noise felt good after so much pussyfooting. His anger pleased him. He rushed through the archway into the narrow hall. Bedroom, closet, study, closet, bathroom. No one. Crows hadn't knocked over the lamp. Neither had a draft or an earthquake. When he returned to the kitchen to retrieve his phone and get out, Robertson was waiting. For a dead man with no stake in this world, Robertson lingered with singular ferocity. His mushroom colony body seemed powerful now, lumpy but strong. His soft face hardened with rage. No bullet hole or stain marked his shirt. Robertson was in denial of his death, refusing to sport his mortal wound just as Penny Callisto had initially appeared without strangulation marks. In high agitation, Robertson circled the kitchen, ovens to refrigerator, to sink, to ovens, glaring with eyes wilder and more fevered than coyotes. He had unintentionally made Robertson a liability to his collaborator, setting him up for murder. But he hadn't pulled the trigger. Yet Robertson's hatred for him exceeded what he felt for the man who had killed him. He stooped and picked up the dropped cell phone. Dead, Robertson worried him far less than when he'd thought the man alive in the churchyard. Robertson came to him, looming close. His eyes were the gray of dirty ice, but conveyed hot fury. He met the stare and didn't retreat. He'd learned not to show fear. Robertson's heavy face had the quality of a meaty fungus. His bloodless lips drew back from neglected teeth. He reached past and cupped a damp, cold hand against the back of his neck. Penny Callisto's hand had been dry and warm. Robertson's was not a real hand, only part of an apparition only he could feel. But the nature of such a touch reveals the character of the soul. He cringed inwardly at the thought of Robertson playing with the 10 souvenirs in the freezer. Perhaps he thawed them to increase tactile pleasure, tweaking, pinching, caressing, planting kisses on those mementos. No spirit can harm a living person by mere touch. This was the living world, not theirs. Their blows pass through. Their bites draw no blood. Realizing he couldn't make him cower, Robertson lowered his hand, his fury doubling, trebling, wrenching his face into a gargoyle mask. One way exists for certain spirits to harm the living. If malevolence ripens into incurable spiritual malignancy, they can summon demonic rage and vent it upon the inanimate. Poltergeists. He'd once lost a new music system and a writing award plaque to such an entity. As in the sacristy at St. Bart's, Robertson's wrathful spirit stormed through the kitchen. From his hands streamed visible pulses of energy, like concentric ripples spreading across water from a thrown stone. Cabinet doors flew open and slammed shut. Dishes erupted from shelves, each cutting through the air like an Olympian's discus. He ducked a drinking glass that exploded into an oven door. Other glasses shattered against walls, cabinets, countertops. Poltergeists are blind fury and thrashing torment, without aim or control. They can harm only by indirection, a lucky blow. But decapitation by chance could ruin his day. Robertson flung bolts of power. 2 chairs danced in place at the dinette table, clattering against the legs. At the cooktop, 4 knobs turned. 4 gas flames shimmered eerie blue light. Alert for deadly projectiles, he edged toward the entrance door. A drawer shot open. Flatware exploded out, glittering and clinking in a levitated frenzy. The utensils passed through Robertson with no effect. He turned aside, brought up his arms to shield his face. The flatware found him like iron to a magnet. A fork stabbed his forehead and raked back through his hair. When the stainless steel rang to the floor, he lowered his arms. Robertson capered like a great troll to dark music only he could hear, punching and clawing the air in utter silence. The upper refrigerator compartment sprang open, disgorging beer, soft drinks, ham, strawberry pie, a vomitous deluge splashing across the floor. Ring tabs popped. Beer and soda gouted from spinning cans. The refrigerator vibrated violently, knocking side to side against cabinetry. Vegetable drawers chattered. Wire shelves jangled. Kicking aside rolling cans and scattered flatware, he continued toward the carport door. A juggernaut rumble alerted him. He dodged left, skidded on foamy beer sludge and a bent spoon. The Frigidaire slid past with its grisly freight still in the freezer drawer and crashed into the wall hard enough to crack studs behind the plaster. He plunged outside into the carport shadows and slammed the door. Inside, The tumult continued. Thump and crash, rattle and bang. He didn't expect Robertson's tortured spirit to follow. Once committed to a frenzy, a poltergeist thrashes until it exhausts itself, then drifts again in a purgatory zone between worlds. At the convenience store where he'd bought No-Dawes and Pepsi, he purchased another cola, Bactine, and large patch Band-Aids. The cashier, a man with a face made for astonishment, set aside the sports section and remarked on the bleeding. Politeness is usually the easiest path, but he happened to be in a rare bad mood. Time was flushing away. The hour of the gun drew near. He still had no name for Robertson's collaborator. The cashier asked if he knew he was bleeding. He answered with dry suspicion. The cashier called the wound nasty. He apologized. Asked what happened to his forehead, he answered, "A fork." Told he must have stabbed himself with a fork, he replied that it flipped. The cashier repeated the word with disbelief. He confirmed, a flipped fork flicked his forehead. The cashier decided on no further involvement, bagged the items, and returned to sports. In the men's room at the adjoining service station, he washed his bloody face, cleaned the wound, applied Bactine, and used paper towels as a compress. The punctures were shallow. Bleeding soon stopped. It wasn't the first time, nor the last, that he wished his gift included the power to heal. Band-Aid applied, he returned to the Chevy. Behind the wheel with the engine running and air conditioning aimed at his face, he chugged cold Pepsi. His watch read 10:48. Muscles ached, eyes sore, tired, weak. His wits might have shifted into low gear. He didn't like his chances going one-on-one with Robertson's kill buddy, who must have slept better. He'd taken 2 caffeine tablets an hour ago. Couldn't justify 2 more. His stomach acid had soured to a corrosive strength sufficient to etch steel. He felt simultaneously exhausted and jumpy, not a condition conducive to survival. With no person, name, or description to focus his psychic magnetism, he drove at random through Pico Mundo, hoping to be brought to a place of enlightenment. The Mojave day burned at white-hot ferocity. The air seemed on fire, as if the sun had gone nova 8 minutes ago, and this dazzling glare was the only warning of impending bright death. Each flicker of light off the windshield scored his eyes. He'd forgotten his sunglasses. The glare soon spawned a headache that made a fork in the brow feel like a tickle. Turning aimlessly from street to street, trusting intuition, he found himself in Shady Ranch, a newer development on hills that a decade ago held nothing more dangerous than rattlesnakes. Now people lived here, and perhaps one was a sociopathic monster plotting mass murder in upper-middle-class comfort. Shady Ranch had never been a ranch. These hills enjoyed less shade than most neighborhoods because the trees were far from maturity. He parked in his father's driveway but didn't switch off the engine. He needed time to gather his nerve. The Mediterranean-style house had little character. Ornament-free planes of beige, stucco, and glass meeting at unsurprising angles dictated more by lot size than genius. Leaning closer to a dashboard vent, he closed his eyes against the chilled air. Ghost lights drifted across his eyelids, retinal memories of the desert glare, strangely soothing, until Robertson's chest wound rose from deeper memory. He switched off the engine, got out, and rang the doorbell. At this hour, his father was likely home. He had never worked a day and seldom rose before 9 or 10. His father answered, surprised, commenting that Odd hadn't called ahead. Odd agreed that he hadn't. His father was 45, handsome, with thick hair still more black than silver, a lean, athletic body he was proud of to the point of vanity. Barefoot, he wore only khaki shorts slung low. His tan had been assiduously cultivated. His father asked why he had come. Odd admitted he didn't know. His father said he didn't look well and retreated a step from the door, fearing illness. Odd assured him he wasn't sick, just bone-tired from no sleep, and asked to come in. His father mentioned they were finishing breakfast and getting ready to catch some rays. Odd interpreted that as invitation, crossed the threshold, and pulled the door shut. His father said Brittany was in the kitchen and led him to the back. Blinds were drawn, rooms layered with sumptuous shadows. The place was beautifully furnished. His father had style, loved comfort, and inherited a substantial trust fund. A generous monthly check supported a lifestyle many would envy. But he yearned for more and chafed at terms requiring him to live on earnings and forbidding access to principal. His parents had been wise. If he could touch the principal, he would long ago be destitute. The kitchen was big, with restaurant-quality equipment and every gadget, though he ate out most nights, sleek and inviting. Brittany was sleek too, inviting in a way that made skin crawl. She stood hip-shot at a window, sipping morning champagne, staring at sun serpents flexing across the pool. Her thong bikini was small enough to excite Hustler's editors, but worn well enough for Sports Illustrated. She was 18 but looked younger. That was his father's basic criterion in women. Never older than 20, always looking younger. Years ago, he'd got in trouble for cohabiting with a 16-year-old, claiming ignorance of her age. An expensive attorney plus payoff spared him prison. Instead of a greeting, Brittany gave Odd a sullen, dismissive look and returned to the pool. She resented him, thinking his father might give him money that would otherwise go to her. No validity to that concern. He would never offer a buck, and Odd would never take it. She'd be wiser to worry about two facts. She'd been with his father for 5 months, and the average duration of his affairs was 6 to 9 months. With a 19th birthday looming, she would soon seem old. Fresh coffee had been brewed. Odd poured a cup, sat at the kitchen island. Restless in his company, his father moved around the room, rinsing Brittany's glass, wiping a clean counter, straightening chairs. Odd announced he was getting married on Saturday. This surprised his father, who had been married briefly to Odd's mother and regretted it within hours. Marriage didn't suit him. He asked if it was to that Llewellyn girl. Odd said yes. His father asked if it was a good idea. Odd said it was the best idea he'd ever had. Brittany turned from the window, studying him with beady speculation. To her, a wedding meant a gift, a parental boon. She didn't stir anger in him. She saddened him. He could see her deeply unhappy future without any sixth sense. She scared him a little too, moody and quick to anger. Worse, the purity and intensity of her self-esteem ensured she would never doubt herself, could not conceive of suffering consequences for anything she might do. His father liked moody women with simmering anger beneath the surface. The more clearly their moodiness indicated genuine psychological disorder, the more they excited him. Sex without danger didn't appeal. All his lovers fit this profile. He didn't seem to spend effort seeking them. As if sensing his need, they found him. His father once advised him that the moodier a woman was, the hotter she would be in bed. Advice Odd could have lived without. His father asked if the Llewellyn girl was knocked up. Odd said no. His father declared Odd was too young for marriage, that his own age was when to settle down. He said this for Brittany's benefit. He would never marry her. Later, she would remember this as a promise. When he ditched her, the fight would be epic. Sooner or later, one of his hotties during a bad mood swing would maim or kill him. On some deep level, even subconsciously, Odd believed he knew this. Brittany asked about the Band-Aid on his forehead. He said it was an employment-related fork wound. She asked if he'd fallen down drunk or been in a fight. He said no. He explained that a flipped fork flicked his forehead. Alliteration seemed to offend her. Her expression soured. She accused him of being on some kind of shit. He admitted to being fully amped on caffeine. Pepsi, coffee, no douse, chocolate. She dismissed that. His father said Saturday wasn't good. They had other plans they couldn't cancel. Odd said he understood. He hadn't expected them to make it. Brittany wondered what kind of dork announced his wedding just 3 days before. His father told her to go easy. Her psychological engine didn't have a go-easy gear. She called him a freak. His father admonished her in a honeyed tone. She insisted it was true, listing his faults. No car, living above a garage, wearing the same thing every day, friends with every loser geek, a wannabe cop like a water boy hanging around a football team. Odd said he wouldn't argue. She continued about him coming in talking about weddings and employment-related fork wounds. Odd sincerely acknowledged he was a freak, accepted it, saw no reason to argue. Peace. His father couldn't fake sincerity when he told Odd not to say that he wasn't a freak. His father didn't know about the supernatural gift. At 7, when his previously weak sixth sense had grown in power, Odd hadn't gone to him for counsel. He'd hidden his difference partly because he expected harassment over picking winning lottery numbers, which he couldn't do, or being paraded before the media, parlayed into a TV show, or sold as shares in a psychic hotline. Getting off the stool, Odd said he thought now maybe he knew why he'd come. As he started toward the door, his father followed, repeating the wish that Odd had picked another Saturday. Turning, Odd said he thought he'd come because he was afraid to go to his mother. Brittany stepped behind his father, pressing her near-naked body against him, arms around him, hands flat on his chest. He made no attempt to pull away. Odd spoke more to himself than them. There was something he was blocking on, something he desperately needed to know or do. Somehow it related to his mother. She had the answer. His father asked incredulously how he could think that, given that his mother was the last place to find answers. Smiling wickedly, Brittany slid her hand slowly up and down his father's chest and belly. His father told Odd to sit down, offered more coffee, suggested they talk. Brittany's right hand moved low, fingertips teasing under the waistband of his shorts. He wanted Odd to see the desire he inspired. He had a weak man's pride in his stud status, so fierce it left him incapable of recognizing his son's humiliation. Odd mentioned that yesterday was the anniversary of Gladys Presley's death. Her son had wept uncontrollably for days and grieved openly for a year. His father's Botoxed forehead furrowed faintly, but Brittany was too engrossed in her game to listen fully, her eyes glittering as her hand slipped deeper. Odd added that tomorrow was Elvis's own death anniversary. He thought he'd try to look him up and tell him how lucky he'd been from the day he was born. He walked out. His father didn't follow. Odd hadn't expected he would. His mother lived in a lovely Victorian house in the historical district, inherited from his father's parents. In the divorce, she'd received the house, contents, and substantial alimony with cost of living adjustments. She'd never remarried and most likely never would, so alimony would be a lifetime benefit. Generosity wasn't his father's impulse. He'd settled a comfortable lifestyle on her solely because he feared her. He resented sharing his trust income, but lacked courage even to negotiate. She received everything she demanded. He paid for safety and a new chance at happiness, and he'd left Odd behind when Odd was one. Before ringing the bell, Odd brushed his hand across the porch swing to confirm it was clean. She could sit on the swing. He would sit on the railing. They always met in open air. He'd promised himself he would never enter that house again, even if he outlived her. After ringing twice with no response, he went around to the backyard. The property was deep. 2 immense California live oaks behind the house cast nearly complete shade. Farther back, unfiltered sun allowed a rose garden. His mother was at work among the roses. Like a lady from another era, she wore a yellow sundress and matching bonnet. Though the wide brim shaded her face, he could see her exceptional beauty hadn't tarnished in the 4 months since his last visit. She'd married his father at 19, was now 40, and might pass for 30. Wedding photos showed a breathtakingly lovely 19-year-old who looked 16. None of his father's subsequent conquests matched her beauty. Even now, in a room with Brittany, most men would be drawn to her first. He drew near before she realized she wasn't alone. She raised her attention from the flowers, stood taller, blinked as if at a mirage, then called him a sweet boy and said he must have been a cat to sneak across all that yard. He could summon only a ghost of a smile, greeted her, and said she looked wonderful. She required compliments, but in fact, she never looked less than wonderful. If she'd been a stranger, he might have found her even lovelier. Shared history diminished her radiance. She invited him to look at the fabulous blooms. He entered the gallery of roses, decomposed granite crunching underfoot, blood-red bursts, bowls of orange fire, yellow cups brimming with sunshine. Pink, purple, peach. The garden perpetually decorated for a party. She kissed his cheek. Her lips were not cold, as he always expected. She named the John F. Kennedy rose and asked if it wasn't exquisite, gently lifting a mature bloom bowed on its bent stem. Mojave white, like sun-bleached bone with a faint green undertone. The large petals were remarkably thick and smooth. He observed they looked molded from wax. She agreed they were perfection, her favorites. He liked them less than the others, Their perfection struck him as artificial. The sensuous folds promised mystery, but wintry whiteness, waxy rigidity, and lack of fragrance suggested not purity or passion, but death. She snipped one for him, saying he must give it to that girl of his. A single rose could express a suitor's feelings better than a bouquet. He held the flower between the highest pair of thorns. Glancing at his watch, he saw the lulling sun, and perfumed flowers only made time seem to pass lazily when it raced away. Robertson's collaborator might even now be driving to his rendezvous with infamy. Moving along the rosarium with queenly grace, admiring the nodding heads of her subjects, she asked the occasion, glad he'd visited. At her side, yet half a step behind, he said he didn't know exactly. He had a problem. She cut him off, declaring no problems allowed here. From front walk to back fence, the house and grounds were a worry-free zone. Aware of the risks, he'd nonetheless led them into dangerous territory. The decomposed granite might as well have been quicksand. He didn't have time to play their game by her rules. He explained there was something he needed to remember or do, but he was blocked. Intuition brought him here because somehow she could help him figure out what he'd overlooked. To her, his words were barely more than gibberish. Like his father, she knew nothing of his gift. As a young child, he'd realized that complicating her life with the truth would be the death of her, or of him. Always, she'd sought a life without stress or contention. She acknowledged no duty to another, no responsibility for anyone but herself. She would never call it selfishness. To her, it was self-defense, for she found the world more demanding than she could tolerate. If she fully embraced life with all its conflicts, she would suffer a breakdown. So she managed the world with cold calculation, preserving her precarious sanity by spinning a cocoon of indifference. He asked if they could just talk for a while, so he could figure out why he'd come, why he thought she could help. Her mood shifted in an instant. The Lady of the Roses retreated, replaced by an angry goddess. She regarded him with pinched eyes, lips compressed and bloodless, as if with only a fierce look she could send him away. In ordinary circumstances, that look would have dispatched him. But a sun of nuclear ferocity rose toward its apex, rapidly bringing them nearer to the hour of the gun. He dared not return to Pico Mundo's hot streets without a name or purpose to focus his psychic magnetism. When she realized he wouldn't leave, her voice turned cold and brittle. She announced that John F. Kennedy had been shot in the head. They blew his brains out. He said he seldom used the word mother with her, but pleaded that this was different. People would die if she didn't help. That was the worst thing he could have said. She lacked the emotional capacity to assume responsibility for others' lives. She seized the rose she'd cut for him, gripped the bloom, and tore it from his hand. Because he didn't release quickly enough, a thorn pierced the pad of his thumb and broke off. She crushed the bloom, threw it on the ground, and strode toward the house without looking back. He wouldn't relent. He caught up, moved at her side, pleading for a few minutes of conversation that might clarify his thoughts. She hurried, then broke into a run by the time she reached the back porch steps, one hand holding her bonnet. The screen door slammed behind her. He stopped on the porch, reluctant to go further. He called through the screen that he wasn't going away this time. He had nowhere to go. She didn't answer. Beyond the door, a curtained kitchen lay in shadows, too still to harbor her. She'd gone deeper. He shouted he'd be waiting on the porch all day if he had to. Heart hammering, he sat on the porch floor, facing away from the kitchen door. Later, he would realize he must have come with the subconscious intention of triggering precisely this response, driving her quickly to her ultimate defense. The gun. At that moment, clarity seemed far beyond reach. He plucked the thorn shank from his thumb. The bleeding puncture still burned, as if contaminated by acid. Sitting on his mother's porch steps, he felt sorry for himself to a shameful degree, as though it had been a crown's worth of thorns. As a child with a toothache, he'd received no maternal pampering. She called his father or a neighbor to take him to the dentist while she retreated to her locked bedroom for a day or two, until she felt certain he'd have no lingering complaint she might need to address. The slightest fever or sore throat was a crisis she couldn't handle. At 7, with appendicitis, he'd collapsed at school. If his condition had deteriorated at home, She might have left him to die while she occupied herself with books and music and other genteel interests that fashioned her perfect world. His emotional needs, fears, joys, doubts, hopes, miseries, anxieties were his to explore or resolve without her counsel. They spoke only of things that didn't disturb her or make her feel obliged to offer guidance. For 16 years, they'd shared a house as though living in parallel dimensions that rarely intersected. His childhood was characterized by aching loneliness and the daily struggle to avoid bleakness of spirit. When events forced their parallel worlds to intersect in crises she couldn't tolerate, she reliably resorted to the same instrument of control, the gun. The terror of those dark encounters and subsequent guilt made loneliness preferable. Now, pressing thumb and forefinger together to stop the bleeding, he heard the screen door's spring twang. He couldn't bear to turn. Behind him, she told him to just go. Gazing into oak shadows toward the bright rose garden, he said he couldn't. Not this time. He checked his watch. 11:32. His tension couldn't have wound tighter if this had been a bomb clock on his wrist. Her voice grew flat and strained under the weight of the burden he'd placed on her. Simple human kindness and caring, which she could not carry. She said she wouldn't put up with this. He said he knew, but there was something she could do to help. She sat beside him at the head of the steps. She held a pistol in both hands, aimed at the oak-shaded yard. No fakery. It was loaded. She declared she wouldn't live this way. Couldn't. People always wanting, sucking her blood, greedy and insatiable. His need was like a suit of iron, like being buried alive. He pressed her harder than he had in years. He admitted that after more than 20 years, down at the bottom of his heart where it ought to be darkest, there was still a spark of love for her. It might be pity, but it hurt enough to be love. She doesn't want love, doesn't have it to give, doesn't believe in it or the demands that come with it. She wants only undemanding congeniality, relationships requiring less than lip service. Her perfect world has a population of 1. His uncertain declaration inspired her to turn the gun on herself. She pressed the muzzle against her throat, angled toward her chin to blow out her brains. With hard words and cold indifference, she can turn anyone away. But those weapons aren't always sufficient with him. She recognizes a special bond between mother and child that sometimes requires the cruelest measures to break. She asked if he wanted to pull the trigger for her. As always, he looked away. A cold shadow arose in the chambers of his heart. As always, when he averted his eyes, she demanded he look at her, or she would gut-shoot herself and die slow and screaming right in front of him. Sickened, trembling, he gave her the attention she wanted. She accused him that it was no different than pulling the trigger himself. He couldn't count, and didn't care to remember, how often he'd heard this challenge before. His mother is insane. He'd been told she wasn't always like this. As a child, sweet, playful, affectionate. The terrible change came at 16. Sudden mood swings, sweetness supplanted by unrelenting simmering anger she could best control when alone. Therapy and medications failed. At 18, she rejected further treatment. When his father met her, she was moody and dangerous enough to infatuate him. As she grew worse, he bailed. She'd never been institutionalized because her self-control is excellent when not challenged beyond her capacity. She limits threats to suicide and occasionally to him, presenting a charming face to the world. Her comfortable income and reclusive life, plus her exceptional beauty, keep her true condition from being widely recognized. Her voice grew raw and confrontational. She cursed the night his idiot father squirted him into her. He'd heard it before. She said she should have had him scraped out and thrown in the garbage. But what would she have gotten from the divorce then? He was the ticket. When he looks at her in this condition, he doesn't see hatred but anguish, desperation, terror. He can't imagine the pain of being her. He takes solace only that when she is alone, unchallenged to give anything, she is content if not happy. He wants her to be at least content. She demanded he either stop sucking her blood or pull the trigger. One of his most vivid early memories, a rainy night in January when he was 5 with influenza. When not coughing, he cried for attention and relief. and his mother couldn't find a corner of the house where she could entirely escape the sound of his misery. She came to his room and stretched out beside him on the bed, as any mother might lie down to comfort a stricken child. But she came with the gun. Her threats to kill herself always earned his silence, his obedience, his grant of absolution from her parental obligations. That night, he swallowed his misery and stifled his tears, but he couldn't wish away his sore and inflamed throat. To her, his coughing was a demand for mothering, and its persistence brought her to an emotional precipice. When the threat of suicide didn't silence his cough, she put the muzzle to his right eye and encouraged him to try to see the shiny point of the bullet deep in that narrow, dark passage. They were a long time there together, rain beating on the windows. He had known much terror since, but none as pure as what he knew that night. From the perspective of a 20-year-old, he didn't believe she would have killed him then or ever. Were she to harm him, or anyone, she would doom herself to exactly the interaction she most dreaded. People would want answers, explanations, truth, remorse, justice. They would want far too much, and they would never stop wanting. He didn't know if on the porch steps she would turn the gun on him again, nor how he would react. He had come seeking a confrontation that would enlighten him, though he didn't understand what it needed to be or what he could learn that would help find Robertson's collaborator. Then she lowered the gun from her throat to her left breast, as she always did. The symbolism of a shot through the heart affecting any mother's son more powerfully than a bullet through the brain. She demanded he either leave her alone, stop sucking on her like a leech, or pull the trigger and give her peace. Into his mind's eye came Robertson's chest wound, as it had plagued him for nearly 12 hours. He tried to drown that insistent image in the swamp of memory from which it had risen, a deep swamp filled with much that stubbornly would not remain submerged. Suddenly he realized this was why he had come, to force his mother to enact the hateful ritual, to be confronted with the sight of a pistol pressed to her breast, to turn away as he always did, to hear her command his attention, and then, sickened and trembling, to find the nerve to look. The previous night in his bathroom, he hadn't been strong enough to examine Robertson's chest wound. He'd sensed something strange about it, something to be learned, yet nauseated. He had averted his eyes and rebuttoned the shirt. His mother thrust the pistol toward him, grip first, angrily insisting he take it, shoot her, or leave her alone. His watch read 11:35. Her voice grew vicious and demented. She had dreamed and dreamed he would be born dead. Shakily, he rose and descended the porch steps. Behind him, she wielded the knife of alienation. The whole time she carried him, she thought he was dead inside her, dead and rotting. The sun poured scalding milk upon the day. Even the oak shadows throbbed with heat. Walking away, he was so hot with shame, he wouldn't have been surprised if the grass burst into fire under his feet. She repeated it, dead inside her, month after month, his rotting fetus festering, spreading poison through her body. At the corner of the house he stopped, turned, and looked at her for what might be the last time. She had descended the steps but hadn't followed. Her right arm hung slack, the gun aimed at the ground. He had not asked to be born, only to be loved. She said she had nothing to give. Nothing. Nothing. He had poisoned her, filled her with pus and dead baby rot, and she was ruined now. Turning his back on her for what felt like forever, he hurried along the side of the house toward the street. Given his heritage and the ordeal of his childhood, he sometimes wondered why he himself was not insane. Maybe he was. Driving faster than the law allowed to the outskirts of Pico Mundo, he tried, but failed to banish all thoughts of his mother's mother, Granny Sugars. His mother and grandmother existed in widely separated kingdoms of his mind, sovereign nations of memory with no trade. Because he loved Pearl Sugars, he was loath to think of her in context with her demented daughter. Considering them together raised terrible questions he had long resisted. Pearl Sugars knew her daughter was mentally unstable, if not unbalanced, and had gone off medication at 18. She must have known pregnancy and child-rearing would stress his fragile mother to breaking point. Yet she did not interfere on his behalf. For one thing, she feared her daughter. His mother's abrupt mood swings and hot temper cowed his grandmother, even though she was not intimidated by anyone else. Besides, Pearl Sugars liked her rootless life too much to settle down and raise a grandchild. Wanderlust, the lure of rich card games and fabled cities, a need for adventure kept her away from Pico Mundo more than half the year. In her defense, she could not have imagined the intensity or relentless nature of his mother's cruelty. She didn't know about the gun and the threats that shaped his childhood. No one knew except him and his mother. He had withheld this from even Stormy. Guilt and shame had kept him silent. He was old enough to know he had no logical reason for guilt or shame. He was the victim, not the victimizer. Yet he'd been so long marinated in both emotions that they would forever flavor him. He now wondered whether Granny Sugars' peripatetic lifestyle and frequent absences, combined with her gambling and restless nature, had contributed materially to his mother's psychological problems. Worse, he couldn't avoid considering that his mother's sickness might not be the result of inadequate nurturing, but entirely the consequence of genetics. Perhaps Pearl Sugars suffered from a milder form of the same psychosis. Mother's hermetic impulse might invert grandmother's wanderlust. Her need for financial security, one at the expense of a repulsive pregnancy, might be the gambling fever turned inside out. That would suggest much, though not all, of what he loved about Granny Sugars was but a different facet of the same mental condition that made his mother such a terror. At 16, Pearl Sugars had asked him to come on the road. By then he had become a seer of the dead with responsibilities he must fulfill. He had no choice but to decline. If circumstances had allowed him to travel with her, constant contact might have revealed a different and less appealing woman. He must believe Granny Sugars had the capacity for genuine love that his mother lacked, and must believe she did indeed love him. If not, his childhood would be an unrelieved wasteland. Having failed to banish these thoughts, he arrived at the Church of the Whispering Comet in a mood matching the ambience of dead palm trees, sun-blasted landscape, and abandoned buildings sliding to ruin. He parked in front of the Quonset hut, where 3 coyotes had encircled him. They weren't in evidence, night hunters sheltering in cool dens. The dead prostitute, charmer of coyotes, was also unseen. He hoped she had found her way out of this world, but doubted his fumbling counsel had convinced her. From the plastic shopping bag that served as his suitcase, he withdrew the flashlight, scissors, and package of moist towelettes. When he packed, the towelettes and scissors had seemed peculiar inclusions. Yet subconsciously he must have known exactly why he would need them. We are not strangers to ourselves. We only try to be. Getting out of the car, the fierce heat of the Mojave was matched by its stillness, a nearly perfect silence found perhaps nowhere else. His watch revealed time had not stood still. 11:57. 2 desiccated brown phoenix palms cast frond shadows across the dusty ground, as if paving the way for an overdue Messiah. He had not returned to raise the dead, only to examine him. Stepping inside, he felt as if he had cast his lot with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in Nebuchadnezzar's furnace, a heat laced with an unspeakable scent from which even an angel could not spare him. Alkaline white desert light seared through the small, widely spaced portal windows. He still needed the flashlight. He followed the littered hallway to the 4th door, entered the pink room. Once a den of profitable fornication, now a slow-cooked crematorium. The stench hit him first, hot, sweet, and thick as a physical blow. He stumbled backward into the hall, fighting the urge to empty his stomach, gasping for air that wasn't poison. He tore open a lemon-scented towelette not meant for this purpose, ripped strips from it, and jammed the dripping wads up his nostrils. Mouth-breathing now, he re-entered the room and still gagged. He could have cut the top shoelace and rolled the corpse out, but the image of that body tumbling across the floor like something reanimated sent him to the head instead. Kneeling, he propped the flashlight against the dead man and snipped the lace. The scissors worked through 3 layers of sheeting. He cut carefully, repulsed at the thought of gouging the flesh beneath. The face emerged first as the fabric fell away. He realized too late that starting from the bottom would have let him stop at the neck, avoiding this sight entirely. Time and heat had done their work. The upside-down face was bloated, darker than before, marbled with green. The mouth sagged open. Milky fluid filmed both eyes, though he could still see the irises beneath. As he reached across that face to cut the chest free, The dead man licked his wrist. He cried out, reared back, dropped the scissors. From the corpse's mouth exploded a squirming black thing, a tarantula, rearing up on 4 legs, raking the air with its forelegs. He backhanded it. The spider tumbled, scrambled, and vanished into a far corner. He retrieved the scissors with shaking hands, trimming air before steadying himself. He resumed cutting, nervous about more creatures in the shroud, but found none up to the waist. His right nostril plug had blown out during the shock. As the lemon residue dried, the smell returned through his mouth breathing. He glanced toward the corner. The tarantula was gone. Then he spotted it 3 feet up the pink wall, ascending slowly. Too shaky to unbutton the shirt, he tore it open. A button snapped off his face. Others bounced across the floor. He pushed away the image of his mother with a pistol to her breast and focused the flashlight on the wound. Swabbing away the custardy ooze with a thick pad of towelettes, he saw why it had seemed strange. The bullet had pierced a tattoo over Robertson's heart, a black rectangle the same size and shape as the meditation card from the wallet. Inside it, 3 red hieroglyphs. Upside down, he couldn't read them. He shifted to the dead man's side. Those eyes seemed to track him under the milky film. He checked on the tarantula. It was on the ceiling now, working its way toward him, freezing in the light. He turned the beam back to the tattoo. 3 red letters in a script with flourishes. F-O. The third, partially torn by the bullet, had been an L. Fall. Father of lies. Robertson had worn his Dark Lord's name over his heart. 3 letters. Another 3 elsewhere recently. Officer Simon Varner's gang tattoo. An acronym in black block letters. D something. D.O.P.? Not D.O.P. Pod. Prince of Darkness. Varner was Robertson's kill buddy. At the bowling alley, no Bodaks had surrounded Varner. If he had seen them, he might have realized what Varner was. He gathered the foil scraps and shoved them in his pocket. He grabbed the scissors, swept the ceiling with the light, and found the spider directly overhead. Tarantulas are timid. They do not stalk human beings. He sprinted from the room, heard the spider drop to the floor with a soft, fleshy thud. He slammed the door, wiped prints off the knob with his t-shirt tail, then off the front door as he left. Because tarantulas are timid, and because he believed there were no coincidences, he raced to the Chevy, threw the tools in the shopping bag, started the engine, and stomped the accelerator. He exited the church grounds with a shriek of tortured rubber, eager to reach the highway before being surrounded by legions of tarantulas, an army of coyotes, and a slithering swarm of rattlesnakes functioning in concert. The meaning of pod came to him as he crossed the town line. Costumed Satanists performing weird rituals struck most people as silly rather than dangerous. But that inclination hadn't survived the moment he found the Rubbermaid box souvenirs in the freezer. Now that he suspected Varner, he trusted his supernatural gift to lead the way. Under psychic magnetism, Stormy sometimes called it PMS, he drove with as much speed as seemed prudent, zoning out, letting his conscious mind relax as random thoughts surfaced. One of them was about his mother's older sister, Sumri, whom he had never met. His mother claimed she married a Czechoslovakian named Dob. His father said she never married, only that she was a freak, and refused to say more. His mother called Skumri a gift from God. Odd for a woman who lived as if convinced God didn't exist. The first time he asked Granny Sugars about her firstborn, she dissolved in tears, something he had never seen before. The second time, she grew angry, then cold and distant, reminding him too much of his mother. He never asked again. He suspected Cumry was in an institution somewhere, managed with drugs and humane restraints, an aunt, at least a little like him, who hadn't concealed her gift as a child. That was probably why Granny Sugars left no estate. She had funded a trust for Cumry's care. His father's clues over the years suggested Cumry's sixth sense came with physical mutation. She scared people not just by what she said, but by how she looked. A baby born with one mutation often had 2 or more. Ozzy said 1 in every 88,000 babies was born with a 6th finger, like him. Yet you didn't see six-fingered hands on adults because most of those babies were born with other, more terrible deformities that killed them in early infancy. Little Ozzy claimed those six-fingered children, robust enough to survive, often received surgery to remove the extra digit, passing among the five-fingered mundanes. Ozzy was proud of his own sixth finger, collecting lore on what he called his superior breed of natural-born pickpockets. He said his second mutation was the ability to write well and swiftly, turning out enthusiastically received books at a prodigious pace. He dreamed of Aunt Cumry sometimes, not prophetic dreams, but ones full of yearning and sadness. Now, at 12:21, daydreaming about her yet acutely aware of the precious minutes passing, fully in the psychic magnetism zone, he expected to find Officer Simon Varner near the bowling alley or the multiplex showing the dog movie at 1 o'clock. Instead, he was led unexpectedly to the Green Moon Mall. The parking lot was packed, unusual for a Wednesday. The banner reminded him the annual summer sale had begun at 10 and would run through the weekend. What a crowd! Sunlight blazed on windshields, a light quake that shocked his bloodshot eyes and forced him to squint. PMS drew him to the North End department store. He drove around back and parked near a descending ramp to the subterranean loading docks. 3 spaces away sat a black and white police cruiser. No cop in sight. If this was Varner's car, he was already inside. His hands shook. He keyed Stormy's number twice to get it right. He intended to tell her to leave work immediately, get out by the nearest door, drive anywhere. Just drive. As the number rang, he hung up. If he persuaded her to flee, she might cross Varner's sights at the exact moment he pulled his gun. Her destiny was to be with him forever. The fortune-telling card above her bed proved it. Logic argued that doing nothing kept her safe. Changing her plans might thwart destiny. Trust in fate. His responsibility wasn't to warn Stormy. It was to stop Simon Varner before he killed anyone. Easier said than done. Varner was a cop. He wasn't. Varner carried a firearm. He didn't. Taller, stronger, trained in subduing aggressive citizens, Varner had every advantage except a sixth sense. The gun that killed Robertson was still stashed under the driver's seat from last night. He leaned forward, fumbled under the seat, and withdrew it, feeling as if he were holding hands with death. He figured out how to eject the magazine. 9 rounds. Bright brass. The only round missing was the one that had pierced Robertson's heart. He shoved the magazine back in until it clicked. His mother's gun had a safety with a red dot. This piece had no comparable feature, perhaps a trigger safety requiring a double pull. No safety on his heart. It was booming. He felt like he was holding hands with his own death. Pistol in his lap, he punched in Chief Porter's private cell number. Carla answered on the 3rd ring. She was still in the ICU waiting room. She'd seen the chief 3 times for 5-minute visits. He'd been awake the last time, very weak, able to smile but not talk much, kept semi-sedated to facilitate healing. She didn't think he'd be talking coherently before tomorrow. But he was going to be all right, according to the doctors. She was beginning to believe it. He told her he loved the chief, his voice breaking. She assured him the chief knew that Odd was a son to him. He promised to call, then pressed end and dropped the phone on the passenger seat. The chief couldn't help him. No one could. No sad, dead prostitute to quell this coyote's killing frenzy. Just him. Intuition told him not to take the pistol. He slid it back under the seat. He switched off the engine and stepped out. The fiery sun was both hammer and anvil, forging the world between itself and its reflection. Psychic magnetism worked whether he was rolling on wheels or afoot. He was drawn to the delivery ramp, descending into the coolness of the subterranean loading docks. The underground parking garage and loading dock had the bleak atmosphere of an ancient tomb, the tomb of a hated pharaoh buried on the cheap, without gold or ornamentation. The elevated dock ran the length of the structure. Big trucks backed up to it. 2 semis at a time could bypass the dock and pull directly into an enormous receiving room. The place clattered and hummed with activity. Crews offloading late arriving sales merchandise. Stockroom employees prepping it for the sales floors after close of business. He passed among racks, carts, carousels, bins, boxes, drums of merchandise, women's party dresses, culinary gadgets, sporting goods, perfume, swimwear, gourmet chocolates. Nobody challenged him. When he plucked a hardwood baseball bat from a drum full of them, no one ordered him to put it back. Another drum contained hollow aluminum bats. Not what he wanted. He preferred heft, balance. You could better break an arm with a wooden club, more easily shatter a knee. Maybe he'd need the bat, maybe not. But PMS had brought him to it, suggesting that if he didn't take it, he'd later regret the decision. In high school, baseball had been his only extracurricular activity. He'd had the best stats on the team, even though he could only play home games. He wasn't out of practice either. The Pico Mundo grill had a team that played other businesses and civic organizations, whooping ass year after year. Forklifts and electric carts announced their approach with soft beeps and musical toots. He stepped aside, but kept moving, though he had no idea where he was going. In his mind's eye, Simon Varner. Sweet face, sleepy eyes. Pod on his left forearm. Find the bastard. Double doors swung into a corridor with bare concrete floor and painted concrete walls. He hesitated, looked right, turned left. His stomach churned. He needed antacids. He needed a bigger bat, a bulletproof vest, and backup too. He didn't have them. He just kept moving. Doors led to rooms off the right side of the corridor. Bat rooms, shipping office, maintenance office. He sought Simon Varner. Sweet face. Prince of Darkness. He felt the pull of him, drawing him forward. He passed two men, a woman, another man. Smiles and nods. None seemed to wonder where the game was or whose team he was on. Soon he came to a door marked security. He stopped. This didn't feel right, and yet it did. When PMS worked, he usually knew he'd arrived. This time, he felt he'd arrived. He couldn't explain the difference, but it was real. He put his hand on the knob but hesitated. In his mind, he heard Lysette Raines from the chief's recent barbecue. She'd been just a nail technician, and now she was a certified nail artist. For the life of him, and it really might be for his life, considering he was about to plunge into a fire of one kind or another, he didn't know why he recalled Lysette at this juncture. Her voice haunted him again, the realization of how lonely the world was, and how scary the future looked once you understood that. He took his hand off the knob and stepped to one side of the door. His galloping heart thundered louder than iron-shod hooves on hard-baked ground. His instinct was a winning coach. When it said batter up, he didn't argue. He gripped the bat in both hands, assumed the stance, and said a prayer to Mickey Mantle. The door opened. A guy stepped boldly into the corridor. Black boots, lightweight black jumpsuit with hood, black ski mask, black gloves. He carried an assault rifle so big and wicked it looked unreal. 8 or 10 spare magazines hung from a utility belt. He looked left when he came out. He stood to his right. The man sensed him at once, turning his head mid-step. He swung hard, high above the strike zone, and hit him in the face. He wouldn't have been surprised if the guy hadn't gone down cold. He wasn't surprised. The corridor was deserted. No one had seen. For the moment. He needed to handle this anonymously, to avoid questions later if the chief couldn't run interference. He rolled the bat into the security room, slid the assault rifle after it, grabbed the gunman by the jumpsuit, dragged him inside, and shut the door. Among overturned office chairs and spilled mugs of coffee, 3 unarmed security guards lay dead, apparently killed with a silencer-fitted pistol. The shots hadn't attracted attention. They looked surprised. The sight tortured him. They were dead because he'd been too slow on the uptake. He knew he wasn't responsible for every death he couldn't prevent. He understood he couldn't carry the world on his back like Atlas, but he felt that he should. 12 oversized TV monitors in quartered screen format showed 48 views from cameras throughout the department store. Everywhere he looked, aisles were busy. The sale had pulled in shoppers from all over Maryville County. He knelt beside the gunman and stripped off the ski mask. Broken nose, bleeding. Breath bubbled in the blood. The right eye would probably swell entirely shut. A welt had already formed on the forehead. Not Simon Varner. Bern Eccles, the deputy from the barbecue, invited because the chief and Carla had been trying to match him with Lysette Raines. Bob Robertson had not one collaborator but two, maybe more. One more, and they could have a satanic combo, provide their own music for Black Mass, buy group health insurance, get a block discount at Disneyland. At the barbecue, he'd seen no buttocks around Eccles. Their presence had tipped him to Robertson's nature, but not to either co-conspirator, which now seemed intentional, as if they'd become aware of his gift, as if they'd manipulated him. After turning Eccles on his side so he wouldn't choke on blood and saliva, he searched for something to bind hands and feet. He didn't expect consciousness within 10 minutes, and when the man came around, he'd be crawling and puking and begging for painkillers. Nevertheless, he disabled 2 security room phones and used their cords to bind the deputy's hands behind his back and shackle his ankles. He yanked the knots tight. Eccles and Varner were the newest officers on the PMPD, hired a month or two apart. Smart Money said they'd known each other before arriving in Pico Mundo. Varner had been hired first and paved the way for Eccles. Robertson had moved from San Diego and purchased the house in Camp's End ahead of his collaborators. Varner had previously been a cop in the San Diego area, if not the city itself. He didn't know Eccles' prior jurisdiction, but Greater San Diego was a better bet than Juneau. The three had targeted Pico Mundo for reasons impossible to guess. They'd planned long and carefully. When he'd suggested a background profile on Robertson at the barbecue, the chief had enlisted Eccles' assistance. At that instant, Robertson had been marked for death, murdered within half an hour. Eccles had likely phoned Varner from the chief's house, and Varner had pulled the trigger on their mutual friend. With Eccles tied, he unzipped the jumpsuit far enough to confirm the police uniform underneath. He'd come into the security room in his blues and badge. The guards would have greeted him without suspicion. The assault rifle and jumpsuit had likely arrived in a 2-suiter, open and empty on the floor. Samsonite. The plan: shooting spree in the department store. Then, as police arrived, strip out of the jumpsuit and mask, abandon the rifle, and mingle with responding officers. The why wasn't as easy to understand as the how. Some people said God talked to them. Others heard the devil whispering. Maybe Satan had told one of these guys to shoot up Green Moon Mall. Or maybe they were just doing it for fun. A lark. Boys would be boys, and sociopathic boys would be sociopathic. Simon Varner remained on the loose. He had no idea how many might be in a coven. Using a working phone, he called 911, reported 3 murders, and without answering questions put the phone down off the hook. Police would come, a SWAT team. 3 minutes? 4, maybe 5. Not fast enough. Varner would be blasting shoppers before they arrived. The baseball bat hadn't cracked. Good wood. But he couldn't expect to surprise Varner the same way. Regardless of his fear of guns, he needed a better weapon. On a counter lay the pistol Eccles had used. 4 rounds remained in the 10-shot magazine. He tried to avoid looking at the dead men on the floor. He hated violence. He hated injustice more. He just wanted to be a fry cook, but the world demanded more than eggs and pancakes. He unscrewed the silencer and tossed it aside. He pulled his t-shirt out of his jeans and tucked the pistol under his waistband. He tried not to think of his mother with the gun under her chin, against her breast. He tried not to remember what the muzzle had felt like pressed against his eye, told to look for the brass of the bullet at the bottom of that narrow bore of darkness. The t-shirt hid the weapon imperfectly. Shoppers preoccupied with bargains and sales clerks busy serving customers probably wouldn't notice the bulge. He opened the door barely wide enough to slip out and closed it behind him. A man walked away in the direction he needed to go. He followed, wishing the man would hurry. The man turned right through the swinging doors to the receiving room. He ran past elevators reserved for employees to a door marked stairs and took them 2 at a time. Somewhere ahead, Simon Varner. Sweet face, sleepy eyes, pod on his left forearm. On the first floor, he left the stairs and pushed through a door into a stockroom. A pretty redhead was busy pulling boxes off shelves. She said hey in a friendly way. He said hey back and went out onto the sales floor. Sporting goods. Bustling. Men, a few women, A lot of teenagers checking out rollerblades and skateboards. Beyond that, athletic shoes. Beyond shoes, men's sportswear. People everywhere. Too many, too tightly bunched. An almost festive atmosphere. So vulnerable. If he hadn't waylaid Eccles, the deputy would have killed 10 or 20 by now. 30. Guided by his supernatural gift as reliably as any bat by echolocation, he crossed the first floor toward the exit to the mall promenade. He didn't expect another gunman here. Eccles and Varner would have chosen widely separated killing fields to sow terror and chaos, avoiding each other's fire patterns. 10 steps short of the promenade exit, he saw Viola Peabody. She was supposed to be at her sister's house on Maricopa Lane. The birthday girl, Lavana, and her pink infatuated little sister, Nicolina, were not at Viola's side. He scanned the crowd, but didn't see them. When he seized Viola by the shoulder from behind, she started and dropped her shopping bag. He demanded what she was doing there. She said he'd scared the salt off her crackers. He asked where the girls were. With Charlene, she said. He asked why she wasn't with them. Picking up the bag, she explained she hadn't done birthday shopping yet, needed a gift, came just quick for rollerblades. He reminded her urgently about her dream. Her eyes widened. She said she was just in and out quick, not at the movies. He told her it wasn't happening at the theater. It was happening here. For an instant, her breath caught as terror cocked the hammers of her heart. He told her to get out now. She exhaled explosively, looked wildly around, and started toward the promenade exit. He pulled her close. People staring. He said it wasn't safe that way. She asked where. He turned her around and told her to go to the back of the floor, through athletic shoes, through sporting goods, a stockroom not far from where she bought the rollerblades. Hide there. She started away, stopped, asked if he wasn't coming. No. She asked where he was going. Into it, he said. She pleaded with him not to. He told her to go now. As she moved toward the back, he hurried out into the mall promenade. At the north end, the 40-foot waterfall tumbled over man-made rocks, feeding the stream that ran the length of the concourse. The rumble and splash sounded uncannily like a roaring crowd. Patterns of darkness and light, just as in Viola's dream. Shadows cast by palm trees rising alongside the stream. Looking up into the Queen Palms toward the second floor, he saw hundreds upon hundreds of bodaks gathered along the balustrade above, peering down into the open atrium. Pressed together, excited, eager, twitching and swaying, squirming like agitated spiders. A throng of bargain-hunting shoppers filled the first floor, browsing from store to store, unaware of the malevolent audience watching with such anticipation. His gift led him along the promenade farther south, faster, following the splash and tumble of the stream, frantically searching for Simon Varner. Not hundreds, thousands. He'd never seen such a horde. They were like a celebratory Roman mob in the Colosseum, watching Christians make unanswered prayers, waiting for lions and blood on the sand. He'd wondered why bodaks vanished from the streets. Here was the answer. Their hour had come. As he passed a bed and bath store, the hard chatter of automatic gunfire erupted ahead. The first burst proved brief. For 2 or 3 seconds after it ended, an impossible hush fell. Hundreds of shoppers appeared to freeze as one. Though the water surely still moved, it seemed to spill without sound. One scream tore the silence, and a multitude answered. The gun replied with a longer death rattle. He pushed southward recklessly. Progress wasn't easy. Panicked shoppers ran north away from the gunfire, ricocheting off him. He stayed on his feet, pressing toward a third burst. He would not tell everything he saw. The dead deserved their dignity. The wounded, their privacy. Their loved ones. A little peace. He knew why soldiers home from war seldom told their families more than general terms. Survivors had to go on in the names of those who fell, but dwelling too much on man's inhumanity to man made going on impossible. The panicked throng surged past. He found himself among a scattering of victims on the ground, dead and wounded, fewer than expected, but too many. He saw the blonde bartender from Green Moon Lanes in her work uniform and 3 others. Maybe they'd come for lunch before work. Whatever he was, He wasn't superhuman. He bled. He suffered. This was more than he could handle. Malo suerte Lake times 10. Scores of Bodaks had descended from the upper level, crawling among dead and wounded. Whether he could handle this or not, he had no choice. If he walked away, he might as well kill himself right here. The koi pond lay ahead. The man-made jungle surrounded it. He saw the bench where he and Stormy had sat eating coconut cherry chocolate chunk cones. A man in a black jumpsuit and black ski mask, big enough to be Simon Varner, holding an assault rifle modified for illegal automatic fire. A few people hid among the palm trees, huddled in the koi pond. Most had fled into specialty shops, desperately taking cover. Through windows, jewelry, gifts, art, culinary, he could see them crowding after one another, still too visible. His back to the shooter, Varner sprayed the storefronts. The windows of Burke Bailey's dissolved, cascading inside in a glittering deluge. They were destined to be together forever. They had a card that said so. Matching birthmarks. 60 feet from the crazy bastard, then 50 in closing, he discovered he was gripping the pistol. He didn't recall drawing it. His gun hand shook. He held it with both hands. He'd never used a firearm. He hated guns. "You might as well pull the trigger yourself, you little shit." He could hear his mother's voice. "I'm trying, Mother. I'm trying." Varner exhausted the assault rifle's extended magazine, maybe already the second. Like Eccles, he carried spares on a utility belt. From 40 feet, he fired. Missed. Alerted by the crack, Varner turned and ejected the depleted magazine. He fired again. Missed again. In movies, they never missed from this distance, unless the hero was being shot at, in which case they missed from 5 feet. Simon Varner was no hero. He didn't know what he was doing. Varner plucked a fresh magazine from his belt. Practiced, swift, and calm. Eccles had used 6 rounds on the security guards. He'd expended 2. Only 2 left. From about 30 feet, he squeezed off a third shot. The hit landed in Varner's left shoulder, but didn't drop him. He rocked, recovered, jammed the fresh magazine into the rifle. Scores of Bodaks swarmed around both of them, jittering, thrashing with excitement. Solid to him, invisible to Varner, they obstructed his view of the shooter, but not the shooter's view of him. Earlier, he'd wondered if maybe he was crazy. Issue settled. He was totally bugshit. He ran straight at Varner through Bodaks as opaque as black satin, but as insubstantial as shadows. Pistol held stiff-armed, determined not to waste his final round. He saw the assault rifle's muzzle coming up and knew he'd be cut down, but he waited one more step, then one more, before squeezing the trigger point blank. Whatever grotesque transformation occurred in Varner's face, the ski mask concealed it, but couldn't entirely contain the spray. He went down as hard as the Prince of Darkness himself cast out of heaven into hell. The weapon clattered from his hand. He kicked the rifle a few feet away, out of reach. When he stooped to examine Varner, there was no question. Carrion. Pod was DOA. Nevertheless, he returned to the rifle and kicked it farther, then followed and kicked it farther still, and again. The pistol was useless. He threw it aside. The Bodaks flowed away from him like black water seeking higher ground, the spectacle of dead and dying. He felt like he might throw up. He went to the edge of the koi pond and dropped to his knees. The motion of the colorful fish should have turned him inside out, but the nausea passed. He didn't purge. As he got to his feet, he started to cry. Inside the stores beyond the shot-out windows, people dared to raise their heads. "We are destined to be together forever. We have a card that says so. Gypsy Mummy is never wrong." Trembling, sweating, wiping tears with the backs of his hands, half sick with an expectation of unbearable loss, he started toward Burke Bailey's. People rose from the ruination in the ice cream shop, cautiously crossing broken glass back to the promenade. He didn't see Stormy among them. She might have fled to the storeroom or her office when the shooting started. Suddenly overwhelmed by the need to move, he turned away from Burke Bailey's and took several steps toward the South End department store. He stopped, confused. For a moment, he thought he was in denial, running from what he might find in the ice cream shop. No, he felt the subtle but unmistakable pull. Psychic magnetism. He'd assumed he'd finished the job. Evidently not. This department store styled itself more upscale than the one where Viola bought rollerblades. The crap here was of a more refined quality. He passed through perfume and makeup with beveled glass cabinets, jewelry with black granite and starfire glass, baubles from God's own collection. Though gunfire had fallen silent, shoppers and employees still sheltered behind counters and marble-clad columns. They dared to peek at him as he strode among them, but many flinched and ducked again. Even without a gun, he must have appeared dangerous or in shock. He didn't blame them for hiding. Still crying, blotting his eyes, he talked aloud to himself. Nothing coherent. He didn't know where psychic magnetism was taking him. Didn't know if Stormy was alive or dead. He wanted to go back, but continued to be drawn forward. His body language, tics, twitches, hesitations, sudden rushes, must have looked spastic and psychotic. Sweet-faced, sleepy-eyed Simon Varner no longer had a sweet face or sleepy eyes. Dead in front of Burke Bailey's. So maybe he was tracking something related to Varner. He couldn't guess what. This compulsion without a clearly defined quarry was new. Among racks of cocktail dresses, silk blouses, silk jackets, handbags, he hurried to a door marked Employees Only. Beyond, a storeroom. Directly across, another door led to a concrete stairwell, familiar from the North End store. The stairs led down to a corridor with employee elevators and swinging doors marked Receiving. This room reflected thriving enterprise, though smaller than the North End's. Merchandise awaited processing on racks and carts. Numerous employees had gathered around a sobbing woman. News of the horror had arrived. Only one truck stood in the receiving room, about an 18-footer, no company name on cab or trailer. He moved toward it. A burly guy with a shaved head and handlebar mustache braced him, asking if he was with the truck. Without responding, he climbed into the cab. Keys weren't in the ignition. The foreman asked where the driver was. The glove box was empty. No registration, no insurance. Nothing on seats, no trash, no air freshener. This didn't feel like a truck anyone drove for a living. When he got out, the foreman said the driver hadn't left a manifest and the box was locked. He went around back, a roll-up door secured by a key lock. The foreman said he couldn't let it just sit there. He asked for a power drill. The foreman asked what he was going to do. Drill out the lock, he said. The foreman was dubious. He pointed to the sobbing woman and said 2 maniacs with machine guns shot up the mall. The foreman's face drained of color. He added that Chief Porter was shot last night. Prep for this. With rapidly growing dread, he studied the ceiling. 3 floors of the department store stacked on top. Hundreds and hundreds of scared people hiding up there. Maybe the bastards came with something worse than machine guns, he said. Oh shit, the foreman replied, and sprinted for a drill. He placed both hands flat against the roll-up door, then leaned his forehead against it. He didn't know what he expected to feel, nothing unusual. But psychic magnetism still pulled him. What he wanted wasn't the truck, but what was inside. The foreman returned with the drill and safety goggles. He plugged into a recessed floor outlet. The tool had heft, the bit industrial, the motor shrieking with satisfying power. He bored into the key channel. Shavings clicked off his goggles and stung his face. The bit deteriorated but punched through the lock in seconds. Someone shouted from a distance, "Hey, leave that alone." The driver, a stranger, stood 20 feet beyond the foot of the truck ramp, watching through binoculars from the employee garage. He shoved up the door. Well-oiled, efficiently counterweighted, the panel rose smoothly. The truck was packed with what appeared to be hundreds of kilos of plastic explosive. A gun cracked twice. One slug cried off the truck frame. People screamed. The foreman ran. He glanced back. The driver hadn't come closer. He had a pistol. Maybe not the best weapon for such a long shot. On the truck bed in front of the explosives sat a mechanical kitchen timer, 2 copper-top batteries, curious, unrecognizable bits and pieces, and a nest of wires. 2 wires ended in copper jacks plugged into that gray wall of death. A third shot ricocheted off the truck with a shrill kiss of metal on metal. He heard the foreman fire up a nearby forklift. The Coven hadn't rigged the cargo to explode when the door opened because they'd set such a short countdown that they didn't think anyone could disable it fast enough. The timer had a 30-minute dial. The ticking indicator hand showed 3 minutes from 0. Click. 2 minutes. The fourth shot hit him in the back. He didn't feel pain at first, only the jolting impact driving him against the truck, his face inches from the timer. A fifth or sixth shot slapped into one of the bricks of plastic explosive with a flat, wet sound. A bullet wouldn't trigger it, only an electrical charge. The 2 detonation wires were set 6 or 8 inches apart. Was one positive and one negative? Or was one a backup? He didn't know if he had to yank one or both. A 6th or 7th shot tore into his back again. This time pain hammered him, excruciating. As he sagged from the brutal impact, he seized both wires. As he fell backward, he jerked them out of the explosives, pulling the timer, batteries, and entire detonator package with him. Turning as he fell, he hit the floor on his side facing the truck ramp. The shooter had ascended higher for a better angle. Though he could have finished him with one more round, he turned and sprinted down the ramp. The foreman roared past and descended the ramp on the forklift, somewhat protected by the raised cargo tines. He didn't believe the shooter fled from the forklift. He wanted out because he couldn't see what had been done to the detonator. He intended to escape underground and get as far away as luck allowed. Worried people hurried to him. The kitchen timer still functioned, lying inches from his face. Click. 1 minute. His pain was subsiding, but he was cold. Surprisingly cold. The underground docks relied on passive cooling, no air conditioning, yet he was positively chilly. People knelt beside him, talking. He couldn't understand a word. Funny, to be so cold in the Mojave. He never heard the timer click to 0. He and Stormy Llewellyn had moved from boot camp to their second of 3 lives, having great adventures together in the next world. Most were lovely romantic journeys to exotic misty places, amusing incidents, eccentric characters, Mr. Indiana Jones who wouldn't admit he was Harrison Ford, Luke Skywalker, Aunt Summery who greatly resembled Jabba the Hutt but was wonderfully nice, and Elvis. Other experiences were stranger and darker. Thunder, the smell of blood, slinking packs of bodaks with whom his mother sometimes ran on all fours. From time to time he was aware of God and his angels looking down from the sky of that new world. They had huge, looming faces of a cool, pleasant green, occasionally white, with no features but their eyes. With no mouths or noses, they should have been frightening, but they projected love and caring. He always tried to smile before they dissolved into clouds. Eventually, he regained enough clarity to realize he'd come through surgery and was in a hospital bed in the County General ICU. He hadn't been promoted from boot camp after all. God and the angels had been doctors and nurses behind masks. Scummery, wherever she might be, probably didn't resemble Jabba the Hutt at all. When a nurse entered in response to changes in his heart monitor, she announced he was awake and asked if he knew his name. He nodded. She asked him to tell her. His voice was thin and thready. Odd Thomas. She fussed over him, called him a hero, assured him he'd be fine. He whispered Stormy's name, afraid of what terrible news he might bring down on himself. But the name felt lovely on his tongue once he had the nerve. The nurse thought he'd complained of a sore throat and suggested ice chips. He shook his head adamantly and said he wanted to see Stormy Llewellyn. His heart raced. The monitor beeped rapidly. A doctor came, awestruck in his presence, a reaction no fry cook was comfortable with. He used that word hero too much. In his wheezy way, he asked the doctor not to use it again. He felt crushingly tired, but didn't want to sleep before seeing Stormy. Their lack of immediate response scared him. His heart thumped, his wounds throbbed in sympathy. They worried a 5-minute visit would strain him, but he pleaded, and they let her come. At the sight of her, he cried. She cried too, those black Egyptian eyes. He was too weak to reach for her. She slipped a hand through the bed rail and pressed it atop his. He found the strength to curl his fingers into hers. A love knot. For hours, she'd been sitting in the ICU waiting room in her Burke Bailey's uniform. Pink shoes, white socks, pink skirt, pink and white blouse. He told her this must be the most cheerful outfit ever seen there. She informed him that little Ozzy was out there right now on 2 chairs, wearing yellow pants and a Hawaiian shirt. Viola and Terry Stambaugh, too. When he asked why she wasn't wearing her perky pink cap, she touched her head in surprise, realizing she'd lost it in the chaos at the mall. He closed his eyes and wept not with joy but bitterness. Her hand tightened on his. She gave him strength to sleep and risk his dreams of demons. Later, she returned for another 5 minutes. When she said they'd need to postpone the wedding, he pushed to remain on schedule for Saturday. After what happened, the city would cut red tape. If her uncle wouldn't bend church rules to marry them in a hospital room, there was always a judge. He'd hoped their wedding day would be followed at once by their first night together. But the marriage had always been more important than consummation, now more than ever. They had a long lifetime to get naked together. Earlier, she'd kissed his hand. Now she leaned over the railing to kiss his lips. She was his strength, his destiny. With no real sense of time, he slept on and off. Carla Porter visited after a nurse raised his bed and allowed him sips of water. She hugged him, kissed his cheek and brow. They tried not to cry, but did. He'd never seen Carla cry. She seemed devastated. He worried the chief had taken a turn for the worse. She said that wasn't it. The chief would be moved out of the ICU first thing in the morning, expected to make a full recovery. But after the horror at the mall, none of them would ever be as they'd been. Pico Mundo was forever changed. Relieved, he didn't think to ask about his own wounds. Stormy was alive. Gypsy Mummy's promise would be fulfilled. Nothing else mattered. Friday morning, one day after the chief escaped the ICU, the doctor ordered him transferred to a private room, a swanky accommodation decorated like a hotel suite, the same one where he'd showered while sitting vigil for the chief. He expressed concern about the cost, reminded them he was a fry cook. The director personally assured him all charges above insurance would be excused. This hero thing disturbed him. He didn't want special treatment, but he accepted because while Stormy could only visit in an ordinary room, she could move right in here, be with him 24 hours a day. Police posted a guard in the corridor to keep news media at bay. Events at the mall had made headlines worldwide. He didn't want to see a newspaper. He refused to turn on the TV. Reliving it in nightmares was enough. The Saturday wedding proved impractical. Reporters knew their plans and would swarm the courthouse. They postponed for a month. Friday and Saturday, friends poured in with flowers and gifts. Terry Stambaugh, his mentor, his lifeline when he'd been 16 and determined to live on his own. Without her, he'd have had no job and nowhere to go. Viola Peabody came without her daughters, insisting they'd be motherless without him. She returned the next day with the girls. Nicolina's love of pink had to do with enthusiasm for Burke Bailey's ice cream. Stormy's uniform had always enchanted her. Little Ozzy visited without Terrible Chester. When teased about the yellow pants and Hawaiian shirt, he denied ever costuming himself that way. Such flamboyant togs would make him look even bigger. He had some vanity. Stormy had made up the story to give him a smile when he badly needed one. His father brought Brittany, full of plans to represent his story for books, movies, television, and product placements. He sent him away, unsatisfied. His mother did not visit. Rosalia Sanchez, Bertie Orbick, Helen Arches, Polk Barnett, Seamus Cocobolo, Lisette Raines, the Takuda family, so many others. From all these friends, he couldn't escape learning statistics he preferred not to know. 41 people wounded, 19 dead. Everyone said it was a miracle that only 19 perished. What had gone wrong with the world when 19 dead could seem like any kind of miracle? Authorities studied the plastic explosives and estimated it would have brought down the entire department store plus a significant portion of the south side of the mall, between 500 and 1,000 dead if the bomb detonated. Byrne Eccles had been stopped before he killed more than the 3 security guards, but he'd been carrying enough ammunition to cut down scores of shoppers. At night in his hotel-style hospital room, Stormy stretched out on the bed and held his hand. When he woke from nightmares, she pulled him against her, cradled him in her arms while he wept. She whispered reassurances. She gave him hope. Sunday afternoon, Carla brought the chief in a wheelchair. He understood perfectly that Odd would never want to talk to the media or entertain offers for books, movies, or miniseries. He'd thought of many ways to foil them. The chief was a great man, even if he did break that Barney the dinosaur chair. Though Byrne Eccles refused interrogation, the investigation had proceeded rapidly. A man named Kevin Gossett, run down by a forklift, was talking his hateful head off. Gossett, Eccles, and Varner had been bent a long time. At 14, they developed an interest in Satanism. Maybe a game at first. Quickly, it grew serious. On a mutual dare, they killed for the first time at 15. They enjoyed it. Satanism justified it. Gossett called it just another way of believing. At 16, they pledged to their God to go into law enforcement. Excellent cover, and a devout Satanist requirement to undermine trusted institutions whenever possible. Eccles and Varner became cops. Gossett became a schoolteacher. Corrupting the young was important too. The three had met Bob Robertson 16 months earlier through a satanic cult. The cult proved to be wannabes playing goth games, but Robertson interested them because of his mother's wealth. Their first intention was to kill him and his mother for valuables. But when Robertson proved eager to bankroll what he called nasty news, they partnered with him. They murdered his mother, made it appear she'd died and been consumed in an accidental fire, and gave Robertson her ears as a souvenir. The contents of the Rubbermaid containers in Robertson's freezer had come from the collections of Eccles, Varner, and Gossett. Robertson never had the guts to kill anyone, but because of his generosity, they wanted him to feel like part of the family. With Robertson's money, they had big plans. Gossett didn't recall who first proposed targeting a town and turning it into hell on earth with a series of horrors, ultimately destroying it entirely. They checked numerous communities. Pico Mundo was ideal, neither too large to be beyond ruination, nor too small to be uninteresting. Green Moon Mall was their first target. They intended to murder the chief and parlay the mall disaster and other Machiavellian moves into firm control of the police department. Thereafter, the steady destruction of the town would be their sport and worship. Robertson moved into Camp's End because the neighborhood offered a low profile. He wanted to manage his money wisely to ensure he could buy as much fun as possible. By the time the chief explained how he'd protect Odd and help keep his sixth sense secret, his face had grown haggard. Through Carla, Odd had gotten word about Robertson's body at the Church of the Whispering Comet, so the chief had worked that bizarre detail into his cover story. He'd always done well by Odd, but this Porter-spun narrative left him in stunned admiration. Stormy called it a work of genius. The chief clearly hadn't spent all his time recuperating. His wounds proved not as bad as he'd feared. The doctor discharged him the following Wednesday, 1 week to the day after the mall events. To foil the media, they'd been told he'd be in another day. The chief conspired to have him and Stormy conveyed secretly in the department's beige undercover van, the same one Eccles had used to watch Stormy's apartment that night. If Eccles had seen him leaving, he'd have arranged for Odd to be caught in his apartment with Robertson's body. When he'd slipped out the back, Eccles figured he must be staying with his girl and eventually gave up. Leaving the hospital, he had no desire to return to his apartment above Mrs. Sanchez's garage. He'd never used that bathroom without remembering Robertson's corpse. The chief and Carla didn't think Stormy's place was wise either. Reporters knew about her. Neither Odd nor Stormy wanted the Porters' hospitality. They wanted to be alone, just them at last. Reluctantly, the Porters delivered them to her place through the alley. Though besieged by media, the next days were bliss. Reporters rang and knocked. They didn't respond. They gathered in the street, a regular circus. A few times they peeked at the vultures through curtains, but never revealed themselves. They had each other, enough to hold off not just reporters, but armies. They ate unhealthy food, let dirty dishes stack in the sink, slept too much. They talked about everything except the slaughter at the mall. Past, future, plans, dreams. They talked about Bodocs. Stormy still believed they were demonic spirits, the black room, the gate to hell opening in Robertson's study. Because of his experiences of lost and gained time related to the Black Room, he developed a more disturbing theory. Maybe time travel became possible in the future. Maybe they couldn't journey to the past in flesh, but could return in virtual bodies. Bodies only he and one long-dead British child could see. Perhaps the violence sweeping the world daily into greater darkness had led to a future so brutal, so corrupt, that twisted descendants returned to watch them suffer, charmed by festivals of blood. The Bodak's appearance might have nothing to do with what those travelers really looked like. They probably resembled you and him, but might be the shape of deformed and diseased souls. Stormy insisted they were demons on a 3-day pass from hell. He found her explanation less frightening. He wished he could embrace it without doubt. The dirty dishes stacked higher. They finished most of the truly unhealthy food and, unwilling to venture out, began eating more sensible fare. The phone rang constantly. They never took it off the answering machine, all reporters and media types. They turned the speaker volume off so they wouldn't hear the voices. At the end of each day, he erased messages without listening. At night in bed, they held each other, cuddled, kissed, but went no further. Delayed gratification had never felt so good. He cherished every moment with her and decided they might delay the wedding only 2 weeks instead of a month. On the 5th morning, the police rousted the reporters on grounds they were a public nuisance. They seemed ready to go anyway. Maybe they'd decided Stormy and Odd weren't in residence after all. That evening, as they readied for bed, Stormy did something so beautiful his heart soared. She came to him without her blouse, naked from the waist up. She took his right hand, turned it palm up, and traced his birthmark with her forefinger, a white crescent against the pink flush of his hand. Her mark was identical, but brown, on the sweet slope of her right breast. If he cupped her breast in the most natural manner, their birthmarks perfectly aligned. He told her he'd always known hers was a tattoo. It didn't trouble him. The fact that she wanted so much to prove they shared a destiny only deepened his love. On the bed, under the card from the fortune-telling machine, they held each other chastely, but his hand upon her breast. Time always seemed suspended in Stormy's apartment. In those rooms, he was at peace. He forgot his worries. Problems of pancakes and poltergeist lifted from him. Here he could not be harmed. Here he knew his destiny and was content. Here Stormy lived, and where she lived, he flourished. They slept. The following morning during breakfast, someone knocked. When they didn't answer, Terry Stambaugh called loudly from the hall, saying it was her and telling him to open up. It was time. He couldn't say no to Terry, his mentor, his lifeline. When he opened the door, she hadn't come alone. The chief and Carla Porter were in the hall, and little Ozzy. All the people who knew his secret, that he saw the dead, were here together. Terry said they'd been calling. He said he'd figured it was reporters. They wouldn't leave him and Stormy alone. They came inside. Ozzy closed the door. He asked if they wanted breakfast. The chief put one hand on his shoulder, that hangdog face, those sad eyes, and said it had to stop now, son. Carla brought a gift of some kind. Bronze, an urn. She said the coroner had released her poor body. These were her ashes. For a while he had gone mad. Madness ran in his family, a long history of retreating from reality. A part of him had known from the moment Stormy came to him in the ICU that she had become one of the lingering dead. The truth hurt too much to accept. In his condition that Wednesday afternoon, her death would have been one wound too many, and he would have let go of this life. The dead didn't talk. He didn't know why. So he had spoken for Stormy in the conversations they'd shared during the past week. He said for her what he knew she wanted to say. He could almost read her mind. They were immeasurably closer than best friends, closer than mere lovers. They were each other's destiny. In spite of his bandaged wounds, the chief held him tightly and let him pour out his grief in fatherly arms. Later, little Ozzy led him to the living room sofa and sat with him, tipping the furniture in his direction. The chief pulled a chair close. Carla sat on the sofa arm at his side. Terry settled on the floor in front of him, one hand on his knee. His beautiful Stormy stood apart, watching. He had never seen on any human face a look more loving than the one she gave him in that terrible moment. Taking his hand, Ozzy said he had to let her go. He nodded. He could not speak. Long after that day, Ozzy had told him to keep the tone of his manuscript light by being an unreliable narrator, playing tricks with certain verbs. Throughout, he had often written of Stormy and their future together in the present tense, as if they were still together in this life, no more. Ozzy asked if she was here now. Yes. He asked if she'd left his side for a moment. He shook his head. Ozzy told him he didn't want his love, and hers for him, to trap her here when she needed to move on. That wasn't fair to her, not fair to either of them. He agreed she deserved her next adventure. Terry said it was time, she whose memory of her lost husband was etched on her soul. Trembling in fear of life without Stormy, he rose from the sofa and hesitantly went to her. She still wore her Burke Bailey's uniform without the perky pink hat, yet she had never looked lovelier. His friends hadn't known where she stood until he stepped before her and put one hand to her precious face, so warm to him. The dead couldn't speak, but Stormy spoke 3 words silently, letting him read her lips. I love you. He kissed her, his dead love, so tenderly, so chastely. He held her in his arms, his face buried in her hair, her throat. After a while, she put a hand under his chin. He raised his head. 3 more words. Be happy. Persevere. He promised to see her in service, what she called the life after boot camp. Her eyes, her smile, now his only in memory. He let her go. She turned away and took 3 steps, fading. She looked over her shoulder. He reached out to her. She was gone. These days, he lived alone in Stormy's apartment with her eclectic thrift shop furniture, floor lamps with silk shades and beaded fringes, stickly chairs and contrasting Victorian footstools, Maxfield Parrish prints, and carnival glass vases. She never had much in this life, but with the simplest things she made her corner of the world as beautiful as any king's palace. He might lack riches, but the greatest fortune was what lay in his heart. He still saw dead people, and from time to time he was required to do something about it. As before, this proactive strategy often resulted in an unusual amount of laundry. Sometimes, coming awake in the night, he thought he heard her voice saying, "Loop him in." Odd one. He looked for her, but she was never there. Yet she was always there. So he looped her in, telling her all that had happened to him recently. Elvis hung out with him more than he used to. He liked to watch him eat. He'd purchased several of his CDs, and they sat together in the living room in the low silken light, listening to him when he was young and alive and knew where he belonged. Stormy believed they were in this boot camp to learn that if they didn't persevere through all the world's obstacles and wounds, they wouldn't earn their next life of great adventure. To be with her again, he would have the perseverance of a bulldog, but it seemed to him that the training was unnecessarily hard. His name was Odd Thomas. He was a fry cook. He led an unusual life, here in his Pico Mundo, his little world. He was at peace. The end. And just like that, the lights of Pico Mundo begin to fade into the distance. But Odd Thomas has always been the kind of story that lingers long after the final page. If you stayed through this journey, thank you. Stories like this only truly come alive when someone is willing to listen. For Dean Koontz, Odd wasn't born from a desire to create another supernatural hero. He emerged almost unexpectedly. Koontz often spoke about how Odd's voice arrived fully formed in his imagination, carrying a strange mix of humor, loneliness, compassion, and quiet courage. The character seemed so real to him that writing the novel became less like invention and more like listening. And yet that process wasn't always easy. Koontz spent years exploring questions about fate, grief, morality, and what it means to keep moving forward when you already know pain is waiting somewhere ahead. You can feel those questions beneath every chapter. Ghosts in Odd Thomas are never just ghosts. They are unfinished memories, regrets, warnings. The story hides a meditation on mortality beneath its mystery, asking whether love still matters when loss is inevitable. Maybe that's why readers connected to it so deeply. Beneath the supernatural suspense is something profoundly human, the fear of losing the people who give meaning to your life. That search for meaning has always lived inside Koontz's work. Whether it was Watchers, Phantoms, or Intensity, his stories often placed ordinary people against forces they could barely understand. But Odd felt different, softer, more vulnerable. And because of that, many readers still consider him one of Koontz's most beloved creations. When the novel finally reached the screen in 2013, director and screenwriter Stephen Sommers approached it with genuine affection for the source material. Known for films like The Mummy Returns, and Van Helsing, Sommers brought a sense of energy and supernatural spectacle that felt natural for Odd's strange world. He reportedly saw Anton Yelchin as his only choice for the role, and once you watch the film, it's difficult to imagine anyone else carrying that combination of wit, awkwardness, and emotional sincerity. The adaptation remains surprisingly faithful to the novel's heart, especially the relationship between Odd and Stormy. But some changes were inevitable. Certain side stories and internal reflections were shortened, allowing the film to move with a faster rhythm and lean more heavily into visual storytelling. What lived quietly inside Odd's thoughts on the page had to be translated into expressions, silences, and atmosphere on screen. That translation wasn't always smooth. Production wrapped in 2011, but legal disputes involving financing and distribution delayed the release for years. At one point, it seemed possible audiences might never see the finished film at all. Millions intended for marketing and distribution became tangled in lawsuits, leaving the completed movie trapped in uncertainty before finally finding release. And yet, there is something strangely fitting about that history. A story about unfinished journeys nearly became one itself. Behind the camera, cinematographer Mitchell Amundsen filled the desert landscapes with a dreamlike glow, while composer John Swihart balanced mystery and melancholy in a way that mirrored Odd's personality. Willem Dafoe brought warmth and quiet authority to Chief Wyatt Porter, avoiding the temptation to play the character as a simple mentor figure. Addison Timlin gave Stormy an emotional steadiness that grounded the film whenever its supernatural elements threatened to drift too far into fantasy. One of the most touching details surrounding the adaptation became clearer with time. After Anton Yelchin's tragic death in 2016, many fans returned to Odd Thomas and found something unexpectedly emotional in his performance. There is a kindness in the way he plays Odd, a sense of empathy that feels inseparable from the character itself. What once felt like a quirky, supernatural thriller slowly became, for many viewers, a reminder of an actor whose talent was taken far too soon. Even the film's visual effects carried unusual challenges. The Bodocs, those shadowy creatures feeding on approaching tragedy, had to feel threatening without overwhelming the deeply personal story at the center. Sommers chose a style that leaned into dark fantasy rather than pure horror, preserving the strange balance that made the novel unique. And perhaps that balance is the reason Odd continues to endure. Because beneath the ghosts, prophecies, monsters, and mysteries, the story asks something remarkably simple. What would you do if you could see suffering before it arrived? Would you run from it? Or spend every day trying to protect strangers who might never know your name? If this retelling stirred something in you, I hope you'll someday experience Dean Koontz's original novel for yourself. There are emotions, details, and quiet moments that only the pages can fully capture. And if this story left you with a different interpretation, or if there was a moment that stayed with you long after it ended, share it. Stories become richer when they're passed between people. If you'd like to return for more journeys like this, you're always welcome here. Your support, your thoughts, and even your disagreements help keep these stories alive. And if someone you know would connect with Odd's world, pass the story along. Because long after the mystery is solved, long after the ghosts disappear, the best stories keep walking beside us. Somewhere beyond the last page, beyond the last frame, Odd Thomas is still listening to the dead. And perhaps in some quiet corner of the night, they're still telling him their stories. That translation wasn't always smooth. Production wrapped in 2011, but legal disputes involving financing and distribution delayed the release for years. At one point, it seemed possible audiences might never see the finished film at all. Millions intended for marketing and distribution became tangled in lawsuits, leaving the completed movie trapped in uncertainty before finally finding release. And yet there is something strangely fitting about that history. A story about unfinished journeys nearly became one itself. Behind the camera, cinematographer Mitchell Amundsen filled the desert landscapes with a dreamlike glow, while composer John Swihart balanced mystery and melancholy in a way that mirrored Odd's personality. Willem Dafoe brought warmth and quiet authority to Chief Wyatt Porter, avoiding the temptation to play the character as a simple mentor figure. Addison Timlin gave Stormy an emotional steadiness that grounded the film whenever its supernatural elements threatened to drift too far into fantasy. One of the most touching details surrounding the adaptation became clearer with time. After Anton Yelchin's tragic death in 2016, many fans returned to Odd Thomas and found something unexpectedly emotional in his performance. There is a kindness in the way he plays Odd, a sense of empathy that feels inseparable from the character itself. What once felt like a quirky, supernatural thriller slowly became, for many viewers, a reminder of an actor whose talent was taken far too soon. Even the film's visual effects carried unusual challenges. The Bodaks, those shadowy creatures feeding on approaching tragedy, had to feel threatening without overwhelming the deeply personal story at the center. Summers chose a style that leaned into dark fantasy rather than pure horror, preserving the strange balance that made the novel unique. And perhaps that balance is the reason Odd continues to endure. Because beneath the ghosts, prophecies, monsters, and mysteries, the story asks something remarkably simple. What would you do if you could see suffering before it arrived? Would you run from it? Or spend every day trying to protect strangers who might never know your name? If this retelling stirred something in you, I hope you'll someday experience Dean Koontz's original novel for yourself. There are emotions, details, and quiet moments that only the pages can fully capture. And if this story left you with a different interpretation, or if there was a moment that stayed with you long after it ended, share it. Stories become richer when they're passed between people. If you'd like to return for more journeys like this, you're always welcome here. Your support, your thoughts, and even your disagreements help keep these stories alive. And if someone you know would connect with Odd's world, pass the story along. Because long after the mystery is solved, long after the ghosts disappear, the best stories keep walking beside us. Somewhere beyond the last page, beyond the last frame, Odd Thomas is still listening to the dead. And perhaps in some quiet corner of the night, they're still telling him their stories.